What's up? Is this lagging?
Lagging a little bit. Ayo, what's up?
Just eating really quick, and then I'm just gonna beeline it to Chicago.
Yeah, beeline it. What's going on?
I'll get there when my cousin is getting off of work, so just like it'll be good timing.
Fuck yeah. When's the last time you've seen your cousin? I think I need to get out of Japan. Hold on a second. What's up, Mike?
I finally got my doobie rolled and I'm enjoying it. But I don't know if I'm close enough to the microphone anymore.
You sound loud as fuck.
You sound good to me.
Loud.
Loud and proud, baby. Hey, what's up, Natalie? I'm guessing you're off work, right?
I am. I'm at the bank. Get some cash. Gonna party a little bit tonight. I think probably. I was invited.
Is Logan talking?
Mm-mm.
Hey, I just disconnected my VPN, so it kind of cut off the internet for me. Last thing I heard was I'm at the bank and I got some cash and I'm boop, boop.
Did you say you get paid tonight?
No, I'm still
Oh,
running on fumes here.
I got my head on a swivel over here, not knowing which way the storm is going to come from. Tiffany's been sending us all kinds of good weather lately, and the snow's been missing me. But I shared some pictures of the snow about 85 miles from me, and the little town of Silverton has been snowed in. I was told yesterday for 3 weeks they've been airlifting food and supplies in there.
Damn.
man, screw all that.
Fuck, right.
I could not live in a place like that. Nope.
Fuck that. Jesus Christ. Why? Ah, man.
I don't know, man. I live down in the valley, so I'm at a mile high, and I think Silverton's like at about 10,000 feet, and it's brutal sometimes during the winter. And I looked on a snowpack map yesterday. It said like 180% of the snowpack for the San Juan Basin. That's a lot of snow.
I got this message. Hey, Logan, how's it going? I found an interesting soldier story on a reptilian attack that happened if you want to hear it. Like, please tell me what the fuck it is.
Yeah, the people that live in extreme climates, they're just a different breed of people. You know, they're different breed than I am. You know, they're stronger people than me. So, kudos to them for being able to tough it out. Um, I just don't think me personally, I don't think I'm built for it. But when that's your culture and that's where you were raised, I can understand. You know, that's what you're used to. That's all you've ever known. Um, but I would just be rough. I don't like to be that cold, and I don't like the texture of snow. I don't like the feeling of the crunch under my toe, like under my feet. I don't like it, and I also don't like the sound. But I'm a weird person. I'm weird about texture. And so it's just one of those textures I don't like.
Well, I was thinking maybe Jim Morrison had it right. He called himself the Lizard King. Maybe he was a lizard people type of person.
I literally have work at 9:00 tomorrow morning.
Why do you think he was a lizard person?
Well, he called himself the Lizard King, and there's depictions of him dressed kind of like uh, reptilian like. So, and now in this day and age, we're talking about different types of aliens, and reptilian being one of them. I wanted to share because I haven't been able to get Jerry to come out of his shell and talk about our UFO experience in 1991 where we saw the mothership. And I was hoping when the small town crew came in that he would be able to be interviewed by them and share what he shared with me. And what he shared with me is really astounding. He claims he saw the leading and the trailing spaceships going in and out of the mothership. I didn't see that. And he also claimed that they were reptilian and they come back to visit him, which is quite interesting because many people have stated the same thing, that they saw, had their experience, and later on they were visited. I hope to find out more from him someday. I wish he would answer his phone.
So the mothership, is it like how it's often described? It's like a big cylinder in the sky, or what was seen?
What we saw, I describe as being the size of an aircraft carrier out of water. And it had windows that were kind of smoky grayish colored, that were at least 4 stories high. And the rest of the ship was dark. And this is at night, this is 10 o'clock at night. It's a star bright night. And this thing is flying from the Colorado border towards Chaco Canyon, New Mexico. And it is big, and it's cruising right past our drilling rig. And the reason that I know what time it was is because we were going to make a connection and put it back to drill and change our clothes and be waiting on relief. And it was 10 o'clock. So we knew we had Long Kelly to drill down, and we knew that we had enough time to take care of business and be ready to go home, when suddenly this thing come cruising across the sky. And it wasn't in any hurry. And it's my belief that they were watching our drilling activity as they cruised by.
Did the windows seem to be actual windows? In other words, do you think their purpose was to function as windows, or do you think those were panels that had a different function than seeing? Because windows are meant to be seen through.
They look almost like gunmetal gray, dark tinted windows. And I don't believe they served much other than a function. And there were seams where the window would go so far and be a seam and then go so far. And I took my grandchildren out there this past summer to try and visualize, get back to the location, and I found that location. I know where it's at. We drove there for many days, but more than that, it's right near my family, the Gomez side ranch, and it's a place where my dad and I and our family would hang out at the ranch, or we'd be down at the lake on a boat fishing. I know this area quite well, but to see something like this, that kind of took me aback. And there were 4 witnesses there. 2 of us are alive, and 2 are deceased.
Do you think this? Have you ever seen a photo or a depiction that matched what you saw? In the past you have, somebody like Adamski, and he took pictures of these big cylinders in the sky and was saying this was mothership. There's been other descriptions of big cylindrical motherships with rows of windows on the side. Have you seen anything within the media where you could go, that's exactly the thing I saw?
I've seen many that were similar in appearance to that, no doubt. And through Hollywood too, they have a, a great art group there that come up with ideas from testimonies from other people, and it's apparent that what I've seen is the same thing that others have seen.
Did it seem built, or did it seem like it was formed? You know what I'm saying? Did it look like hands built that thing, or did it look like it was generated and printed?
That's a hard question to answer. It looked manufactured. I can say that. Whether by hands or something else, I wouldn't have any idea. But it stood out more than the smaller craft that were escorting it, because it was so magnificent in size. And our rig makes noise, but you would think that something that big would make noise too. We didn't hear nothing from it at all. And it wasn't illuminated. The smaller craft were.
The smaller craft are you talking sort of classic saucer craft, or are we talking orbs, or what are we looking at here?
Saucer crafts with the cylindrical lights around the middle, almost classic.
And what year was this?
Sorry, I was multitasking. That was late September of 1991. Okay, let's flash forward to a year ago. One of the cousins was staying out at the ranch house. He's from Santa Fe nowadays. He was raised up the San Luis Valley too. He was raised up in a little village called Center, Colorado, which isn't that far from Alamosa. But Juan the Fourth and his wife were out at the ranch, just happened to be there that weekend, and she saw something out across the field, and she woke him up, and what they saw was 100-foot circular with lights around the center, hovering above the ground, and they took a lot of pictures of it. Unfortunately, he works for Los Alamos National Laboratory, and his names are stamped on the email that he sent me. And I can't necessarily share them with everybody until I get him to copyright him and give the copyright to me. Then I can share them publicly and not jeopardize his top security clearance at Lano. Ironically,
Are you talking
go ahead.
about the photos? The photos or the email?
Yeah.
Oh,
The
wow.
photos.
Pretty impressive.
And impressive. You can blow it up and you can actually see the outline of the craft. It's the same size as the one that crashed at Aztec in 1948. Almost identical to that one. And it's at night, so some of them you can't really see. Some of you see the reflection off the window. But wow, it is. I showed the pictures to some of the people at UFO Expo a couple of weeks ago now, and they're like, "Really? Wow, you can see it. Fuck yeah, you can see it. It's amazing." And I do have a picture from the vantage point across the road, so I can share that picture and just think where I'm standing, and it's across the way. There's no drilling rig out there. There's no homes there. The family has a few homes, but that isn't in the line of sight where the pictures are taken. I wish I could do more than what I've said.
That's pretty impressive. Do you feel that the appearance, well, I know you mentioned that they seemed interested in the oil rig and the oil drilling. What about the other sighting that you were talking about with the photos? Do you think it had anything to do with the location you were at, or do you think it had to do with the individuals that were witnesses?
An area that is really deeply invested in oil and gas industry. I know that I was part of many wells that were drilled out there, all for natural gas. But then you got the lake there, Lake Navajo. It's one of the largest lakes in America. There's that, and other people have had sightings out in the same area too. But there's also the thought that Aztec isn't that far away as the crow flies. And are they looking for the people that were left behind? And do they have the same kind of mindset as our military has? No man left behind. No woman left behind. Do they have that same kind of mindset? Is that one of the reasons they keep visiting Roswell and the Aztec area, the Trinity area? Could that play into their way of life too? I certainly think so.
Yeah, there's the rumors about the Eisenhower meeting and that having to do with them coming back for whatever bodies or whatever living entities were left in the Corona crash or Aztec, one of them, and also the Holloman landing had. Well, some people say it had something to do with that or retrieving something. But there's different stories about the Holloman landing, but I won't get into them right now.
I've studied about Holloman a lot too, and it all seems to be true. I've read articles that gentlemen that were in the Air Force at that time, both in California, both in New Mexico, both verified that they were at those duty stations. Apparently, somebody screwed up and didn't have them station somebody else like they do with everybody that's really involved with testimony as to whether there's recovery and retrieval. Although this wasn't a recovery and retrieval, it was actually a meeting of the minds. Okay, let's go back to just a couple of months ago when the Pentagon or whoever the spokesperson was said that they turned up the radar. You remember that?
Yeah, and then all of a sudden we're seeing a bunch of stuff and shooting it down.
Okay, what I've heard, what I've read is the meeting at Holloman was because of Roswell, because of Aztec, that our radar somehow disabled their craft. And a lot of people have written about that fact that our radar disabled their craft. So the meeting in Holloman purportedly was to alleviate that, and there's speculation as to technology and many other things that we don't know. We can only speculate. But
yeah,
I know.
Yeah. Whoops, I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
Yeah, the other thing I heard regarding Holloman was that the U.S. was curious because there was some sort of radio signal or some signal they were receiving, and they had asked the beings that landed at Holloman, "Where was this from you guys?" And they said, "No, it's not from us." But nobody ever talked about that. That's the story, but it never got elaborated on after that. And I found that pretty interesting. So that implies more than one group of entities whizzing around out there, which to me is logical. The Hammond guys really are interesting just because they're the description of what they were wearing, and they almost looked like they had they were like augmented humans, really. They had some sort of eyepiece. When you see the paintings, it looks like they're wearing an eyepiece and like a communication device in their ear. And the headpiece, the braided headpiece, apparently, according to Paul Shartle, was some integrated with the communication device. So it almost, kind of sounds like something we're close to, humans are close to having, with augmented reality glasses and stuff like that, and various other things. So I found that intriguing because the Holloman guys have kind of a unique description that is more in tune with some of the humanoid sightings rather than a gray sighting, even though they did have grayish bluish skin.
Hey Ryan, you have the glitch, my friend. You can't come up here. It's not letting you, isn't it? I keep accepting you, and it keeps dropping. Hold on. Am I even talking to the mic?
Yeah, you're good.
Okay. Yeah. You have to get that that rolled back version of the app. I don't know if you've been aware of this, but I'll send you the link in a minute to download it. Actually, you know what? I heard yesterday that I don't know who was saying it, but that I guess they finally patched it. They updated the latest version so Android users can get in here now. So maybe you just need to update to the latest version. But I mean, if that don't work, then yeah, let me know.
And the other thing Michael was
Hi, alien.
oops, I'm
Love
sorry.
you guys.
What's up, my buddy?
I was just saying hi. My bad.
Love you, friend. Sorry to cut you off there. I think it was Kent or who, I'm not sure. Cut someone off.
I don't know either.
I apologize.
Was it Mike? Are you talking, Mike?
Yeah. No biggie. No biggie. Hi there, buddy.
Hey, Mike, bless you and yours. Bless everyone here and those that you love.
This man gives out a lot of love. Where you been, buddy? I haven't seen him that much lately.
Yeah, I've been really, busy doing a bunch of different stuff and pretty overwhelmed in tasking of stuff, which is great. I'm blessed and lucky, thankful.
Can I bring something up?
Yeah. Hey, did you? Hey, what was the? Did you have the glitch, or did you have to update just now? What happened?
I just had to update. Actually, I just updated it and it was fine.
Nice. I guess they did patch it. What's up? Go ahead. Yeah, say whatever you want.
No, I appreciate that, Logan. Thank you so much. Yeah, so I actually just watched that new UFO documentary that came out yesterday, or not yesterday, but within the past week. UFO Endgame to Disclosure. Did anybody watch that?
No. It looks interesting.
No, who is it by?
Greer.
It was Greer alongside the two brothers there. I'm trying to think. I think it's something Blake.
Third phase of moon.
Yeah, you got it.
No way.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
What are you guys' thoughts on them to begin with?
On the moon?
zero.
Yeah, I
Zero
guess because I had never heard of them before until this documentary.
I
You're tripping.
don't know. I think their live streams suck, and I don't know. I just don't like the way they talk. And then they also are known to fake a lot of things and film their own fakes and stuff, and yet deny it and never they admit that they did wrong in the past, but they won't admit what wrong they did, and they won't actually apologize, and they claim that they haven't done that kind of stuff in a long time. But I think it was I can't remember his name, Lion something. He found a bunch of recent stuff within the last few years and even the few months that they have faked. So I don't know. I don't find them trustworthy, and then it doesn't bode well for me, for Greer, for him to be working with them, or them working with him, because I'm already kind of weary of him nowadays. So it's all just not sitting well with me. I don't really like them. I didn't know they made a new one. I heard they were making several over the next year or so, but yeah, I didn't know it came out already.
So I hear you. I've been hearing a lot of different things since I've been on UFO Twitter about Greer, and I don't know. I've got my guard up, but at the same time, you got to think he's been working on all of this stuff for the past 30 years. So he might have a lot of the stuff that he says might be genuine, but it's hard to tell because he's trying to sell himself so much, right? And it's understandable, right? Coming from whatever wages he was making or salary as and an emergency doctor going over to the ufology. But I don't know. It was interesting and very discouraging to watch the documentary yesterday because what they explain is we're at a standstill right now because there's not much that Congress can do with the third parties owning all of these materials and information that is basically what crime against the American people, whereas there's scientists sitting here waiting to work with this, publicly. So I don't know. It was really discouraging to see that they're saying, yeah, we can't really do much. It's really up to these third party companies and the scientists that we have here working. Like I guess Avi Loeb, but he's not very credible, if you ask me.
You know what turned me off third phase moon the most is when that video came out of this helicopter carrying a bucket of water. Excuse me, and people thought it was like chasing a UFO that was on fire or something, that was like smoking. And I'm like, and as soon as I saw the video, I was like, that looks like a helicopter with a bucket of water attached to it. And that's what it turned out to be. And they were all selling it like, oh my God, this UFO being chased down by a helicopter. It's like, get the fuck out of here, bro. And then they don't even go back and like go over old stuff that they put out and be like, okay, so we finally got an update. You know, they don't do that. They just let that shit like just disappear into all their other videos, and then like no one ever brings it up again. It's like, you guys should, like, if you want to like redeem yourself and you really want to be like hard hitting and thorough, I think you should, if you're gonna just push it out there, then you need to come back later and just give an update on it.
I'll definitely have to look into that. Alien Protocol, go ahead, man.
Third phase of Moon has just this epic history of faking and forging in a desperate like need to get like views and make money. And I, not just saying that, they're a television production company also. They also did like the most horrid UFO movies starring the brothers and like their and other people, like their friends or whatever. And they just have such a thick history of the faking stuff. And when they tried to switch over to being legitimate now, or just doing the most legitimate stuff we can possibly find, then they do a fake movie, and they're just zero credibility. It's obvious what their main goal is, and ironically, it's kind of what happened to Greer too. Greer is in that same place. The main goal for Greer now is making money. He's not here to push disclosure like he used to be. He used to be much more virtuous, and ironically, he used to have ability to make contact in the very, very early days, but he kind of um, lost the path of virtue and lost the ability to have stuff happen. Now, for years, his UFO, CE5 events he charges, just an disgusting amount of money for. They have no sightings, or they take this tiniest little thing and try and stretch it out into something where, like, Dr. Greer apparently has the exclusive knowledge about this obscure thing and the whole background with it, and there are aspects that there's no freaking way he could know. And what happened to Greer is, I think, two parts. He was doing incredibly well, and when a researcher does incredibly well, it's clockwork. Doty has spoken about it. Others have spoken about it. An intelligence agency will take you in and say, "Wow, you are really doing it. You are doing great stuff. I want you. I want to bring you into a skiff. I want to show you a folder, and you got to be quiet. Don't say that you came here. But I just want to let you know this stuff, and just can't take any pictures. Whatever." And that's what they did. They brought in Greer, and Greer was hounding a lot of people too, and he's misrepresented even past events where other people are like, no, a giant UFO didn't fly over me and the German president or whatever. Um, and a few years ago, I've known him in some different other contexts, and his wife, had cancer, and the first time, I guess like 6 or 7 years ago, um, we did prayers and stuff, and for him and the family, and I've had a separate kind of weird relationship with him, but he has in the past like 10 years, he's been so self opiated by, I think the intelligence services have really, you know, put him up on this high horse and given him this information that just totally fed his psychology. And the brilliant thing about it is, if you take someone who's presenting good information and then you slide them wacky stuff from the government, all it takes is a few wacky stories, and then all of your past work is not going to be looked at. All the incredible witnesses he put together, all that incredible work he did, and they outfoxed him. They, you know, they juiced him up, I guess. And Jody said they tried to do that with Linda. Linda came in and they tried to flip Linda, and Linda wouldn't flip apparently. And I think Jody said something to the effect was she was the only one I couldn't flip. I think that's the correct quote. But this thing is really, 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 really dynamic, and so many moving parts. I don't even know where to go.
So,
Yep.
oh, go ahead, Logan.
Oh, no, I was just gonna call on you.
Copy that. So, do you think that Greer has completely dropped the ball? Or do you think that we can still hold some credibility to the things that he says, i.e., maybe a fake alien invasion? Because they seem to have been pushing that a lot, and it really makes sense because you think about those 3 UFOs that they shot down, one in Alaska, one here in northern Ontario, and I guess closer to Michigan, and I'm not sure where else the third one was.
He's
Do you
taken
think
a
that
bunch of stories and made them. He wackified them. For example, there was this project that was well known by this guy who left the computer world and got into anti gravity, and um, some intelligence people got involved, and all this wackiness got involved. Real top scientists and all this different stuff, and it uh, was basically a Ponzi kind of scam. The whole company was, and it tricked all these people, from government scientists, intelligence people, all sorts of different people. But one of the interesting things about it was it was one of these early projects that uh, the government was trying to support to get disclosure out there, but it wasn't a good leader. The plan wasn't, all the parts didn't come together well. It was exact same organization, corporate organization as To the Stars, in fact. And it's really interesting how I'll give you a couple explanations of how Greer twisted that story. Some of the people like online who had an association to what was going on at that anti-gravity thing were saying, yeah, they're building portals, and these portals have actuators and can let in beings from other places. And you can go back and listen to Greer talk about this CIA group that's doing this, and it's a total misrepresentation of what it was. It was a piece of junk um, kind of scam machine that looked really cool, and different um, perversions of that same physics premise was done several different times. And when they ran out of good science, good metrics, good output data, they started inputting a lot of wacky stories, like it opened a portal one night and a creature came out, and the creature did followed one of the scientists home, and all sorts of wacky stuff. And I knew exactly what that whole project was, and who were the people involved, um, and helped to, I guess, stop the scam to some degree by exposing it and doing videos on it. So there's a lot of stuff that really happens, and I think he sensationalized them to appear like the sole, uh, you know, uh, the sole source of knowledge for all this behind the scenes stuff. And it's sad because a lot of the real stuff he talks about is mixed in with the garbage, and it makes the real stuff look stupid when it's very serious. I don't believe in an invasion, alien invasion. I don't believe in the fake invasion. I don't believe in a lot of the weird stuff, except aliens and ESP.
does anybody else kind of like? I agree that there could be some mumbo jumbo mixed up there, but I don't know. It seems like even like let's say for an example, Lou Elizondo. Okay, let's say he was some sort of counterintelligence agents. He was part of some sort of counterintelligence agency that is trying to mislead the public. It would make a lot of sense, wouldn't it? Like it would like it would make a mind-blowing amount of sense that the government is trying to make it seem like these things are already a threat to our safety with like public transportation with the flights and even military operations. Like, wouldn't it make sense that the next step would be, okay, one of these things attacked like one of our aviators who are flying in the sky?
Doty has fully admitted that he was a disinformation officer messing with UFO people to cover unmanned aerial vehicles, drones made by us. And he has admitted that straight up. That's what he did. And he's back now, and he's on Gaia, and he's on all these other things. You know, in the past, it's so funny how the government has flip flopped, and both sides has really helped. And it's totally understandable if you were the government. You know, if you get this super advanced technology, you'd hide it and pretend like, no, nothing happened, nothing happened. Nope, just a balloon. And then desperately be trying to study it. But then once you start getting some of this amazing technology out there, if you start getting wacky UFO stories out in the public domain, then when people start seeing the real incredible stuff that has been created in the past, 60 years, then people won't believe their stories, and people won't go to the sites where these craft um, do test runs and training and different stuff like that. And there's not just one type; there's a bunch of stuff out there. You know, it really serves the disinformation serves um, uh, protecting drone projects openly.
So you don't think that there's any chance that there could be some sort of fake threat that comes from the United States government, or at least from the deep state that's ran beneath them?
Not at all. Nope.
Fair enough. I appreciate your opinion.
I appreciate your conversation. Go ahead, Mike.
Yeah, just wanted to bring up about those shoot downs, the 4 shoot downs, and that little nugget that was sort of dropped in there by the reporter. I think it was the Alaska shoot down, and where she said that one of the pilots was reporting, interference with, with the instrument, kind of the typical thing you would kind of get. Um, that kind of came and went. Like nobody really followed that up. I'm more intrigued by the Alaska shoot down than the other ones in that series. My other, another thing I'm wondering about is if those 4 shoot downs were a result of our kind of readjusting our radar, turning it up a little bit. Why didn't anything else? We had that week of 4 different things being shot down, but then nothing after that. So I found that interesting.
Well, and that's what I mean. Like, it seemed like some sort of ploy or distraction to bring us towards the thought that, I don't know, there could be these unidentified flying objects that are a threat. So whether they deem that they're alien or not, they're gonna come out and say that there are things in our airspace and they are a danger to national security because they're already considering it, right? But as soon as they put that on paper, it's going to get a whole lot more serious.
My thought on that, because you're kind of hinting toward like a blue beam kind of deal, the fake alien invasion. I don't think they would do, if they were to do something like that, I don't think they would do it outright. You're not going to see a bunch of, fake spaceships flying around. But the more effective way to do a blue beam, it would be to kind of be doing what they're doing now. In other words, just hint. You just hint around things. Think about movies and cinema. A lot of the really effective stuff is winds up being your imagination. Like the famous shower stabbing scene in Psycho, and people walk out of there saying, "Oh, that was so explicit." You never see the knife enter. Your mind makes that happen. So it's possible that people are kind of like doing more of a psyop, but it's really they're just hinting. They're hinting around it, and then the public forms its then the public is actually making the invasion happen. And you know what I mean? Like a mass consciousness, but they're filling in the blanks. And it's more, I think it's psychologically more effective when you keep something just out of sight. You know, if they came out and with holographic spaceships and blah blah, I think we'd have it sussed out pretty quickly as a fake. Yeah, but I think again, like I said, you leave just enough of a hint, and then people's imaginations just go crazy. So if you want to steer a narrative, hint around it. Don't express it explicitly, and let the people let your mark do the rest of the work.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. So you think that that might be something that they're doing right now?
I it has hints of that certainly, but I don't know if fake alien invasion is what possible. People say, well, that'll make people unite together, and recent history has told us that people aren't going to unite around a crisis unless it would, you know what I mean? Like what needs to happen, I don't know what it seems to be more controlling a narrative rather than that specific thing. They're steering something, but what it is, I don't know.
I think it's, in my opinion, it's a totally scattered, schizophrenic response. There's different groups of people with different agendas, um, and they're not talking to each other. They're not exposing what they know for a bunch of, in terms of national security or intellectual property rights and different things. You can understand why. Think about this: the stealth fighter, how badass that stealth fighter is. Still, you can look at that at different angles and be like, wow, that thing is freaking from the future. That's 60 years old. 60 years. There are all these different departments and groups working on drones at a very high level, different high level types of secret drones. It's obvious that would happen. It would be pure neglect if it wasn't happening. And this is happening not just in the places you'd think, like the Air Force and CIA, but it would be happening in places you don't suspect, like the Army. The Army is so deep into this subject, it may have the largest programs and numerous different types of programs. You're like, why? Why would the Army? Well, the Army, amazingly enough, was in charge of doing our first space stuff. They tried to launch stuff, the government did with a multi-agency kind of group, and the first two rockets to compete with Sputnik failed. And the government turned and said, who can do this? And the Army said, we can do it. And the Army did it in their first launch. They got the satellite up. The Army's been deeply involved in UFO recovery and stuff. There's tons of evidence in that. And they've been involved in advanced propulsion systems. And you'd be like, the Army? Why would the Army? So I think there's different things going on. And almost all the things you think might be happening kind of are. I think a lot of the reports we've heard from pilots lately are all in battlefield training areas, which is where you would experiment with this stuff. You wouldn't be telling everybody, even if it jeopardized other fighters. New technologies that could be revolutionary have a special little uh, extra gravitas and superpowers. Even the neuroscientists who examined all the people who had medical injuries from UFO encounters that were in the military, that the military referenced, that neurologist said that these people were bivouacked at certain locations, repeat locations, bivouacked. So they're waiting at a certain spot, either for UFOs, the real UFOs to return, or for pre planned flights by new revolutionary technology to see how soldiers would respond, which is something you would consider very logical, something that would happen. So there's a lot of arms in this. And I think about 90% of the craft that people think are UFOs are not UFOs. They're uh, us UFOs. Um, and there's a very small sliver percentage that are not. And that percentage has some really fascinating details that keep circling and coming back up. Sorry I spoke so much.
Yeah, no worries, man. I appreciate that a lot. You just got to think like all of this that's going on, and if what we were proposing was a possibility, this would make the military and the government a lot of money and give them grounds for a lot more taxes than there are now, right? Because if they're starting to fund a space force that they've already funded and they need more funding for because there's this threat that they don't understand, this inexplicable threat, then we're gonna be sitting here with this, psychological mind fuck of, well, we're gonna leave it on the government's plate and let them deal with it, right? But I do have to dip out. I do appreciate the quick conversation, and that I appreciate your opinion because now, like, I'm that much more weary of Greer. I respect a lot of what he says, but on the same side, I hear everybody else when they're really just preaching about how much this is getting a little bit wacky. So, thank you.
Yeah, Greer sucks.
So disappointing he fell for it. I mean, it's like they knew exactly how to feed his ego. And it's a psychological thing too, because he's like an injured healer, as they say, wounded healer. And when he was a little bit more wounded, and in the emergency room days, when him and uh, Doctor, I can't believe I'm forgetting his name. I can't believe I'm forgetting his name. But anyway, when they were going out doing sightings and experimenting, they were having crazy ass events happen. And he's changed. He's changed, and it's really sad. All that incredible work, all those incredible witnesses. Oh, it's so sad. It's kind of like, for me, I really liked Giuliani after 9/11, and then he just started acting like a nut. Sometimes good people go nutty. I can blab on some stuff that I've experienced about UFO and stuff, but I don't know what everyone's into.
I'm driving. I really don't mind what the conversation is. I'm just chilling.
Well, I we should change the title too. It might get more people. People don't know what that means. Um, Although I love Logan with all fibers of my being. There are different types of advanced craft in possession of numerous different agencies and um, companies, companies that we don't even know their names, and pieces and parts, and scores of scientists have been working on this stuff for decades. And some of these programs are, I mean, most of these programs are so freaking secret. Top people with major oversight clearance to look at these projects are denied, denied, denied. They can't enter. Um, some of these companies have very serious security forces that have special rights assigned to them. They're able to do certain things that no other security force aside from the military can do in the U.S. Um, there's a lot of, from my experience, I've seen craft, I've seen physical craft. I've been exposed to material that uh, is believed to be from craft. Um, I've dealt with the CE5 process from, you know, orbital level to working for 3 years with a great group and experimenting and trying different things to see what actually affects uh, the relationship and gets the experiences closer and closer and closer. And I'm also a well versed practitioner of psi. I do a lot of psi stuff, and it's been done in this room. And whatever my level is, it speaks for itself. Just look at the evidence. I'm pretty decent, and decent viewers have this thing with craft again and again and again and again. these shaman-like people, even people who aren't into UFOs but get into remote viewing, end up with a bunch of craft stuff. We discovered that really quickly at SRI, and we know that aerospace companies are very interested in ESP and UFOs. And there's a famous "been rich" quote and other famous quotes from top, aerospace people talking about ESP and UFOs having a connection. And it's obvious, if you really think about just that part, that there's a new physics emerging. And these top companies want to be as well versed in that new physics and its properties as any other country, of course. Um, it's such a cluster F of different people with different beliefs, different oversight. Some of the stuff we'll never ever see. I doubt we'll ever see any bodies. We may see biological samples like on a slide or something like that. We'll never see bodies. There's massive ethical questions involved with shooting down programs and different stuff. And most of the public is delightfully ignorant. So this process is going to move slow, and people are not going to believe videos, no matter how great the military stuff. We've been denied the knowledge of our place in the universe for 70 years. That's put us backwards. That's reduced our science. It's not inspired humanity like it should have. And the damage of keeping this secret a secret, its damages could be far more than we suspect. What's in our greatest national security is rolling out a craft. That's the only thing people are going to believe. It's a physical craft. And that will make humanity reflect. And to a certain degree, people will say it's fake, it's fake, it's fake, but it'll be that next step where then the advanced intelligences can present themselves in a way that's not as freaking shocking. I think they're very more concerned about our acceptance and understanding of this stuff than a lot of people think, in my opinion. There's also a strong opinion that there is some sort of automated intelligence behind so much of this stuff. Not just that the craft can act like avatars, or the biologicals perhaps can act like avatars, but that there is a kind of we can call it robotic kind of nature, an ant-like kind of nature, a um, artificial intelligence type nature, but it's something different. And uh, a lot of people that I've worked with believe that there's, and all of this stuff could be from an artificial, quote, evolved intelligence, and not all the different things we think it is. And that to me seems, realistic. It's certainly a possibility I put in the flowchart. I'll dive in more. These abilities, I believe, connect, like many of you guys who work on this stuff, it connects to some sort of substrate, some sort of field, perhaps. Maybe it's the physical structure of the universe. We're able to connect in a deeper way. But this, whatever we can call it, let's just call it a substrate for now. It's a real part of our universe. And it's a real physical thing. It's not a woo-woo thing or a belief thing. It's something that can be measured. It's something that can be experimented with. And if there is a field, like we only just, discovered the electromagnetic field 200 years ago. We lived in it all our existence, but we never knew we were immersed in it and all of its abilities. Look around you. Look what electromagnet knowledge and electricity knowledge and energy and mass knowledge has done for us. Oh my gosh. So imagine what this new field could do for us too in 200 years. And it would mandate, if that field is real, that a more advanced intelligence would not only know about it, but use it. And it's a powerful. There's a lot of stuff in this. I think we're at an evolution uh, nexus, and humanity will exist in a lot of different ways and evolve in a lot of different directions. I think from here, hopefully, it's the best qualities help to survive at this highly evolved technological state. Hopefully, we would help others.
Yeah. Does anyone else want to come up and speak? We only have like a couple speakers. Anybody?
Yeah, bring your booties up here. Let's go. Hustle. Move it.
Yeah, it's weird. I don't feel like it's very quiet, but I've never seen like such a weird like speaker
Hey,
to like
hello. It
listener
keeps
ratio.
bumping me down. I don't know why. I think there's something glitchy going on.
Hey,
Looks fine to me.
It was
hi,
doing that to
I'll be
me
right back.
yesterday.
It's a cute kitty.
Believe it or not, Logan, I like listening too.
Well, you know what? You're not allowed. You're just supposed to talk all the time.
Yeah, Michael Padilla, we miss you too much around here. We don't hear enough about you. Tell us about how your weekend went with the whole like the small town monsters. Don't they film for that other guy? He put a couple movies out recently, didn't he? The one on alien abduction, I think, something like that.
That crew was really, really great. I got pawned off on them by Scott Ramsey, and well, sure, yeah, I'll take you out there. Uh, they thought they would come to sunny and warm New Mexico, and I live in the Four Corners. It's not like down in Roswell. I left Roswell, it is 85 degrees, but they were really into it. I've seen their stuff on Bigfoot more than anything, but they're over there climbing through the hills, and it's still kind of slick and muddy out there, but they're asking me all kinds of questions and picking my brain really deep. And I try to, you know, give them all aspects of the view of the spacecraft coming in from the south and how you can see Hard Mountain across from the mesa where it landed. And there's still the old fencing line from the Dunning Ranch, is what it was called back in the day. All those little things play into them making their documentary, and they they seem to think that they got some good footage and better knowledge of what Aztec was all about. They were really familiar with Scott and Suzanne's work, but actually being on site gives them more insight as to where it came from, how it landed there, all the other different possibilities, where the Army came from, the helicopter that came from the Durango area, and how the military was able to extricate the spacecraft. And we took them straight to the concrete block that many have asked me about, that was used as a footing for the crane that was hauled out there. And I took them to the other side, looking into Colorado, to show them where the helicopter would have come from, where off in the distance where the preacher that showed up out there on the site where he lived, but he just happened to be an Aztec at the time of the craft crashing, and a lot of these people just happened to go out there because they saw the policeman going out there. So all this is going to play into their documentary, and I wasn't the only person that they spoke to up here in the Four Corners. They got a couple of days of interviews in, so it's going to be more than just Michael Padilla in this video that they're going to be showing on YouTube later this year. Thank you.
There's a lot of multi-phenomena locations, and I'm of course particularly interested not in just the locations that have a single phenomena that repeatedly happens, but really the multi-phenomena. And of course, when it lines up with historical records and historical accounts, it really becomes even more of an interesting location. And from my, you know, not really well versed understanding, is there's about 15 of these places in the U.S. and quite a few in South America, Central and South America, and Europe. And this multi-phenomenal location, there's, I think it's one of these aspects of phenomena where it can be used to garner real data. You know, when stuff repeats, that's when you can get data. You know, that's when you can science the crap out of something. And I'm really surprised at even some of the more known locations that are being studied, that a lot of experiments are not being done. I've been to the Meadow. I was invited to go to the Meadow. I did a little video on it a while ago, and work with a group, and had a really, really interesting experience with a, I don't really know what to call it. You know, it could have been a natural Earth plasma ball or something else. And the experience was absolutely, you know, every experience is thrilling. And I think these locations are of particular interest and could really give us deeper information. And I think we should be taking different types of consciousness experts and sociologists and psychologists and adding them to the UFO research teams.
Hey guys, I'm off topic. Is that okay? It's 420.
Of course.
Is that ever off topic?
Hey all.
It is 420, and I got one in my mouth.
You got a doob? Doobie doo?
That's what she said.
Whoop whoop.
And
Hey,
she knows everything.
Heather, are you
Yeah.
in my time zone now?
Nope, 'cause it's 5:21 here.
It's 5:21 here. You're in my time zone now.
You just said it was 4:20.
Well, it is. Mountain.
621.
I'm done with you. Yeah, we're in the same time zone now. What's up?
Yay! Welcome to Central.
Oh, yeah. I remember being in the past.
No, you're not in my time zone anymore. My time
I know,
zone.
I'm a time traveler. I went to the past today. Now an hour behind where I was previously.
No.
One of my favorite times traveling in the military was getting back to the United States before I left in the time zone.
Nice.
Where did you serve, brother?
Back in the 70s.
Thank you for your service, bro. Are you a combat veteran as well?
No, I only flew over Vietnam a couple of times. I flew over in the daylight, and I flew over at nighttime in 1975, and those people were still fighting for their freedom. My brother served in boots on the ground in Vietnam. My stepfather in Korea, and my father in World War II. My great-grandfather served in the cavalry in the American Indian Wars.
Wow, snappy salute to you and your family. Here's one of my little kind of fears that sits in the back of my head oftentimes. I deeply know and have experienced some of this new science stuff, and it's really amorphous. And there have been people who were very valuable and produced a lot of stuff, like Hutchinson and Ted Owens and Ingo, and on, people who are able to do physical effects. Of course, the non-local data gathering is stunning. Just the reality of it is just wacky. It's just so stunning, the types of and the variety of data you can get. But the physical, the PK stuff, the telekinesis, the physically affecting things, the transmorphing metals. Some of the stuff some of these guys have done is so bizarre and violates the known science and previously established what we thought were laws, violates these in such a profound way that it hints at that the mechanism is incredibly powerful. The mechanism behind this stuff is incredibly powerful, and people involved who've been practitioners have been very fearful of revealing the deeper secrets because they don't want this stuff to be, mechanized and done at the highest efficiency, at the highest probability rates. You could probably teach or create some technology that can interoperate with this stuff at a higher level than any biological could, even. And that's a major fear. And so, in work that I've done, I've always tried to, PK is the most, well, I don't know if it's the most pivotal in terms of nailing down the mechanics, but it demonstrates such a profound effects that those effects seem like they should be great tools to learn more. And so I've always been a little fearful of, different aspects of macro psychokinesis, and even, discussing too much about some of the, many different things that have to come together to allow these rare experiences. Do you guys have any of that sentiment as well?
I'm so sorry. Can you repeat part of what you said?
If, like many of us believe, psychokinesis and all these different abilities come from a real mechanism, some real science that could be maximized by technology or others in the future. Do you guys fear that? Do you fear that some machine could be the best psychic ever?
Yeah, I've been wondering about that. In terms of AI, right? I know everybody's talking about it, probably tired of talking about it, but um, I'm wondering about as we progress and become more integrated with the technology we've developed, um, what is that threshold where we become one and the same? And when we become so integrated with our technology and our consciousness can be used by our technology, by us. In other words, we become indistinguishable from our technology, and it has achieved consciousness as a result. Does that make sense?
Oh, yeah. And on different levels. In a way, humans must be judged by our technology. How could you judge us without judging our technology? You know, and we're slowly in the process of becoming, uh, improved by technology. Uh, and that weakens the natural biological side of us. People used to be able to recite huge books. The Iliad was memorized for like, I forget what it was, like 1,000 years before it was ever written down. Humans seem to have been smarter in the past. And like if I lost my phone, it would be like having a massive, um, you know, brain injury or something because I couldn't remember all the phone numbers. I used to remember like 10 when I was a kid. And I think we're slowly already in the process. When Google Glass first came out, I was one of those who was like, oh my gosh, I love this. It's so freaking cool. And it was literally gave you that sensation of being part of a hive. And when you think about life forms in our universe, they're going to be biological at first, for the most part, as far as we understand. And they are going to improve themselves. When they do get to technology, they're going to improve themselves with technology. And a lot of people think that biological is only a very short phase in the existence of a sentient being. And even post biological might also be a very short phase. And pure energy as data might be the next form after that. Who knows?
Yeah, I was witness to one of those oral um, traditions. You've probably heard me tell the story when I was invited to a gathering of elders up at Cape Crocker Reserve in Canada. And a very, very old man, um, he was Sioux, and he was the historian. He was a shaman, a shaman. That's not what they call him, but you know, it was his job to know the history. And he sat down, and it was good 2 to 3 hours of just nonstop telling of the history of the peoples of the northern part of North America, and it was pretty amazing. Um, so, yeah, I agree. We don't do that kind of thing anymore, most of us. Although he was training a young person to pick it up after he was done, after he was ready to leave this earth, he had a young protege who he was teaching. So I assume that person has picked up that tradition and is still carrying those oral histories. But anyway, so our technology is kind of basically displacing that that ability or that need to memorize it within our own brain, right? Be able to recite it. We depend on our technology to carry that forward, and at some point, we're already very integrated with our tech. With our iPhone, Shane has made the comment that we've already reached the singularity, that we completely depend on it. Um, I don't think we have yet. Um, but at some point, I'm sorry, I'm a little bit struggling to describe this. At some point, we will be so integrated, and technology does not mean it's metal and wires and circuits, and it will be biological, and we'll basically be, like I said, we'll be one and the same.
That's a common belief system. It seems like as societies get more and more powerful and fewer people can do more damage with less, stuff, that we would have to almost we'd almost have to be a hive in order to survive in a super technology civilization, because one aspect could destroy the whole thing. So giving up, uh, transparency, to me isn't a bad thing. For me, although I wouldn't join, I'm too old or whatever, I wouldn't join a hive now. Um, you could have hive civilizations where there still are individuals within the hive. Um, and everyone is an individual, but they're still hive and they can get the information from any other member, avatar through any other member. They don't die. They can change bodies. They can vacation as different creatures. They can, do all sorts of incredible stuff. One would think. Um, you reminded me about a story I experienced in Guatemala when I was shooting a Domino's commercial in Tikal for 3 weeks. And we met a real shaman. He was in the commercial. And we were able to hang out with him and converse with him. And he was doing the same thing, training a young one. But he spoke about how there used to be millions of people in gigantic cities there. And of course, there are. If you really look down there in Guatemala, it's just all hidden cities right now, just incredible cities. Used to be probably 1 million people just in that area. And said a story that has, I just keep hearing versions of it again and again. A, a seer, a celestial, a wise other being came from the sea and brought them in a strange craft, a wooden craft. They called it. It was like a shiny wooden craft. Taught them and had a box, and then left and said at some point would return. Um, the Sumerians had Aonis, a being who would come from the sea. And here's the wacky part: with a fish head on top of his head. So imagine what that looks like. That looks like a helmet, a big fish head over your head. Would come out of the sea every day and teach them laws, democracy, science, all these different things. This is before all the other Sumerian gods and stuff. This is the primal celestial. I don't even think they even called it Onus a god. And Onus had a box too. And I've heard 2 different ways that the box was given to the people. It was like a knowledge box, or he took it with him. The Otsubune, the strange woman who came to Japan, I think it was in the 1800s or something, well documented in a strange craft that looked like a UFO. And she also had a box she wouldn't open or share. Also, the peacemaker who brought together the 5 tribes of the Iroquois. He was called the peacemaker. They said, I believe he was the one with the stone canoe. They called his canoe a stone canoe.
The elder I heard told that story because that was the gathering was part of the 5 nations. It's now the 6 nations up there. But yeah, he told that story. It was really fascinating.
It's incredible story too, because one of Tadaho, I think his name was, one of the chiefs. I think it was Tadaho. Was this badass shaman that could control the weather and do all this other stuff they spoke about. He was the last one, and I've done a short little video on it. And the peacemaker has gotten all the other tribes together except for Tadaho's tribe, and came in to meet Tadaho and took 1 arrow and snapped it over his knee, and then took 5 arrows and couldn't snap them over his knee. And the message was very clear. One tribe alone can be defeated, but all of them together are strong. And his whole thing was, we're all family. We're all family. And just at that moment, there was a solar eclipse or a lunar eclipse. And that really brought the message home. And Tadaho was like, okay, all right. And it ended up, Tadaho, I believe, you'll probably know better than I think Tadaho became the leader of the 5 nations for a while and surprised everyone. It's a wonderful story. Time and time again, these beings come from the sea with knowledge and teach us. And they're sometimes called celestials even. And they come in strange ships. It's very, very fascinating. I wonder if they're connected.
Yeah, it's I wish I could remember everything he recited, but alas, my brain is not that good, as good as his brain in retention. But there is a really great author. He's not one of the Five Nations. He's Ojibwe, Basil Johnston, who retells many of the stories in his books. And I met him at that same gathering, and he was also head of the Royal Ontario Museum in Toronto. And anyway, really good stuff if you're interested in tales of those peoples. So, yeah. So, what does that mean going forward with, you know, where are we going? And who's carrying the tales forward? Is it just part of the, you know, how we're storing all our tales now in books and digital forms, and you know, I, I don't know. I mean, I sometimes wonder if the people that we think of as ETs are coming back from our future selves, that maybe they've lost the ability to have sort of the experience, the type of experiences that we have now, and are coming. They're so integrated with their technology that they've become almost robotic, and they're coming back to try to retrieve some of that chaos that we provide.
Have you ever heard of that alien abduction in 1954 in Acapulco, Mexico? Or do you know any good alien abduction stories, alien protocols?
Oh, ancient ones? Yeah, there's quite.
Or not ancient? Any of them?
Yeah, what was this one where trying to think of it's a name of one of Jacques Vallée's books. Um, it's a place. What is it called? Oh, damn it! Oh, I'm forgetting it. You gotta be.
Magonia?
Excuse me.
Magonia?
Magonia. Passport to Magonia. Um, well, that is an event based on um, real craft coming to this area again and again. I guess they were from the beings were from Magonia, or Magonia is a place in France. I can't remember, but um, people would uh, go on rides with them, and some of them, two of the beings fell off the ship, and after a while, they wanted the beings to leave. Weird story.
Wait, say that one more time. You said that the beings fell off of the craft?
Yes, people were kidnapped. And that's one aspect of it. But apparently, I think it was two or three of the beings fell off the craft, and they were like human-like. And the people interacted with them and didn't like them and wanted them to leave, and then they ultimately got picked up. That's part of the
What the
Passport
fuck?
to Magonia story, the real story.
How do these things not happen anymore? Like these kinds of interactions.
Oh, they're happening.
Are
I
they?
don't think
What's
they're
up,
always
Triple X?
talking to the top people. They're not always talking to presidents.
Oh no, I don't. Yeah, I don't think they are either. But I just mean I don't know. You just hear so much interaction before. Now it's well. I mean, I guess I know why not anymore. We just shoot them down or whatever. So well, I mean, you're probably not too keen to come down and hang out. Triple three. I mean, I didn't call you Triple X, did I? I guess we don't
No,
normalize
that's
that.
my
Triple three. Go ahead.
profited account. My question was for Alien Protocol. Who were those two stories that you said? I was half listening at work. I wanted to like look into the Japanese one and the one before that. Is it glitched for me or is anyone talking?
No, I don't.
Uh,
I don't
I
know if you
don't
heard
Oh,
hear
can
you.
you
you.
hear me? Oh, I'm sorry. I guess it turned off. It's Otsubune. Outsobune, but separated. That's the woman with the craft. It's written about a lot at the time. Drawings of the ship, uh, qualities of the ship, and the woman who was the passenger and her box, and even the symbols on the craft were written down over 100 years ago.
And what was the
And
first story?
the first one is Onus, Onnes, from the Sumerian, um, early Sumerian writings, and it was the being that came from the sea with the fish head and taught humanity, taught us democracy and laws and science, and came out of the sea in the morning and went back in the sea in the evening, and then after a while stopped teaching and said that he would return.
He never did though, did he?
I don't know.
Like when they came out of the ocean with that fish head, like did they talk about like it smelling a lot or anything like that? I
No, but
imagine like you wear a big fish head, that'd be kind
his
of smelly.
face, right? Imagine a face sticking, in where an open fish mouth is. So the open mouth, inside the open mouth, you see the face. And that's just
Yeah.
how helmets look, that open space. It would be clear, it would look to them maybe like a fish head or something.
Oh, huh. I hadn't thought about it that way. There was this abduction case in Acapulco in 1954, and the guy had talked with these aliens, and it's the same aliens that had been uh I guess I don't know. Have you heard of Project Penguin before?
Never.
You're on mute. Never. Yeah, it was a really early one. It was in 1952. Oh, that's a good one. And it was with Andrija Puharic, or how do you say it? Puharic? No,
Oh, Puharich, yes.
Puharic. Okay, yeah, okay. It's with that guy. So he like well, I guess I'll just tell you the story. There's this story. Let's see. I'm gonna read the little article here. Da-da-dum, Mexico. It was January, soon after the holiday of Tres Reyes, or Three Kings Day, and Mexico was slowly getting back to work. The year was 1954. Armando Zurbaran was driving along the mountainous roads between Mexico City and Acapulco uh, late at night in hopes of arriving at the coast before dawn and meeting up with his business partner the next morning. Today, the trip on the modern-day toll road between the two cities would take less than 2 hours. Back in the 1950s, however, the journey took about 6 hours and was quite perilous. The old road had many dangerous switchback turns that cut dizzyingly through the sparsely populated mountains. At around 2 a.m. on that fateful night back in 1954, Armando felt what he called a hypnotic state of lethargy while driving, and he decided to pull his car to the side of the road. He rubbed his eyes and shook his head to try to chase away this strange, sleepy feeling. When he opened his eyes, Armando was amazed at what he saw in front of him in the middle of the road. It was a large, luminescent metallic disc, and on either side of the object stood several strange looking individuals. Armando would later describe them as being tall and wearing one piece outfits that looked like overalls or some type of work uniform. These suits were cinched by a very large belt in the middle. All of a sudden, Armando felt powerless and got out of his car and walked to the large metallic disc, almost as if in a trance. As he got closer to the craft, he got a better look at the men around it. In addition to their strange clothing, these tall men had long blonde hair, light eyes, and feminine, almost angelic facial features. To those who research the UFO phenomenon, these beings are classified as the Nordics and are one of the more benign alien species. The Nordics often show up in Mexico or Mexican UFO reports. In fact, what might be the very first close encounter ever recorded in Mexico happened in August of the previous year, 1953, near the Mexican border with Texas. For more information about the blah blah blah, the case, so I guess the 1953 case of the Salvador Villanueva Medina encounter with the Nordic aliens, please see blah blah blah. Okay. Armando stood beside the large shiny saucer, and the tall blonde men escorted him inside. He experienced a slight buzzing sound as he entered the craft. When aboard, the humble Mexican man had many questions. He turned to the person who seemed like he was in charge, perhaps the ship's captain. Armando plainly asked the question, "Why have I been chosen for this honor?" The response of the captain astonished him. The blond man looked him squarely in the face and answered in flawless Spanish. He said, you're neither the first nor last Earthman to be chosen for testing. Our task, slow though it may seem, is designed to persuade. We choose the likeliest, most malleable persons for contact, so that they might better transmit our messages. This captain gave no further details, no indications as to what those messages were or what timetables they were working with. Isn't that so like them though? Like they pick people to transmit their messages, but then don't have a fucking message to give.
That
They're
is so
so.
weird. That is very weird.
I hate how
Um,
they do that.
I was with this story. I don't tell it too often. Uh, a scientist at Galileo Park here 2 days in a row, and he saw this being first and said, "Is that an alien?" Spoke to us 2 days in a row. It's just I don't even like to get into it. It's just so boggling. There's so many parts and pieces, and it's just too much. And part of it was for the next short period of time, I had a couple more encounters, all very close to Galileo Park, and one of them was a message to give to somebody that I know, and I just was so embarrassed, like trying to give this message to somebody. It took me weeks to build up the, I guess, courage. Um, you know, ultimately, I would be like, well, I don't care if I sound, nutty, and the person has experience with this subject, so it wouldn't be completely, like pitching someone who didn't know, you know, about this stuff. So that messages, it's just weird. It's like, why would you do messages like that? Are you trying to subtly control our fate? Do they can they make calculations about our future that these little interactions might they're trying to affect? Or I don't know what the heck's going on. It seems very artificial.
Wait, what was the message?
I really can't get into it too much. I don't think.
Okay.
Uh, but it was, what was it? How could I phrase what it's about? Uh, I just don't. I don't want to get into it now.
All right. Well, hold on. I'm not done with this little story yet because the interesting part is at the end with the Kuharich and the Project Penguin thing, how it connects. So he asks the captain and he gives him no details about what message he wants to give him or whatever. And when he said that their task was slow, hold on, I'm burying this. When he said that their task was slow, he didn't clarify if he meant their operations were being carried out across decades or centuries. Armando had more questions, but they were tempered by what he was seeing in front of him on a screen on one of the walls of the ship. The alien visitors were showing Armando scenes from his very own life, small incidents and distant memories. Yep. Um, the fact that these beings managed to present these images to him indicated to Armando that they had been watching him throughout his life. The demonstration over, the tall blonde men gave the Mexican a tour of their ship, complete with a question and answer session. Armando's first question was whether or not the ship was still on the ground. One of the beings answered in a soft voice that not only they were not on the ground, they were flying through space. Hold on a second. Is Taylor in here? Oh, she's not in here. I would have loved if she heard that. Um, that they were flying through space at a high velocity and were already very far from Earth. Armando asked why he didn't feel anything, why there was no movement he could sense, and one of his fair-haired hosts explained to him that the ship used a highly advanced gravity repulsion system. The ship also scanned the space in front of it as it flew and automatically destroyed any debris in its path that might cause a hull breach or some other in-flight accident. Armando walked over to a small circular window and asked if he could see Earth. All he saw out of the portal was a gray-like mist. Armando asked if they were able to see their home worlds from their vantage point. They told him they couldn't. Unlike the aliens in the Salvador Villanueva Medina case, these beings did not claim they were from the planet Venus. In fact, they refused to tell Armando their exact point of origin and indicated that their home world was in another solar system. Armando asked if they were going to visit their planet. He was given a flat out no, soon tempered with a hint of a possible future encounter in which he would be able to take another saucer ride to see their world. So instead of traveling to the being's planet, they just cruised in space for what seemed like days. Armando had some interesting experiences and later recounted them to UFO researchers. Even decades later, he remembered details very vividly. Here is his description of one of the spacecraft's bathroom showers. Sorry, just these ads pop up. Spacecraft's bathroom showers in Armando's own words. These fucking Toyota commercials, Jesus Christ. Um, Bathroom showers in Armando's own words. I shall never be able to forget it. That bathroom was a new and unimaginable experience for me. Standing upright, facing an angle of the wall filled with tiny holes, I was covered in warm air, and as it grew stronger, it became transformed into damp air, impregnating my skin like a warm, wet breeze. When I was completely drenched, I was offered a sort of liquid soap, which I rubbed all over myself from head to toe, standing once more before the warm air sprinklers. I felt the soap begin to evaporate, and my skin became completely clean. The air then ceased to be damp, turning dry and warm instead of becoming colder until agreeably cool. Armando ate with the crew and slept in their quarters. The Mexican was surprised at how closely the blonde alien's food resembled food on Earth. They started the day with breakfast, which consisted of two liquids. One was a fruit juice made of tropical fruits that Armando was familiar with, like mangoes. The other drink served in the ship's mess hall was a type of milk, but it didn't come from a cow. It was made of plants that grew on the surface of the planet and in the oceans. The captain told Armando that this milk drink was the principal source of nourishment for his people and was served at most meals. In other meals, Armando ate grilled meats, various vegetables, cheeses, and even butter. When he asked how the crew of the ship received their provisions, Armando was told that it arrived on board via telepathy. This confused him, but some researchers have interpreted this to mean that the crew manifested it or imagined it all into being, using some sort of mental faculty or technology that earthbound humans do not possess. Over the course of the few days on the spaceship, the captain shared many things with Armando regarding the alien society, religion, and history. People on their world lived to be about 250 years old. The elderly and children were held in high esteem. Cooperation had replaced competition long ago, and each occupation was treated equally. The society's structure was based on their religion. At the heart of their religion was a creator who had ruled over them for over 3,000 years, called the Master. The other name for this master was the beloved number 9. Keen alternative researchers have tied in this reference to the beloved number 9 with the alleged secret American Cold War experiment from 1952 called Project Penguin. Project Penguin, headed by paranormal researcher and parapsychologist Andrija Puharic, sought to investigate paranormal phenomena for possible U.S. military application. During the project's course of research, it supposedly made contact with a supreme entity, which called itself the Nine. This entity claimed that it was an eternal presence that has always watched over mankind. It's strange that such a similar reference appears in Armando's UFO account 2 years after Project Penguin's experiments and the US military's first supposed contact with non physical beings. And then the tall, blond man returned Armando to his car. It was dark. He was gone for days. He didn't know the time nor the day. He continued along the road, headed for Acapulco, wondering what his business partner would say about such a massive delay. How would Armando explain his severe tardiness? When Armando arrived at his destination, he was surprised that he was a few hours earlier, not days later than expected. In fact, the drive that would have taken him several hours only took around 90 minutes. The story does not end in January of 1954. Some 15 years later, in 1969, Armando would have another strange otherworldly encounter while driving outside of Mexico City. Armando would stop to pick up a hitchhiker, a tall, pale man with a shoulder-length blonde hair. The hitchhiker told Armando that he was a member of the crew of the craft he boarded on that road to Acapulco back in '54. Armando did not tell researchers the purpose of the meeting or what was discussed in the car. The second meeting is a mere footnote to the original story. Ba-ba-bum. With regard to this case, researchers are quick to point out that this incident happened. Mm, this incident happens during a rash of sightings of strange blonde beings associated with the classic metallic flying saucers. The mid 1950s saw similar encounters in Europe and the United States. Are these cases interconnected? Are these sightings so similar because they have a common origin, meaning that of the US military or American intelligence agencies? Or was this a very vivid dream of a man who pulled his car to the side of the road in the wee hours of the morning? Armando Zurbaran has since passed away. What happened on a lonely roadside near Acapulco in January 1954 may never be completely understood. But yeah, I found that interesting, right? So he brings up this like Master Nine guy, and so does Project Penguin. Think the two are connected? Alien protocols?
It's very interesting. There's the Council of Nine, and it's sometimes referred to as the Council of Seven, different numbers. And that's an interesting aspect of um, this. And a lot of that seemed to be rang like it felt kind of true, and some of it felt like a little wacky,
Yeah.
um, like having the meals and foods and stuff, and um,
Showers, like what?
yeah, exactly, in the bathrooms and so just kind of rang funny. But an interesting fact is, I think his time was he didn't understand space time well enough, because I think the opposite would take place. Travis Walton thought it was a short period of time, but he was gone. I think it was like 5 days. So if you're traveling at at an incredibly high speed, the time moves faster relative to you on your origin at your origin point. So if you're traveling close to the speed of sound, the speed of light, if Travis Walton was during those 5 days, it would seem to him like maybe just a day or 2 days, and that's what apparently he has stated again and again. And that part of his story might be indicative that he was traveling close to the speed of sound. I mean, light. Uh, a lot of these abduction cases, so many cases are. The difficult part is we don't get backgrounds on these people. We don't have their psychological history. And I know it sounds like kind of cold, but I think that's important in judging uh, a lot of evidence, is knowing the reliability of these stories. Puharich in that era was really wild. There was some wild stuff going on, and really deep believers and stuff, and really wild physical manifestations of stuff happening. And psychics, especially at that time period, were having a lot of phenomena around them, and weird phenomena.
Ganga had something to say about the number nine guy. Hey, Ganga, what did you say about the number nine guy?
Is like a cipher for one of the ultra terrestrials. There's like about 12 of them or 20 of them. Depends on which person you talk to. It's probably real. The case is materialization of their resources and stuff. That means they probably have an ultra terrestrial with them as they do their business. Um, they probably were really scant on the details because that's the reason that they were avoiding telling them where they were from. It's probably one of those kept colonies where they grow these entities, they put them to work, and then they have their parents are their gods. So that's what the nine refers to.
Yeah, do you know any other references to the nine?
There's a ton of
I think
them.
I've heard this before.
There's a ton of them.
Right? Okay.
And different cultures have signifiers like 8, 7. Christianity, I think, is 7. Um, Buddhists and all those other peoples, they're 8s. I think China area is also 8. Um, there's a bunch of them. The 3 is also another special one.
Imagine your god is well, I guess it's not too not too different from our god. He's not even been around 3,000 years, has he? But I was gonna say it's kind of weird to worship a god that's been around 3,000 years. I mean, just because he's
Well,
old,
they,
does that make him worshipable?
Now, keep in mind, at least if you believe what I'm about to say, at least some of these cultures that the guy met, they're grown, they're made. So it's not like a normal civilization that was around for millions of years. There's something that's been bred and created and put somewhere to conduct their tasks, whatever that might be. So that goes into what the guy's talking about and how the captain of the ship or whatever they call it is talking about, their task is long and they're just drones basically, but they're intelligent ones. They're not like the automations.
I've never heard of Nordics being drones. Is that a thing?
Yeah, they don't just all come in like freaky shapes and sizes and stuff. There's a lot of them. There's no preference for their, appearance.
Yeah, about the time travel thing. Like, I get it. Like in Walton's case, like he thought a lot of time had gone by, or whatever the time thing was. But for this Mexican guy, like time had actually like gone slower, or like he'd gone back in time, kind of, right? Which I don't see why not. These people are like manifesting food like via telepathy. Like, I mean, fuck, anything's possible at that point. Fuck.
Yeah, and also like Alien Protocol said, there's also a point that these entities, when they talk with people, they're cryptic about their origins because if they give away their origins, then that puts a dent into their idea of being extraterrestrials. Like when the guy looks outside the porthole, he doesn't see any space; he just sees gray. So that means that they're probably in a different space time. And also another thing Alien Protocols mentioned was that the time frames perceived from the inside. Uh, I know that's not a popular idea in ufology, but you have to keep in mind these craft are constantly changing their frame of reference of time. So what you experience on the inside does not necessarily have anything to do with what's happening on the outside. It's like they're speeding up and slowing down relative to the outside. So
Exactly. We could have had a advanced civilization millions of years ago, and if, as long as they traveled close to the speed of light, it could have been maybe a week for them, and they could arrive now.
well, yeah, but we also keep in mind that with their technology, they decouple speed from the as that being a factor. So they could be still, and they still can change their time rate. Some people on the outside see those shifting hues and glows that they go from one end of the spectrum to the other side of the spectrum. That's the ship changing. It's temporal differentials. It's not constant. It's not related to speed, at least in my opinion.
Something fun I was thinking about the other day was I did a little brief tweet on it. I've done a little video notions on it. Is stealth fighters work because of these little facets on the craft, and they reflect back to the radar a smaller shape than the craft is. So the craft looks smaller, and it looks different at different times depending on what aspect is reflecting back. And of course, the material has anti-radar stuff, blah blah blah. But that's what we try to do with camouflaging craft from other radar systems. So now that's uh, different types of lower waves in the electromagnetic spectrum. Now, what if you move that up to the visible spectrum? When the waves bounce back, the light bounces back off of something that could be faceted or constructed in a way that behaves like stealth technology does, you would see something that looks smaller than it actually is, and different people right next to each other could see something different because different types of facets are reflecting back that direction. So it's a premise that, although it's very true in um, different spectrums, microwave spectrums, and things like that, it's also true in the visual spectrum. And materials certainly could be engineered to do stuff like that. And it could explain why craft appear differently from different angles and different types of disappearing that people associate with other dimensions. It might just be something we don't comprehend just yet.
I know we talk about like they're going like the speed of light and all these kinds of things, like how fast they're going at. But what if that doesn't even play a role? Like speed doesn't matter because they don't travel via how fast they can go, right? They travel via some other means, like through wormholes or through like pockets of space that connect to other areas in the fucking galaxy or universe or whatever. You know, like if they're messing around with like their ability to connect to like what we perceive as like the afterlife or other dimensions. I mean, if they're like that far advanced into the future that they're tinkering around with like those things, they're able to like play back our life's memories like on their computer chips and stuff like that. Then you know the speed of light or whatever. That's probably just such a, like a small human concept of like how fast our ability to move would be like to them. That's like whatever. That's old ancient history type of like thinking. You know what I mean?
Absolutely. It's just like a factor. They could be, we could be, our reality could be like people at Disney World. And they could be like the workers at Disney World who can open up a wall and walk 20 feet and step into a tree, and they'll be on the complete other side of the park. Whereas you would have to walk this giant U shape to get to that same place at the same time, or like an exploit in a video game that allows you to step behind the framework and travel incredible distances and have incredible access to data all over the entire structure. I've been in those exploits before, and I sometimes think that places like Galileo Park are an exploit.
It's kind of funny that it was called Galileo Park. It always seems to be some kind of like weird connection whenever you're just like encounters with like I don't know, funny names and stuff.
Oh, it's wackier than that. I don't want to. It has all the planets. It's a recreation of the universe. It talks all about Galileo. It's wacky. It's weird. I could go on for a while about it. The different experiences that different people have there.
Hey, what's up, Mars?
Hey, I just had one little tiny thought that kind of relates to that whole thing about traveling at the speed of light and different dimensions. Just thinking about like, well, what if they're traveling at the speed of light is what it seems to us, but to them it's like um, just staying still. So like we would be sort of sub light speed dimensional, if that makes any sense.
Yeah, I got it. I've been
I
following
I, I
along
mean
a
I think
little
so.
bit.
Ooh, and maybe there's even like another like they would think like the next dimension would be something that's even moving even faster than that, but like um so they can't really perceive it. So then it's like that means that would explain a lot of like moving through walls or something, because like if that's your baseline speed of particles and everything moving, then it's basically it could be in the same space but like going so fast that it's just moving through things, just the way that light moves through like clear glass and stuff. Okay, I'm done. I'm gonna go back to making my sandwich. Bye, guys.
That's a good
That's
point. I hadn't thought about
awesome.
that.
That's a
Thanks for sharing.
very excellent point.
Hey, go ahead, Gago.
To go on what Mars was saying, it's almost like, in my opinion, of course, it's almost like if you enter into a room, a minute can pass inside that room, but outside it could be a day. Or inversely, if you go back into the room, uh, let's say you could spend 10 hours there, but in the outside you only spent 1 minute. So it's that kind of a variability that you can control with their technology. So it's not like speed dependent, like what our physics is teaching us. So they could literally be still in the air, hovering outside Logan's house, and from their perspective, Logan is moving like a guy 32x speed, and in their perspective, they're only seeing about 1 minute's worth of time in a day. So with that, you don't have to have motion related to time dilation or contraction. I don't know what do you would call it, but you also have to consider that that also helps them. Their whole technology is about isolation, so as far as I can tell. So walking through the walls is nothing more than keeping your atoms that represent your body from touching the or interacting properly with the atoms of that wall that you're going to go through. And then you just go right through it. There's very little interaction. And of course, there is some level of interaction because there's still a space time object working in our space time. But if you can control and tune how much interaction you want with the rest of space time, you can create a whole bunch of different things.
There's different types of time too, and ways to manipulate the time you're in. You know, if you can, if your sensors and your computation processing time and reaction time is dramatically faster than any of the beings around you, so you can get the information, process its uh, pertinence to you, and react. All of those things 10 times faster than another species, then you are literally capable of moving at a slower or faster time rate itself, just by your ability to interact and respond much quicker. If you take our advancement arrow with different technologies and different um, subjects uh, of science, you know, from material science to energy usage to how good we are at engineering, you can plot out what could happen in the future. You can look at what we've done in the past up to now and plot out different things. Something I've spoke about for years is condensed matter versus diffused matter. If you were a very advanced civilization, you could create matter that's so efficient, it's condensed, it's doing multiple different things. It could separate into two different craft. It's built so efficiently that the craft itself has another craft built into it, overlapping it, and could behave even like a mirror when you shatter each piece becomes its own mirror. Um, and then the other side of that is diffused matter systems. These are systems that are so efficiently constructed that they don't have any extra atomic structure that's not needed to fulfill its function in that area. So it could appear invisible to all a whole range of visual and spectrums in the electromagnetic field. And it could, if it wanted to densify its structure more, it could pull that from the immediate environment. It could, in its construction, not include stuff that's in the environment, so that it's diffused and it could become infused by the environment if it wants to. All sorts of different types of systems we can imagine. How fast we go and how fast we've increased our speed over time, we could project that upon others, just to get raw, you know, guesstimations of what's possible from an advanced civilization.
Open eye, you have the glitch.
Wait, who told him that?
Yeah. I let him up to speak
Oh,
a couple times and he just bumped back down, so.
I didn't know you were. Yeah, OpenEye. I've told OpenEye like a bunch of times. I think his other account though, uh, Alien Research or something. What is it? OpenEye? Your other account. I saw you on it before. It seems like this one doesn't work for some reason.
Implant removal.
Oh, that's right. Wait. Yeah. Oh no, you went back down to speaker or listener. Yeah, OpenEye. You gotta update your app to the latest version. Try again. Go to the App Store and update the Twitter app. Some people have had luck with that fixing it today. So go do that and let us know how it went. Ganga, what's up?
to add to what Alien Protocols also said, there's going to be so much weirdness when you guys are finding out about the disclosure process. Like, there's going to be, I hope, there's going to be a chapter on how there are non-corporeal entities inside the UAPs that might be confused for an artificial intelligence when in reality it's an entity that's managing the process of the UAP itself. So there's going to be a lot of weirdness. If people think there's that the woo that's been presented right now is weird, man, you don't have a clue. There's going to be shit that will make it even hard for a hardcore believer to believe.
You can
Shit.
certainly logically imagine that as the technologically advanced civilization evolves, that it would have more and more control over everything we experience and everything we know, and things we don't know yet. Greater control over matter, space-time, energy, and ultimately, there may not be a need for physical condensed matter systems for a intelligence to exist. It could exist strictly as data in energy forms and a wide variety of different types of energy forms. But energy is matter condensed. I mean, like energy is matter. Matter is condensed energy. So we could find out some really weird things, and we can kind of guesstimate what different levels of technologies could be. If you're at the level of mastery where you can infuse data and data structures into active energy systems that are strictly at what we would call energy, just energy as far as we understand it, that's an incredibly high level. If you're creating biological avatars, that's just such an incredibly high level of understanding. Um, if you're just a few hundred years more advanced than us, it's a different story. But you can be sure any intelligence that presents itself to us, especially in the blasé way that they seem to respond to us, they're not showing us their highest, best, most powerful technology.
Dang it.
Yeah, there's a lot of low tech technology that's being used right now. There's definitely like he says, there's a lot of stuff that's right now. A lot of the stuff we're seeing is the low tech stuff that's bare bones, simplified to the point um, for their work, but it's not necessarily their actual technological levels of development. And we also have to keep in mind that there's things that Gary Nolan has hinted at that I noticed that people don't pick up on. Like there's he's hinted at some things like modified physics, where you take a different medium's physical principles and alter uh, our own physics so that it does things that it's not intended to do, or it's almost like using two sets of physics rules to create the phenomenon where if you only depended on one or the other, you wouldn't be able to create it. So it's like some UAPs might have more than one type of physics being worked on in its principles of operation. So you might, man, I'm really bad at explaining these things, but I'm just gonna stop right there.
Yeah,
Hey, what was that thing?
but be something else.
What was that thing you said? They're probably having an ultra terrestrial. Why do you say that?
Oh, because the guy got to see some of the background of theirs. For example, that they eat processed foods that their main staple food supply is most likely just the stuff that they feed them so that they don't wander off from their tasks. It's almost like if you were to make an animal in a lab and it's intelligent and it can speak, but you make it in such a way that that it can't leave its habitat that you assign for it. It's like making something that is constantly needing something, like a food supply or something like that, or it's in air, or it's in its medicine or whatever. So it can never deviate from that environment that you created for it. If it did leave that environment, it'd die. It's almost like the Virginia case. As soon as the entities start receiving that food supply, they started to decompose. And I would say not in a death way, but in a predetermined um, breakdown process.
What would a zoo in the future be like? How would the beings in the zoo feel about their surroundings? How would they find the walls? What kind of walls would those be if you're an intelligent technological species? It wouldn't just.
I don't know. I have no idea. You think that's why the phenomenon does what it does to kind of make us think these things?
Is someone talking right now? Because I can't hear anyone.
I don't think so, but I may have
No.
lost Buddy. I may have lost audio on Buddy right at the end of what he was saying last.
Okay, cool. So I was just thinking about like the something I think Buddy was saying earlier about or also someone else, but crap, the words. I have a picture in my head. Like energy. Oh, if you have like a being that's not whoops, physically based, the way we think of it, um, it still needs to have some kind of and if a being what being a being is data, then data is organization. So maybe electrical signals and electromagnetic fields interacting in certain ways and making certain patterns are what holds that data that makes up the physical being that can be described as a body of something. Again, I don't know if that made sense the way I explained it, but it makes sense in my head. But there you go. That's my idea.
I am gonna be honest. You lost me. So I'm lost. No lie.
Okay. Picture magnetic fields. Like, you know how you can like make iron filings like do like a shape when you put like a magnet underneath it? Well, imagine that you could place different magnets in different ways to make kind of like a pattern like you would make like a quilt or something. Like there's a design made out of different pieces. But this design is made out of magnetic fields. And those magnetic fields could represent data. Does that part make any sense?
Okay, I think that's where you're losing me. Quilt of
Again,
electromagnetic fields, and then I don't know where the data comes in.
So to have data, you have to have a container to hold the data or represent it somehow. Otherwise,
Okay, is that
it's
the
just
quilt?
Yes. Yes, that's the container that like keeps the like the stuffing in the quilt could be like the being or the energy. And so the quilt, the way it's patterned and the way it's sewn, it keeps that all in a specific order so that the quilt is a thing. I think that's what I'm trying to say.
Okay. Well, I appreciate you for explaining it to me. I'm also, you know, I'm just preoccupied. And I don't know. That's cool.
Fair
You
enough.
totally. I have some weird vision of a bunch of like electromagnetic fields all sewn together. Interesting.
Yeah, something like that. That's all I really have is just this kind of like pattern of like lines intersecting and like just making up some kind of thing. So I think you're as far as I am.
Perfect. All right. That's awesome. I'm sorry. I think Giga had his hand up.
Mars has the right idea, in my opinion. I think what she's trying to say is that the phenomenon in the physical universe is represented as data also on a different level of existence. And if you have a consciousness that's permeating through space time into bodies, some part of that structure has to interface with the phenomenon, with this substrate that represents physical phenomenon. So what she's trying to say is that if you have a body and a consciousness, you've got data that is represented in some other location, in some other layer. And if you can figure out a way of interfacing with that layer rather than the phenomenon, the physics itself, then you can create unique types of phenomenon that shouldn't happen, yet are valid solutions in a different layer of reality. So it's almost like saying moving a cup from one end of the table to the other. Technically, without someone grabbing it and pushing it across the table, it shouldn't happen. But if you alter the information that it represents so that it causes it to have kinetic energy, then that phenomenon is a valid solution, and the table and the cup will move relative to each other. The cup will move from one end to the other. And that's what people would call the paranormal.
It might be similar to the sort of, I guess, what I, for lack of a better description, I call multidimensional grid that's underlies everything.
Yeah, that's kind of what I was saying, kind of from like the
Yeah,
opposite side, like looking from
I've
the
seen
physical
that.
to
Yeah,
the
I've seen that when I was
spiritual or energetic.
yeah,
All right.
yeah, I've seen that, and I think there was somebody else here who had seen it, had a similar experience. Yeah, it's really hard to describe, but it's sort of a, it's sort of underlying and connecting everything.
Is Cartot speaking? I can't hear.
Did you hear her talking just now?
Can you hear me
No.
now? Hello, testing.
All right, I'll drop down. I'm going to be eating anyway, so I'll talk to you guys later. I'll keep listening.
I'm actually about to walk my dog right now.
Bye.
So I'm gonna be on for like 5 minutes.
Bye. Love you too.
Enjoy your dinner.
Thank you.
Hey, how's your road trip going?
Man, I can't wait for this shit to be over with, bro. Oh my god.
How far away are you?
I don't know. I don't know. I am in Champaign. Like 2 hours away. Two.
Yeah,
No,
I know that
an
area.
hour.
My
Oh wait,
kids,
yeah, 2 hours.
yeah, two of my kids went to school there when we were living in Chicago, so I know that. Yeah, that you're about right. 2.5 hours, maybe not even. Yeah, Champaign Urbana. There's a huge college there, huge University of Illinois.
Yeah, but I was just on the phone with my cousin, and I told him I would be taking 39. I think that's what it is. He asked me to stop in El Paso to go to some pizza place there that has his favorite pizza. And I was looking at it because I pulled it up on Google. I was looking, and I remember I've had this place before. It's really good, so I'll stop. I already added the stop. It is on the way, literally. It is on the way, and it doesn't take me off my route or anything. And they use fucking French dressing on pizza. Like, it's one of their staples. The shit is delicious. I was like, what the fuck? Why?
Yes.
Like, that's the craziest thing ever.
Oh wait,
But
no,
it's
I'm
really
thinking
good. I
of
haven't had it in
Riverpalm.
forever. Oh no, but they were using like French dressing, like they use French or ranch. Like, I know about ranch on pizza, like duh, but other salad dressings, I was like, it was really good.
Please tell
So
me they
I'm gonna
don't put
stop
mayo.
there.
Please tell me they don't put mayo on it.
No, it's not a BLT pizza, which is fucking delicious. So don't hate. Have you ever had one? They're so good. They're so good. It's just meat. It's just cheese on bread. It's just the crust, cheese, bacon. They bake it, and then when it's done, they put shredded lettuce and diced tomatoes and mayo on it, and it fucking slaps. It's amazing. BLT pizza is good.
Well, that
I don't
sounds
want to hear
okay.
any. It's delicious. I don't want to hear anything about mayo on pizza from anybody, considering there are people who put fruit on pizza. So don't talk to me.
No, I was just being funny because it's a kind of a meme about white people putting mayo on everything and ruining it. So,
Oh
but it
no,
sounds like that's a combination that works.
yeah, BLT pizza. That shit is delicious. But I don't want this regular ass pizza though. I want it deep dish. But you know what? I'll get that. I'll get it. But this pizza's really good too. But still, I haven't had deep dish pizza in like 13 years or so. So I want some.
You can have whatever you like.
I would like teleportation to be a thing. Please and thank you.
I know that feels this.
Yo, so these Reese's dip animal crackers are amazing. You should go get some.
I definitely will next time I see it. I don't know if I'm leaving the house again until Monday.
Why?
I don't know. Can't think of a thing to do. Go spend money, I guess. Like everywhere I go costs $50. More if it's crafty related.
Did you recently go broke or something? What happened?
No, I just don't need to go out and needlessly buy things.
Oh man, that is a woman right there.
Yeah, because she needs to buy me things. Duh.
I just had to pop up here and tell Heather that it's not Reese's, it's Reese's, because the guy who invented its name was Reese, and it's his cups. And that is like
Oh,
my
Okay, my
biggest
bad.
pet peeve
All
in
right.
life.
we
Okay.
don't need somebody in here who's
Yeah, we don't need all
gonna
your
just
negativity right now,
say something like
333.
that. It is Reese's. And it is Reese's.
No, it's
But
not.
boy,
Motherfucker.
is it
I don't know why.
Reese's.
That was my biggest. It's my biggest pet peeve. I have no idea why.
I'm unwrapping a king size pack right now and I'm just shoving them in your mouth.
And I'm
Yeah, I like it.
NIW disqualified from waifu or whatever it is you're calling it, but not from FML. You're still a pledge.
Yeah, what's this about pledging?
I don't know. Aren't we all just making it up as we go along?
Yeah, I think so.
I mean, meow, meow, meow.
I mean, we're also, never mind, there's people in here not a part of it, so we're not recruiting.
Does anyone have any fun weekend plans?
I
No.
am going to play Warzone because I haven't played Warzone in like a week or so. And I love you guys, but I miss my gamer friends too. And I want to go shoot people with them. And now someone's going to make a sound clip out of that, and I'm going to get canceled.
Yeah, trigger warning. Trigger warning.
Okay.
Warzone, Call of Duty, video games, chill.
Oh my god, you shoot pretend guns. Triggering intensifies.
Hey, Kimbo, I didn't see you come in. How you doing? The
I'm doing
Ascent.
pretty good.
How your legs doing?
What?
Your legs, how they doing?
Oh man, they're doing great. I got some restless leg syndrome medication called Pramexapal, and it pretty much took the pain away. So you can always count on a pill, folks.
Woohoo!
Damn, that's like that must be like super fucking exciting, isn't it? Like you've been dealing with that shit for like years now, haven't you?
Year and a half. It's still troubling because it's like
Congratulations.
without the pill, I'm back to pain. So like, what's the deeper issue? That's what I would like to address, but we'll see.
Were you in an accident?
No, I just got COVID, and I think it's a symptom of long COVID.
Oh man, I'm sorry to hear that.
kind of autoimmune disorder or whatever. I'm gonna go to a allergist and see if maybe I need to stop eating something. I don't know.
I just saw something that said if you got COVID at all, they think that you're like by nature now immune compromised. I don't know if that's true or not, but
It's probably true.
Wait, you
did
say
you?
what now?
My girlfriend told me about an article that said like if you had COVID even once throughout this, like you're now immunocompromised. Kimball, did you have COVID once or twice?
Only once to my knowledge.
Yeah, I got COVID twice, and I've like thankfully haven't had to go through anything. Like I've heard some people's long COVID stuff, and I'm just like, damn, that is not how my COVID went at all.
You
Those
get
poor
might
bastards.
on the strain you got, when you got it.
I get sick all the time, and my immune system is, I would say, like, I've got to be among the top, like, one, I don't know, maybe 0.5% highest, greatest immune systems on the planet. And I've gotten 3 bugs this year, just like fever and stuff. I think it's just the apocalypse.
I don't know. I normally have bad allergies around spring, but for some reason my allergies have already kicked in like super bad this year, and I don't know if that has anything to do with it. But I normally my allergies don't kick in until like after April, and I'm already getting like super congested and stuff.
The way a friend of mine explained it, he's a pharmacist, but based on the research he's done, which everyone's like done their own research, right? He's a smart guy. He says basically the spike protein degrades your DNA, basically your genes prematurely. So what you would have gotten as an older person, you'll get sooner in life. And I got neuropathy 10 years before my dad first started getting neuropathy, and it seems to make sense to me.
I have been throwing down in restaurants, so there's that. Neuropathy, huh?
Did you say you're thrown down?
Throwing down. I have been throwing down. And I just mean like
You mean so much?
interfacing with hundreds of people.
What?
Hmm?
You mean? What do you mean? What do you mean by throwing down? Like you fell down, or you?
I
No,
think
like
she's eating a
bugs have
lot.
been.
She's eating a lot
Partying.
of
I
food.
think she's out and hanging around a bunch of people and like having a good
Oh,
time.
okay, okay, thanks.
Well, and then like touching people's silverware. You know.
Kimball, were you vaccinated or boosted at all?
I was not, just out of laziness and inconvenience. I wasn't an anti-vaxxer. Okay, that same friend did say that if he had a choice, he probably wouldn't get vaccinated. So I was like, all right, I guess I won't make the effort. But don't judge me for that.
No, I don't judge anyone for what they went through or how they chose to navigate all that, honestly.
I'll just put it this way. I'm not proud that I didn't get vaccinated, but it might have been the right choice.
Well, when I got COVID, I've been vaccinated, and then I did get COVID, but it was fairly mild, and I don't have any after effects, which is saying something for my age. I got COVID last summer, so I don't know. But yeah, everybody has to figure it out on their own. But my doctor told me I was lucky I was vaccinated because at my age it could have been a lot worse.
I got the shot, and to my knowledge, I have not got COVID.
I don't know if that worries. Like some of my friends haven't had COVID, and they're like just worried now that if they get it, they're gonna just like be screwed.
I honestly have lost track of what the latest strains are and what they do. I know that that very first wave was really, really nasty, and so was the second. I think the first two waves. I can't remember what they were called, but I don't know what it's how it has panned out, how it's working now. Do you know what I mean?
I can tell you. I mean, it's still out and about. Something is out and about in lots of different variations. Might be the flu, cold, COVID, all of it. One, two, three, and it's intense. It's each bug I've had this year has been like a thing for my whole household. Like clearly contagious and spike a little fever, and I don't know. It's really interesting because I want to subscribe to like terrain theory. I wish I could ditch germ theory altogether and just be terrain all the way. But then I see I just have human experiences where I'm like, I don't know. It's both. Um, I don't know. Just keep safe, I guess. Wash your hands.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm not hearing like, the first wave. I lost friends, and I lost, and I told you about Angelia Joyner, who her husband. Anyway, it killed a lot of people and made a lot of people really sick. But I don't know if the latest strain is as bad.
I think people are simply not going out anymore. I mean, they're not. People are not going out anymore.
I think some people that got COVID that are getting it like second times and are vaccinated, their bodies are just way more immune to it now. Whereas when it first rolled around, like no one had ever had that in their bodies at all. So now, like, we're probably just going to get to a point where it is just going to be like the flu, and it'll probably just be as normal as a fart, honestly.
That's great.
I'll add an
Hey, Ken.
morning. I'll give an opinion. I don't think it's any coincidence that if you go around the world, if you go to the tropical countries, all the most dangerous snakes, spiders, ulcers, viruses are all in the tropical countries. We're warming our planet up to the point where we're not going to be able to stop it, and all the viruses are getting worse, and we're all getting worse affected. Um, Try to work that out for yourself.
That's exactly what I'm getting at, too.
That sucks.
We're creating a situation where everyone's becoming dependent on pharmaceuticals, which are not good for the body. False symptoms, false remedies, and we don't seem to get the point that when we actually look after the planet and ourselves better, it all works better. You can put your thumbs down if you like, Karen. It's just a fact. If we look after our planet, if we live in a homogeneous environment, we survive. If we don't, we're going to die.
I would
No,
even
I
theorize.
agree. I just wanted to clarify. I was thumbs downing Shane down there.
Oh, that's all
I
right.
would
No,
even theorize.
I'm used to
You'll
it,
thumbs
Karen.
down them.
I'm used to it, mate. I don't mind.
I would theorize that with the heat and potentially something that has compromised the immune systems of human beings, it allows viruses to spread more because people are more symptomatic and mutate um, in ways that typically when humans had stronger immune systems 5 years ago, it kept these viruses at bay. And now they get to thrive in the host's bodies for longer. And yeah.
There's a thought I postulated. I'll run it past you. People don't want to talk about it. But if the Earth is sentient, if the Earth is actually aware of us and aware of us being here, um, it might be very deliberately saying, hey guys, you keep screwing with me and you're going to die. No one wants to talk about that aspect. Is the Earth actually turning around and saying to us, get your shit together or you're going to be extinct?
Right. And then we got crust of the Earth is melting, and there are all these little ancient viruses that we have no way of, fighting until it hits us. All sorts of unknown critters are going to come out of that. I mean, we might find something beneficial as well, but really, permafrost will melt, and there will be some sort of, it will affect us in some sort of way.
It's already.
Humanity is my favorite virus.
I was just going to say it's already happening as the tundra is defrosting now. There's already viruses that are being released. They've already found viruses in ancient animals that have become defrosted already, and we don't really take into consideration that the whole reason why we're here now is because we've had millions of viruses over our progression that have shaped our bodies to be the way they are. These viruses that are being exposed by global warming, we're totally unaware of them physically. They could literally come and tear our species apart because we're not ready for it. They're so ancient. We have no idea what it's going to do to the human race. And these things are literally being exposed on a day-to-day basis.
Do you remember, Kent, you might be old enough to remember, like me, when we first went to the moon and when they came back, they had to be isolated for something like 28 days. They literally put them in a sort of a closed, like RV type capsule, and they were not allowed to come out into the public because we were not sure at that time if there might be viruses on the moon or some kind of something that would potentially expose the Earth. We've since learned that that was not the case, but I just remember how incredibly careful they were at first.
Yeah, I don't know if you remember that report fairly recently where, despite the fact that it doesn't seem physically possible, they found sea plankton on the outside of the ISS. And they're still trying to fathom that one. They're trying to figure out how the hell sea plankton ended up on the windows of the ISS.
That's wild.
I just think that there's so much we take for granted. The more I learn about how the body works and nature works, the more I sort of have reverence for the fact that we're playing with things we don't understand. We're putting processed foods in our bodies all day, every day. Most of us exist on them now, and we have no idea. Look up a word called xenoestrogens, which is basically an accidental formula where the preservatives that were put into most processed foods actually mimicked estrogen. So basically, what it does is it makes girls develop earlier. Puberty comes on 2 to 3 years earlier than it used to, and males' testosterone levels and fertility rates are dropping like friggin' rocks in the lake because we're basically pumping our entire species full of estrogen without even knowing it. Or, well, we know it, but we don't talk about it.
We're pumping livestock also with growth hormones, various, just about across all livestock. And those hormones are in there. Those hormones certainly affect humans, if consumed. It's, it's a
I'm
no-brainer.
not sure if you got. Oh, sorry.
No, go ahead.
Any of you, I'm sure you do remember, Karen, Khrushchev's Yakos disease, mad cow disease. That happened. That happened in the last 40 years, where we fed so much cow to cow that it actually affected their brains and sent them crazy. And then people were actually getting Khrushchev's Yakos disease from eating cow meat. And, we focus so much on eating meat that we barely seem to keep in mind that basically a cow is just recycled grass. And maybe if we eat more of the grass and less of the recycled grass, we'll be healthier. I've tried to go 80-20 vegetarian, and my health has literally 100% flipped since I went sort of more vegetarian.
Yeah, I go through periods of vegetarianism. It hasn't been in a while, and yes, there's definitely sort of a noticeable effect. I you feel better. Just sort of, I don't know. It's hard to place uh, how you feel, but you do. You feel cleaner on the inside. However, it's a lot of it for me was a matter of convenience, and also I'm working a more physical job now, and so now I'm just trying to throw as much protein in my body as possible, and so I end up eating meat. But if I had, if all the meat disappeared or it was unavailable, it wouldn't kill me. It wouldn't break my heart or anything. I enjoy it. It tastes good. But again, if it was super convenient of me to be a vegetarian, I would. I would totally do it. But it's a lot of it's a matter of convenience, time, and expense. But I'm a person that will go and eat a vegetarian meal, or go to a vegetarian place or eat a vegan meal just because I like food. But yeah, it's like I said, if I had a better and to where I could really manage how much protein I'm putting in my body, but I just simply don't have the time to do it.
It's weird, mate. Since I've really cut down, I don't think I've probably eaten one fish in the last 2 years. I still eat a bit of seafood, but I was in Macro yesterday with the missus getting some shopping. I couldn't go into the fish section. The smell was so strong and so horrible. I couldn't go. Couldn't. I had to go and get some puppy treats because and I've found since I've really cut down on meat, like I can't remember the last time I ate a steak. It just doesn't appeal to me anymore.
Kind of interesting, since we're talking about cows. Yeah, I had a weird thought about the cattle mutilations. Like maybe it's I had a kind of a goofy thought. It was basically maybe they're building a cow to take over the earth. It's like a revenge for all the mistreatment. Because that would really suck if we've been mistreating cows all this time, and then the phenomena comes rolling in and say, hey, you know what? Fuck the cows too. Let's fuck with the cows. So I'm hoping they're doing something constructive with the cow. Like I said, building a super cow, super hyper intelligent hybrid cow, and it's just gonna all of a sudden they're just gonna stampede our asses.
It's interesting that all the parts they take are all the parts of whether it's a human body or a cow body, they generally work the same. But the lips, the eyes, the reproductive organs, and the waste producing organs are all the most efficient cells within the body. The lips heal faster, the eyes heal faster. I have a funny feeling that, as much as we hate that discussion, they're coming down and taking material for genetic experiments. They're either building, hybrids, or they're building another form of biped or something. Maybe it's for this planet, maybe it's for another planet, but the organs that they select are very indicative of the process that they might be used for, because they're the most efficient cells in the body. And if they're going for reproductive organs, that's where you get all the stem cell initiators. So, I mean, they've basically got a recipe to create a genetic mutation of a human and or any of the animals on the planet. We're all 98% the same anyway, and they've got the material there to build anything they want.
Or they really like hot dogs a lot and they're making their own hot dogs, because what are hot dogs made out of? Basically lips and assholes.
Had a girlfriend like that once.
Ha.
So how are you all this morning anyway? Has disclosure happened while I was asleep?
I don't know. The disclosure happened a long time ago.
Did we tell anyone?
Just not you. We didn't tell you, Ken.
Buggers. Why did they always miss me out, Karen?
There's a small wind farm out here, and it's really pretty.
Yeah, those wind farms.
Ma, your connection is really bad right now.
Okay, I'm going to go ahead and drop out. Thanks for having me, though.
I basically just said, okay, that's enough internet for today. So bye.
Good night.
See you later.
Hey Kent, if aliens came down and wanted to abduct you, would you be keen to go with them?
Absolutely. I'll go tomorrow.
Even if they did all that probing stuff, all that really nasty stuff that they do.
Oh no, we'd have to have a bit of an agreement. No probing. I'm not really into probing. It would be, think about it, even Close Encounters of the Third Kind. If you get, I mean, you got to think about what an opportunity it would be. Imagine being able to go and see the universe. It would be, you there could be no greater expansion of your mind, could there?
I don't know.
I'll go.
I think I'd go, but I'd want to come back. But I don't know. It might be like going on a trip where you get sick of being where you are. I don't know.
I really, as silly as it might sound, I'd just love to be on a craft when it goes from one part of the universe to another, to have that experience of creating a reality bubble and shifting that bubble to basically anywhere you can think of. I just think it must be brilliant. It must be fantastic to be able to think of a destination and arrive there.
Oh man, I'm loving this AI art right now. It is going great. I mean, the things I'm making, would make God shudder.
Post some up, Logan.
Oh, you really don't want that.
I'd love to see your art, Logan.
Are you making porn?
Goddamn right I am. You want to see some AI porn, Kent?
I know, I'll pass on
Oh,
that.
I was about to say me.
I
No.
do.
I'll pass, mate. I've seen too much of the other stuff.
Natalie.
I want to see anything he makes.
Jesus Christ. I don't think that's true. I mean, you should see some of these. That's got Obama's wife's face on it.
I can't get it.
Hey, Guys, I used to draw and paint nudes from live models when I was back in my art days when I was a youngin'. So it's not a big deal to me.
You paint me like one of your French girls.
No, I mean, this is not natural.
I was
Well,
talking to
God would
Karen.
wipe
you're
the earth
getting
if
a
he
little
saw this.
convoluted there, but no,
Oh.
I did that. I used to do that. I used to love drawing from live nude models.
And my friend used to do that.
When we were at tech college, they had an art class that was nearby our tech class, and they were doing nudes, and we're all like trying to. They had to cover up that little square window in the door because we we're all trying to. Yeah, couldn't get there.
I remember this one guy we were drawing, and you could tell he hadn't been been a model for very long. And he started to get a hard on, and he got super embarrassed and he started turning red, like it started in his cheeks and went down his whole body.
Oh, that's gotta be uncomfortable. Things must have shrunk pretty fast.
I don't want to go into too much detail, but imagine being in hospital and the Muslim nurse is teaching your wife how to clean your wound, and she has to, sort of like hold certain parts of your body out the way. And yeah, she was, like she didn't flinch though. She like managed to contain it and didn't even let my wife know. But yeah,
Yeah, Karen, a couple of years back, I started going to an art school, and they all were coming from Maryland Institute of Art. And they said they had a life drawing class on Saturdays, and there was a different instructor too. I wanted to meet. So I go in, this really pretty girl sitting beside me. She just graduated with an art portfolio, and she's showing me her portfolio. And I'm like trying not to be the awkward dude, everybody's sitting around. They know there's going to be a model in the middle. And I finally go, "So where's this model?" And she stands up. The girl beside me stands up and goes, "Well, I'm the model. You get to see my ass." And she just dropped her pants in front of me. It felt weird. It was a weird introduction.
Yeah. Well, actually, when I was in life drawing, I was, I hate to, I don't want to sound like I'm bragging, but when I was a freshman, I was really good. And my teacher put me in the upper class life drawing studio. And the, uh, the models were, yeah, we would hang out with them. Yeah, totally. That's the thing. I used to love doing life drawing.
There's
I still have I still have my portfolio and everything's in New York.
I have them too. I have some from back when I was a teenager and a couple from the newer stuff. The best model we had was a black lady, about 45. She had a good figure, but the way the light worked on her, and we would do it every Thursday for like 3 months. It was really cool.
I love doing older people because it was so interesting. You know what I mean? They just had a lot of character in their body and in their face, and I don't know. I really enjoyed that.
you know how you keep weird memories. I remember when I was a kid, I must have been 6 or 7. There was a book where they had a helicopter on the front, an old bell, and I sort of laid on the floor and copied it exactly without tracing it, just copied it exactly. And it was the only time I'd ever sort of done a proper drawing. And I showed it to my mum, and she said, "Oh, you just traced it. You didn't draw that. You just traced it." I never drew again.
You sure we're not brothers, man? Same mom?
I think we're all brothers then. I'll be personal. I haven't heard Hey Ocean's gorgeous voice for a few days. How you doing, Ocean? Are you all right, mate?
She don't talk anymore.
That's all right. She gave me a smile, so she's doing all right. I hate being a controversial figure in these spaces because I miss you guys when we don't talk, eh?
So it's Saturday morning, Kat. Getting ready for your weekend. You have your day off planned out, fun stuff, feel good Saturday morning.
I've got to adjust my suspension this morning. I had new tyres put on the back yesterday and the front's gone a bit lighter, so looks like it's going to be one of those fun days of knocking knuckles and trying to adjust suspension.
That's I didn't bring any tools down to Florida. I've been here 4 weeks, and there's always something to do. And I always go, well, I'll grab even like little. I got to bring a little toolbox next time.
I took it to the garage. Yeah, it's got like those. It's got like big nuts on the suspension to adjust it. And I said, okay, I haven't got the proper tools. I'll take it to a garage, and asked him to do it for me. And I like gave the guy half an hour, and then I went to check on him, and he's like using a chisel and hammer to adjust these nuts and smashing the bejesus out of all these. It was just a mess. So yeah, I've had to make one myself.
Yeah, good auto mechanics make their own tools too. If you guy across the street used to work on fleets, and he'd always have something. He'd add a contraption. He'd add a angle and make a long wrench or something. He knew where he couldn't get and what he needed to do, and they stay in a trade long enough. They either gather them or gather and make tools.
My ex father-in-law was a Rolls Royce panel beater, and man, what that guy could do with metal, you wouldn't believe, eh?
I love you,
That's
Ken.
like the fourth time I've heard Rolls Royce today. I think Jules said his father worked on a like potential new energy thing back in the day for Rolls Royce. Um, Roy Herbert brought it up, and now you. I think Jules brought it up twice actually.
Ocean's got a hand up, but I was going to quickly mention Rolls Royce make not just engines and cars; they make these gigantic turbines as well. And these ones that we were using in, I think it was here in Thailand actually. No, it wasn't Thailand. Anyway, it was somewhere. $10 million each. We start the first one up, blew it up, took it away, got the second one, put it in place, blew it up. Rolls Royce sent their guys over because they didn't have any more spares. It's called an RB211 turbine, and like we'd blown up $20 million worth of Rolls Royce turbines, and it was going to take like 3 months to find another one, which was going to stop the whole project. And it was one tiny little half-inch coolant pipe, but they never found the fucking problem until they'd blown up two motors. It was quite funny.
Hey, Ocean.
Hello, everyone. I heard you, Kent, summoning me. Yeah, no, my phone's been kind of like glitchy lately. Like, even just now, I had to try a couple times to get up, so I've just been fucking listening. And I was supposed to go to work today, and I decided not to go, so I've just been kind of playing it low key. But I'm still waiting for my sexy Bigfoot picture. I want to see Bigfoot standing all steamy in a hot spring. Where's it at?
Oh, I got it. You better believe I got it.
Are you doing all right now, Ocean? Are you still getting harassed, or you're all right now?
I am caring less. I'm trying to invest less emotionally into what's going on, but it's hard. I think what's important is that if we see people in our community being harassed, just to message them privately to try to keep it off the main Twitter, because it just becomes a bigger shitstorm. So if I see any of you tagged in something that is nasty, don't expect me to comment. I'm just going to send you a message and say, hey, I saw that. Are you okay? How are you doing? I had people reach out trying to stand up for me, and then they shit, and I stood up for people. They got fucking yelled at. So me moving forward, I'm just gonna DM y'all if I see that type of stuff. But I don't know. That's what I'd suggest.
That's how I've been handling it too. Hey, Ocean, or like in in our girls' chat, just keep it off the broadcast level, because it just doesn't work.
But I mean, past few days has been pretty quiet for me personally, so that's a thing. But honestly, it's kind of fucking hard because when it's repetitive behavior, it's like it leaves you anticipating it. So it's literally a form of abuse. But anyway.
Yeah, it's annoying. I know.
But I'm doing good. I played hooky from work, so I'm just like having a good old time at home.
You sound good.
I think sooner or later someone's going to have to do something about this, though. You can't. I can't believe that some of the people. I mean, there's people openly admitting on spaces that they're telling people to commit suicide. There's people openly admitting and supporting people doing that sort of shit. I've had, in the private DMs and people just attacking me personally. It just never ceases to amaze me how much trouble they go to try and trap you into saying something or goad you into being nasty. And it's okay for someone like me because I give a fuck. But, there's people like Ocean who's just a good soul who wants to just enjoy being on spaces. And just the fact, I don't care what people's political beliefs are or whatever, but just because you like someone doesn't mean you have to like everything they do or everything they believe. You just like them because they're a nice person. And, this fucking bullshit of attacking people just constantly, it's got to stop. Um,
Well, Ken, I think what Ocean's trying, and Ocean, correct me if I'm wrong, please, and please do. I think we're just trying to handle it privately to the degree we can. Um, you know, and it's just I know it's really hard, especially for some people who've been had it much more heavily. Um, but anyway, that's that's my understanding.
You got to ask yourself why too. Like, why is this person continuously bugging me? It doesn't make any fucking sense, right? So if it's totally crazy, like if it makes absolutely no sense in the beginning, I can't fix it, man. Like if I don't know what the problem is, I can't fix it. And that also means it probably has not a whole lot to do with me. I mean, if it's not anything I've done and it's continuously happening when I'm trying to make it better, it obviously is much bigger than me. So that's why I'm not taking shit personal anymore. I'm just like, yeah, whatever, man. And yeah, hopefully it'll just be good. I don't know if it's not gonna matter like 5 months from now. I'm not gonna spend 5 minutes crying about it type of thing. Um, and my whole getting upset, I think when you're attacked online, everyone goes through this wave of getting angry and sad and coming out the other side. And yeah, I don't know. I'm just here if anybody needs support in the DMs. I'm more than happy to chat, and I'm not going to spread any bullshit because I'm tired of the bullshit. So yeah, your girl's here for you.
All right, and yeah, and I really appreciate that, Ocean. Thank you, Connor. I think Connor was next.
How y'all doing today?
What's up, Big Daddy?
Hey, baby girl. Um, I just want to say what's up to my baby girl, co-host. Yo, Natalie, what you doing, baby? What you doing, shawty? You looking good. You looking hella sweet.
Okay, Shane Jr.
Hey.
It's
Shut
like,
up.
no. It's here.
But yeah, that's what all I wanted to say. Good looking.
I think the sooner that Twitter or someone releases a code of ethics for the way we participate, the better. That's I don't care who it is. I mean, me, I'm used to it, but it's not good. We don't know people's personal circumstances when we're playing around on spaces, and some of the things that people get away with saying is dumbfounds me. I can't believe that people can come on these spaces and mentally torture people and get away with it. It just does my head in that they can get away with doing that.
Hey, Kent, you sexy, sexy girl. How you doing?
Yeah, Ken, but that Kiki thing, that AI Kiki thing, I'm glad you took it in the right spirit because that was the most hilarious thing I've heard in 2 months or so.
Well, which one was that, Sid?
When Logan had that story and they fill in all the names, whatever that AI he had going, and Kent, he goes, it was like he was a stripper named Kiki or something.
I'd love to be a stripper named Kiki.
I'm not ready for that.
You heard it
If
here
I was a
first.
stripper, I'd be named I Need a
See what you
Pole.
missed, Karen? While you were in on spaces, you missed some funny stuff.
Wouldn't it be like I need a dick or I need a pole or something? I don't know. I stole that from The Sims. There was a maid that was named I Need a Mop, and I thought that was hilarious.
Ocean, what you drinking?
Was I drinking? Oh, nothing yet.
What you gonna drink?
Coffee, actually. I'm drinking coffee. Nothing today. I'm supposed to work tomorrow.
Damn it, I was trying to get an
Yeah, but
excuse to drink.
you were supposed to work today too.
This is true. Even more of a reason to work tomorrow. No, I woke up and I'm just like, looked outside. I'm like, not today.
Why? Something bothering you?
Just wasn't feeling it. Woke up. Everything said don't fucking go, so I didn't go.
Yeah, but yeah.
I love my job too.
So where are you, Heather? How far did you get?
I'm about to be passing Bloomington. So have like an hour or so, an hour and a half or so. Wait, it's 7:50. I have to stop. I have a stop that I have to make on my way there, so it's going to slow me down a bit. But I'm almost there.
Good girl. Yeah, there's long drives. I get kind of comfortable in them, but you gotta You can't get too sleepy, you know?
Yeah, no, I've taken random breaks, bunch of random breaks. Um, it's just been raining all day since like right after I woke up. It's just been raining. That's it. So yesterday it was traffic jams pretty much all the way through Georgia, and then rain all day today.
Did you like the Smoky Mountains?
I didn't go through any mountains.
Oh, well, I thought when you went through Tennessee to Kentucky, you would have seen them, but maybe you went the different way. I don't know. I'm trying to think which way you could have went, but I had probably like 5 brain cells left, so I don't know.
Kentucky was pretty, right, Heather?
Oh yeah, Kentucky was pretty, and I couldn't really see Nashville because it was nighttime when I was going through Tennessee. So I couldn't like really see like any of it really. And then I got turned around in Nashville to miss my exit. It was all sorts of weird, and I hated it. It only took me like freaking 10 minutes to fix everything, but still, I was like, fuck. But since then, I have not got turned around anywhere. I've been good. Like, all right, I'm doing all right.
Does your cousin have a weed plug in Chicago?
Um, he goes to the dispensary
Oh shit, I forgot.
because weed is legal there, apparently. Because I asked him, he said all you need is a valid ID from any state, and you can go into a dispensary.
Yeah, I don't know how I completely forgot about that because that's the only dispensary I've ever been to was in Illinois. I could actually find the place that I went to. It was only 3 hours and like 15 minutes. Actually, may have been less than that. And like the day it opened up, we didn't go that day. We went the next day, and you could only buy like a certain amount. It was like literally nothing. So you could buy, I think it was 2 edibles, and then I think it was either 7 grams was like the most you can buy with like a couple like dab things. Like they wouldn't let you buy like a bunch of bulk, and that was just for each person. But I remember going there.
Yeah, I've never been to a dispensary before because in Florida you have to go to a doctor and you have to get approved and pay for, you know, a card, just like your medical marijuana card. But I just call it a green card because it's what it is. Uh, that's what I call weed. I don't know. Everybody down there call it green. So I mean, it's a green card. Anyway, yeah. Apparently here you don't have to do all that. As long as apparently it's in its original package and sealed, you can have it on your person. And I guess there's no quantity limits anymore. So I was like, oh wow, it's interesting.
And how have you been, Kent? I like your doggo picture. I can recognize that as a Thai street dog because my auntie went to Thailand. She brought back one adult and a bunch of puppies. And Thai street dogs have a very distinct look. They look kind of like Basenjis. They sound kind of like Basenjis, but they're like this tan color. Legit, Kent's got a Thai street dog, 100%. I don't know if anyone's speaking, Taylor.
Hey, what's up, guys? Did y'all see that Brazil parade? There was like they had these huge like demonic statues. It was like a carnival. Actually, it was a carnival. It was like a satanic carnival. They had multiple like satanic like floats and stuff going down it. And then the next day, they had a huge flood in Brazil, like where they had that carnival. That shit was crazy.
Yeah, they do that every year. I think it's called the Ceremony of the Dead. It's actually I think it's to pay respects to the demons that they don't come and attack them anymore.
Oh, they got attacked. They got attacked by something. Yeah, there was people that died, like that were in the carnival apparently. But yeah, at least people in that town. Yep, that's what they get for having a big demon parade.
Do you really think the two are correlated?
No, it can't. It's just a coincidence. No correlation.
Sarcasm.
Nothing's ever correlated. It's just a big coincidence.
I mean, it might be like an animalistic thing to know that, like, I don't know, tides are high, the weather's bad this time of year every year, and the energies are like a certain way, and I don't know.
I heard that some of the people on the float, like the float actually crashed, and some of the people on one of the floats died. That was the day of the Satanic Carnival, but the day after the Satanic Carnival, they had a big like mudslide go through the whole city. I'm trying to find like a news article so I can like post it, but that shit was crazy. There's so much crazy stuff that just the news doesn't even cover.
Taylor, do you really think that God would take retribution on someone doing an evil ceremony when there's evil shit going on every friggin' second, mate?
Dude,
Yeah,
a
they just had like
carnival is not satanic.
they had like a demon like dragging like somebody who was dressed up as Jesus down the road, just like beating the shit out of him. But yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, carnival is like a huge like celebration, like a month long or half a month long or something. So like that would have been like one little part that people did of it or something. You know, it's like literally everybody gets together and does stuff. It's like
Yeah, there was like
apophenia.
5-10 floats that I've seen.
Is that what it's called? Apophenia, seeing patterns in things where there is none. Like, it's just, we have a way of,
It's called pareidolia.
yeah, something like that. Logan probably knows more about carnival than I do.
No, I've never been into carnival. I don't really know much about it.
Yeah, me neither. My sister went one year. I'm kind of jealous. Yeah, that's pretty cool. I had a Brazilian friend named Rainer. He would always go. He's from there. He'd go for like weeks and party for weeks. Yeah, like everybody sucks each other with water guns and shit. It's supposed to be wild.
You guys should come to the Songkran Festival here in Thailand, the water festival every year. It's just an absolute hilarious. It's great fun.
Do you think it's a coincidence that like whenever they're trying to summon these aliens, they pop up, or do you think that that's anything correlated? When people, I think it's the CE5 or something, and there's a couple other groups too that try to conjure these aliens and like make contact. Whenever they show up, do you think that's just a coincidence?
Honestly, I would like to see more evidence of it. I hear it all the time. Everybody just takes it for granted that it happens. Are we just seeing acid trips? Are we just seeing people have like mutual acid trips? Show me some photos. Show me some photos. You know?
Yeah, I don't really believe that CE5 is true. I don't think they're out here summoning aliens or UFOs or any of that. I don't know. I think they see something in the sky and then they like, because they want to believe it so badly, they kind of just like blow it out of proportion in their mind. And then like if you're in a group setting, then like people, excitement can rub off on other people. and everybody can just blow it out of proportion just because they're excited and primed and they want to see it. That's what I believe.
You know, if you get on the right frequency, you can find dates and times for global mass meditations. And they're, I mean, they say that they're like coded by the Pleiadians. And if there are 1 million humans who meditate at the same exact time for, you know, healing the planet, then it'll happen. That could just be a coincidence. Okay. Hey, Ocean.
Hey, I've been trying not to interrupt. I'm like waiting a little bit. My phone's fucked, man. The insides are coming out the outsides. Like my insides are showing on the outside, on the back. It's bad. I just want to know what's worse, the fact that Biden called Canada China or the fact that we laughed at it. Like, I don't know what's worse. Anyways, I saw y'all presidents came to say hello. You guys got to come visit me this summer, though. We seriously got to go to Harrison Hot Springs and do it up.
What month?
There's supposed
That
to be
sounds
Bigfoot, and I'm not
amazing.
just trying to get laid by Bigfoot. I'm saying, like, we should go find him.
No. If we find him, it's a must that if you want him, we shall capture him, and he shall lay you.
It needs to be consensual. I don't do rape. But, like, if you had to have a baby with any other type of alien or, like, creature that is, you know, not human, what type of
Nordic
baby
in the
would you have?
asshole.
You don't have to actually have sex with them, but like if you had a little half-breed reptilian running around, like what would be your favorite like mixed species baby?
Mayan.
What? Definitely Nordic in the asshole, because that asshole's never been fucked, because they're fucking vanilla.
Okay, I wasn't talking about anal. I was talking about babies. Damn it.
I don't even think they have that, Connor.
Damn it.
Vampire hybrids.
You would be Team Edward.
No. But I love Anne Rice vampires. Those are the vampires I love. And all the other vampires. Twilight vampires. Kind of stupid. They sparkle. They fucking sparkle. This is the dumbest thing I've ever heard. Like, I still can't get
Bling bling.
And they look
Of
forever,
course
right?
Scream would like them.
You just want adrenochrome.
You know what's funny? Shane had a dream
No.
about me fighting vampires last night. And it's a good thing there are no vampires around me right now.
Did you say you had a wet dream?
Shane had a dream.
Yeah, you said it was
Did y'all hear the origin of vampires?
No, Taylor, please
A lot of different origins.
tell us, please.
Well, it doesn't seem like Heather's gonna like it.
I want to hear.
I like vampires. It's one of my nerdy things. Spit it out, woman. I want to hear it.
What, for me?
No, I thought Taylor said she had something about the origins of vampires. Let's go.
What I read was that they like these, you know, people like drank blood or whatever. That's just something that they did. Like I don't know, Connor mentioned adrenochrome. I guess it's along the lines of that whole theory. Anyway, they're trying to like make like an explanation for why like people would have these experiences where people were trying to like get bodily fluids from them, and so they made up like the vampire story as like a cover story. But yeah, there's still theories that people drink blood now, but it's usually just like the elite that are associated with that.
I don't know. They're
yeah,
a
that's
real
the origin
deal.
of vampires.
There's real deal everyday people out there drinking blood. They're called sanguinarians, and there's actually like a whole network of them. who, you know, they have their blood tested on the regular and they donate blood to each other. It's a real fucking thing. When you're a
They're
weird
like
teenager
here.
on the internet and you Google vampires, you find a lot of weird stuff. Those are real people out there, and there's energy vampires supposedly. There's tons of shit.
On Dark Tourist on Netflix, they did the episode about vampires drinking blood, and there's literally a coven like right down the street or whatever that does that. And then a guy that I did show choir with in high school was on the episode. It was weird.
Taylor,
Of course, it was choir.
some of the oldest Roman writings about Christians. One of the guys complaining about them and complains that they eat human flesh and blood,
Bro, that's so
making
fucked
a
up,
play on
dude.
the sacrament. That's how he was trashing
It
them.
says do not drink blood in the Bible. So anybody
Hey, I'm
doing
trying to eat
that,
my dinner, please.
tell me about it. It's disgusting. I mean, anybody doing that is not
What about
obviously not
communion?
biblical. Do you think
Well,
I
that
don't
was a,
agree. I don't agree with that. I think the whole thing about the Jews was saying to let him live in us is metaphorical. But yeah, you can laugh and drink blood if you want, but I don't.
Remember
he
how
was
Angelina Jolie and Billy Bob Thornton both used to carry 10 milliliters of their blood around on a necklace with each other?
Yeah,
I
they
would
weren't
love it.
drinking it though. That was for quantum locking or quantum entanglement.
I would love it if my man drank my blood just one.
Connor,
What up?
you're up, buddy.
Do you want to drink Natalie's blood?
Taylor, you trying to get me? You trying to get me?
Don't you think there's something though, like how you ingest it? Like if you're to drink blood, it's gonna go into your stomach. There's gonna be stomach acid. It's gonna break it apart different compared to like
Oh my God.
if you were to intravenously do
I
it.
know. I don't feel good.
I've never drank it.
Whatever, Taylor. You're the one who just made that. You made that.
I've had blood in my stool before. Have you guys ever had blood in your stool?
I've had blood on my pee and my tongue. My girlfriend always used to tell me whenever she's on her period that having sex would make her feel better. So I said, all right, bet. So every time she's on her period, we'd fuck. And I think I was fucked up one night, and I ended up eating it because I told her I'd never eat it if it was bloody, but I think I did. No, I definitely did.
Yeah, man, it's okay, man. A real man gets blood on his sword. It's all good.
Hey guys, about drinking the blood of your lady.
Yeah.
It's a common
Yeah.
it's a common biker thing. It's called getting your Red Wings.
Fuck yeah, it is.
Or riding the Crimson Tide, isn't it?
Sure, yeah, there you go.
Well, then
Roll Tide.
I'm happy I got Red Wings.
Is there ever like a point where we say, okay, people need help, bro? Like this is not normal.
It is normal. This is actually really normal. What is not normal is like a lot of other things.
There's quite a lot of people who used to go and get blood transfusions from young people. They'd pay to have like a full recycled blood with someone of obviously the same blood type that was a lot younger, because they believed that the new blood cells would actually help them rejuvenate their body. That was a really common practice, believe it or not.
And it
It
did.
works in rats.
True. That's true.
But let's not normalize it, okay? Because I don't want somebody like draining me.
I thought you did. Make up your mind, Natalie.
I was watching a doco where there's actually people who actually pay people to let them drink their blood, and this guy had a relationship with this other guy, not a platonic one, where the guy comes around, I don't know how often, and he pays him to like drain his blood so that he can drink it, and it's a real thing, eh?
Yo, we should all get a Airbnb near the beach. and have fun.
Well, the red tide is over, so that wouldn't work now.
Maybe a couple people on the team could get their Red Wings.
What about just like beer pong or something normal?
I was just joking, Taylor. Beer pong for sure. Late night walks on the beach on some shrooms.
Bro, I bet if we like all went to the beach or something like Jersey Shore, like you could totally make like a reality show. Like it'd be the craziest show.
The aliens are definitely showing up.
Can
We
you
could try to
imagine us all
convert.
on the beach having a barbecue? I mean, wouldn't that be a laugh after us all talking to each other for months?
We could try to convert these groups of Scientologists into nihilistic apocalypticists, or whatever it would be called.
Too many syllables, I think.
Anthropomorphize. How do you do that one again?
I don't know, but if you ever want to have a good bonding session, karaoke on the beach with beers. Did that with Samsung once, and well, trying to sing Country Road with like 3 Samsung engineers on the beach in Maptaput was just hilarious.
Yeah, a reality TV show with us would definitely be fucking crazy. It'd be weird though.
I still think a UFO booze cruise is the way to go because people fight so much. We don't want people to be able to just leave real fast. You'd have to jump off the boat and swim away. We'd be like, they would still do it. We'd still be like, you'd see splashes like, somebody get Karen, somebody get Taylor. There goes
No, I
Kent.
can't. You guys have fun. I'll just fly to like wherever the cruise is gonna like go to, and I'll meet you there, right? Yeah, although I don't even know if I can do that because I'm terrified of deep bodies of water. And I never hear anything good about cruise ships other than those motherfuckers like catching on fire, somebody dies, it capsizes. I'm so good on that. Like, that terrifies me. Like, I don't want to be fish food.
A booze cruise would be fun, but I feel like we'd get kicked out, or at least one of us, maybe me, in the first couple nights.
We went on a cruise a few years ago, and the funny thing was it was a really, really expensive cruise. And then at the end of it, this envelope gets slipped under our door, and it's like a request from the cruise owners to give them a $500 tip. I thought that was quite funny.
Speaking of not leaving, did I tell you somebody tried to kidnap me the other day?
No fucking way. What the fuck, Taylor? You're not strapped? Tell us what happened.
Dude.
Tell us what happened. How old the guy looks. What does he look like?
This was a weird story. Like, okay, so somebody invited me to come like eat dinner or something. And it was like him and his wife. And there was supposed to be some other people there or something, but there wasn't. And I went over there for dinner, and it was just the creepiest fucking shit ever. It was so creepy, bro. And then the doorknob like was not even there to like get out. Like there's only a way to get in. And I was like, I don't know. I just stuck through it, and God got me out of there, bro. I don't know. I almost fucking died though.
Was this like a Tinder hookup or?
Fuck
They were
no, I don't
probably
have
like
Tinder.
remodeling, and Taylor thinks she's trying to be kidnapped.
I mean, it was a little bit weirder than that, but it's all good.
They were trying to
Were like swinger couple or something, or was it even a couple?
A student organization, like somebody who ran a student org or something, but like then I tried to find a student organization and I couldn't even find it.
A student orgy.
Yeah, right. That was totally fake.
They baited you in, didn't they?
Did you
Dude, I got
the
out.
police, Taylor?
No.
You should. It could happen to someone else.
Did you eat dinner?
I know.
Did you?
Yes, I ate dinner.
That's good. Okay.
It really honestly got weirder as the night went on.
Hey, at least you got a meal.
Taylor, how old?
They were testing the waters. They were seeing how weird they could get in front of you.
Taylor, how old?
What was weird? Like the comments? Were there comments or like the atmosphere or the like room? Like
the comments, yes, the atmosphere, like there was like another person there, and then it started smelling like burning, I'm sorry, like rotting flesh. Like it started smelling like something was dead, like in the place. And it was just so weird.
You were about to be like a Jeffrey Dahmer victim, but the girl version of it. But
that might have been something you were imagining, or a defense mechanism coming in with that, smelling that shit, like something making you just by nature get the fuck out of there.
Taylor, were they in college or were they like older?
They were older.
Oh God.
Totally a setup.
What are you oh-godding about? Sorry, I missed it.
Taylor almost got fucking
just
kidnapped.
like how, yeah, I
Taylor
really
almost
think
was
that
for
I almost
dinner.
died.
Yeah, I heard nothing. Everyone talked at the same time, so yeah.
I'm glad you
I
got
think
away.
these people were trying to kidnap me or something. Like it was a fucked up situation, and the whole thing was super fucking weird. But I ended up getting out of there, and as I was leaving, like I saw like on the doorknob, like on the front door, like there was no doorknob to get out. It was only a doorknob to get in, and I'm like, okay, this is a nice house. Why is there no doorknob to get out? And then like there was like just some weird comments were made. They were like hovering over me, like I don't know. The whole thing was, there was like another girl there that was like, the whole thing was really weird. If you were there, you would see what I'm saying. But anyway, it was just super creepy. And he was pushy about me coming anyway. And then I couldn't find the student org line.
Was
So,
it
yeah.
Christian based, or was it stuff with, what was it tied to, science? What?
Yeah, I guess you could say it was like a Christian based organization.
That's brainwashing right there, starting up. That you got weeded out by being able to leave.
Yeah, what he was preaching wasn't even like actually scriptural. So, I mean, the whole thing was screwed up. It was just really weird. But I got free food and I got out.
Did you ever correct him whenever he was speaking? Like, you know how you do that shit?
Oh yeah, of course.
Okay, I just didn't know.
They probably said, "Fuck this girl." Like I don't even want to deal with her.
Open up the hatch. Get her out of here. I swear to God, I've been on the edge of so many cults, and none of them want me. They're like, getting the fuck out of here.
I used to go to churches and different types of like churches and temples and so forth with my friends, just because I wasn't religious and I thought it was sort of experimental and interesting to me. But I could never. It just all seemed silly to me, but it was kind of just fun to go and listen to the stories, you know.
I would love to join a sex cult, but I don't think they'll accept me with my micro fucking penis. So I'm probably gonna end up calling a Botox doctor or whatever and get some shots injected into that thing, and hopefully at least get an inch or two up. Any ideas?
Do you know that there's no limitations to who you're going to be with? Like, you think it's going to be some young, cute girl that you're going to be, doing that with? Like, you're going to be doing it with men.
Oh no,
and,
I'll
like,
be in my
people you
80s.
don't want to be doing.
I'll be in my 80s at that time.
Nah,
You're still not gonna do that
that's
shit.
not necessarily true. You get matched up with who you want to get matched up with. If they don't want you, they refuse you. Oh wait, shit.
Should I put a prostitute penis on then? Because they'll get refused instantly if they see this damn thing.
Dude, nah, trust me, they wouldn't care.
As long as you're good with
a penis extender.
I've been to a couple of clubs, they wouldn't care.
I bet the elders were looking over Taylor though from the secret cameras, the top of the ceiling there, saying, "No, keep the doors locked. We like this one."
She's so pretty. She's so pretty.
She got a pretty mouth.
I don't know what you're doing with that mouth, girl, but bring it over here.
Taylor, you should respond to that.
She just
I
went
was,
through a
I
trauma,
was.
and we're all doing this to her. That's awful, man.
Well, hopefully it makes her laugh and helps her with her trauma.
I'm surprised they survived. Like I
Makes her.
wouldn't upset Taylor if it was the last thing on the planet.
Hopefully, it makes her cancel her appointment for Saturday night with the other cult.
I'm not actually in any groups. I probably should be in like a student organization or something, but I'm not. And it's just whatever. Zimmer, you're not in any groups?
I used to be part of a church that was called Abundant Life Church. And it was the preacher he came off like sort of Dr. Phil. Everybody just drank coffee, was real casual. I joined it because one of my kids was very depressed, like suicidal, and I was like, come on, let's get some influence, And it was a lot. I learned a lot, and it was helpful, but it was definitely a cultish feel to it in a lot of little areas. But no, I'm not in any groups. But I got to a point where they had these little like Bible study groups, and they tried to ask me to teach one. I'm like, well, this is what I'll teach, and they're like, no, no.
I was raised a Christian, but I had to give it up when I realized they were all pretty much hypocrites.
Wow, so you're not a hypocrite?
Yes, I am a hypocrite. That's why I'm no longer going to church. I know I'm a hypocrite. I recognize that. That I am a hypocrite.
Do you think that Christ was a hypocrite? Is that why you don't want to be a Christian, or you're talking about the people that in the church? Because that's like saying that because of a sect of Freemasonry is evil, that I'm gonna like hate every single one of them. When honestly, I know that many people in the lower degrees don't even know what's going on. So why would I make that generalization?
No, you got me all wrong. I just don't go to church anymore because I found out that a lot of them are hypocrites.
I don't either.
And I don't want to be a hypocrite because I sin, or at least is what is considered to be sins anyway. And I don't want to be a hypocrite, so I don't go to church. Does that make sense?
I mean, I guess. I don't know. Like, you'd fit in there if they're hypocrites too.
Yeah, but why go?
There's no reason. But anyway, what are y'all doing today?
Was that a cute Taylor voice? Holy shit. But in all seriousness, Taylor, we are all happy that you did not get kidnapped. But you should still give us the address because that is fucking creepy. And yeah, that's super weird.
If it's in Georgia, I'll go visit them.
I was just thinking of sending a B-2 bomber over there.
No, we'll send Logan in dressed up like a girl, like on Bugs Bunny, but with a video camera hidden.
I don't mind knocking on the door. I've done it for a living a couple of times.
I would humbly suggest you report that, Taylor.
I mean, it wasn't anything like verbatim, like they're gonna kidnap me, but it's like I could smell somebody dying in the something dying. Like it could smell like rotting flesh, and then they're like, stopping you from leaving, and they're like, oh, she wants to leave, so get her out. Like wink, wink. Like okay, please get me out of here, bro. I don't know.
I used to be online friends with this guy that was a very negative guy. Very negative. He would make everyone in here super positive, right, compared to him. And he was telling me that he went to see an old friend who was ill, and he went in and the guy was like laid up battling cancer, and he's talking to him for like a half hour. And the guy's wife came in and said, "You smell like death. You smell like foul. You smell like the smell you were describing." And she threw him out of the house. And within like 2 days, this is a guy I never met, right? Just online, I knew for like a year. He says, "Hey, I'm going to be in Baltimore. Could my wife and I crash at your place? I need to get." I'm like, "No way, dude."
I'll say this much, Taylor. If you're in a room where people are talking about you in the third person, you're a piece of meat, not a person. Get out.
That's agreed. But going to the smell thing, that's not unprecedented. I mean, dogs can smell cancer. They had COVID trained dogs that could smell COVID on people. So it's not out of the realm of possibility that humans might retain some of that sense and could smell when somebody's dying or has cancer or you know something like that.
I think it was my friend's negativity was so powerful that she was seeing, she was experiencing it through that scent, like that decay, death scent. I think Taylor could have been doing the same thing, unless it was a funeral home. She didn't realize she was in the back of a funeral home.
My sister, she smells that smell when she has panic attacks. Either that or like tastes like metal in her mouth or something like that sometimes.
Damn,
So
I know
like
somebody had the same thing. Yeah, dude. There are people like so. Whenever there's demonic entities present, it smells like rotting flesh or like sulfur. And same thing with aliens. They said multiple people have described them smelling like sulfur. And I know somebody who was having these, like the metal in their mouth. They tasted metal in their mouth, and they like smelled like rotting flesh. The people with them even smelled it, and he like was seeing shadow figures at this point in time. So he was seeing shadow figures and smelled the sulfur, the rotting flesh, and he tasted metal. So that's very like coincidental. Another thing, there was like a bunch of like gnats around him, but there was like no source of where they were coming from.
Well, that's not good. Um, I'm kind of getting comfortable talking around you guys. I had an experience when I was 8 or 9 years old. I went hunting with my father. Wait, 50% off of what? I might want to know.
Sorry, I hit the mic button by accident. It was for Domino's.
Damn, I like Domino's.
What?
Okay, guys.
Logan cannot wait to try his soundboard.
Well, she's doing a good job.
Go on, Mecca.
I've never talked to anybody about this except for my dad, and I'm kind of nervous about talking about it now. But you guys seem okay. I've talked a little bit, and I'm a little more comfortable. Uh, my my grandfather and dad used to do a lot of hunting and fishing, and of course I went with them as a young kid. I think I was about 8 or 9 years old, maybe 7, maybe 10 years old, and my dad and I went to camp out and hunt on Blood Mountain, which is a mountain in Georgia. You can look it up if you want to. And I woke up. I I did not remember this for quite a while, but the memories have started coming back to me with age. I suppose I don't know. Um, I woke up and I did not hear a humming, but I felt a humming, and uh, the outside of the tent was lit up. I remember looking over at my dad, and he was laying there on his back, and I assumed he was asleep at the time. But now I'm not so sure. I think he might have been paralyzed, or or whatever they do. I don't know. But I remember going out of the tent, feeling the vibration, wondering what in the hell is that? The campfire and being embraced by the light. I remember being embraced by the light. It wasn't. I don't know how to explain it other than being embraced by the light. And I don't remember so far anything else other than my dad waking me up beside the camp. I was asleep outside, but beside the campfire, and him telling me, "Man, you must have been cold last night because you came out here beside the fire to sleep." And I'm really not sure what happened, or even if I had any missing time or anything like that. But I've started to remember it. It stuck with me, some parts of it at the time, and I've remembered more and more of it as I've gotten older. So I don't know if it was an abduction or not, but something weird happened. And, I'm kind of glad to be able to tell it to somebody besides my mom and dad.
Hey,
Thanks for
but
listening, guys.
no worries, Bango. But you're saying like nothing happened though?
I don't I don't think anything happened. I remember going out. I remember feeling the vibration and seeing the light and going out of the tent. I remember looking at my dad and thinking, man, he's asleep. But now I'm wondering if he wasn't paralyzed or uh, rendered unconscious.
Was it like a state park? You said it's on this mountain.
Yeah, Blood Mountain. Yeah. It's I think most of it is a state park, actually. Yeah.
A lot of shit
Was he
happened.
was he in
People
the
Yeah,
occult?
it's in the United States in Georgia, Blood Mountain. You can look it up
Was your
on Google Maps.
I was just gonna ask, was your dad a part of any groups?
Groups of he was in Vietnam.
Freemason?
I have no idea.
Freemason. Well, okay.
Yeah, he was.
It's entirely possible, but I think he was a Freemason who probably already tried to induct me. So
Yeah, I
it's
know a lot
doubt.
of people whose parents were in like different groups like that actually had experiences.
Yeah, dude. Every Freemason I've met have made it known they were a Freemason, and they would say, "All right, dude, look, if you want to become a Freemason, ask me." And like I didn't even ask them, so they're. It's not like they're not advertising.
That's weird. Every Freemason I've met that was in my family, I've never seen a fucking an alien or a fucking aircraft, space fucking aircraft. And my uncle is literally the head of his chapter. So I mean,
Yeah, but they're not going to tell you, man.
well,
They'll tell you with the
Well,
car sticker, the ring.
yeah, he has the ring. Yeah, he's had that for years. But um, you say they won't tell you, but when they get super drunk, because he's a big alcoholic, around anywhere from 2 to 4 a.m. when he's like nodding off from the alcohol, like literally, that's how drunk he gets. He'll probably start drinking anywhere from 1 to 2 p.m. and then after, when it's past 1 a.m., he's already fucking nodding off from the alcohol, still drinking. But trust me, he starts talking then. But it's all yeah. So it's gotta interpret whatever the fuck he's saying.
All right, so you're saying he does or doesn't say
He
a thing
does.
about
He
UFOs?
does.
Okay, all right. Because I was gonna say, dude, I get drunk as shit, and I still don't tell nobody about all the women I fuck. Oh, I'm sorry, I shouldn't have said that.
My father was from the ground.
See, I'm married. I'm married, so I don't tell my wife. Never mind. I'm sorry. Bad allegory there, or whatever.
My father was from the Grand Lodge in Edinburgh. Although he let me know he was a Mason and Mum was a Mason as well, she was an Eastern Star. I never once saw his bib. I never once saw his pallet or any of his tools. I never once had a decent conversation with him about Freemasonry. I never joined the lodge. You don't get invited. You have to ask. Anyone who tells you they have to be invited into a lodge is lying. And the thing that amazed me, though, was he had been out of the lodge when he joined the Mormon church. He wasn't allowed to be a member anymore, even though he used to. And he never once ever told me about it till the day he died.
Wow, man.
Yeah, no, my uncle.
They put out some good engineers. I know that.
No, my uncle would come over every summer, and I like always asked him about it because when I was younger, he had that ring on, and obviously when I was like 9, 10, 11, I had no idea what the fuck it was. I just always asked him like about it, and then he would just say it's a Freemason ring, and then that's it, and he would never talk about it. But let's see what year it was. Maybe yeah, I think it was summer of 2021. Yeah, it was is when he came over. We definitely got in depth about a lot of things when he talked about it, but he would never like talk around like with people and stuff like that. But that after all the years, he did talk to me about it.
Guys, I just want to thank you guys for listening to my story and not laughing at me. I appreciate it.
Thank you for
That's
sharing.
what we
Really.
do, bro. Yeah, thanks. Yeah, we all have our own stories, so.
Yeah, and I wouldn't laugh at you guys. I just appreciate it, man.
You don't gotta thank us, bro. We're all here.
I think it did something to me, but I'm not sure what yet. I don't know, guys. I just appreciate it.
One of the scariest thoughts I ever had was about the abduction. It's why I'm so keen on us getting abduction into the public realm, because I had a thought one day. I wonder if all of us are being abducted, but it's only the ones who get to remember it that are notified and are able to talk about it.
I think the memory can only be erased for so long, and then I think it surfaces again. Maybe only partially, you know. But
Yeah, but that's the modus operandi. Most of the
yeah,
abduction
yeah, yeah,
cases are people who've had partial memories, and then they go to regression to get the rest of the memory.
yeah. I'm not doing that.
It can be very healing, mate. A lot of the people who go through the therapy sessions of doing the regression and being able to see what happened to them is frightening, but at least they get to know what they've been through. And you're going to have 100 people who come on and say it's all bullshit, it's just guided, and they make you think those thoughts. That's not true. true hypnotic regression.
It's not bullshit, man.
Oh no, it's a very
It's not
effective tool. It's used in trauma counseling all the time, mate.
And so it's not about like
I'm just
like
not sure if I want to know.
I think it's more to do with like you're able to remember what happened now because you're ready to remember it, right? It's like any kind of trauma. Your body kind of hides it away from you until you're ready to accept whatever happened.
Shit, that's a good point, man.
That's what PTSD does. I'm not saying you have PTSD, but yeah.
That's a good point. And I've dealt with PTSD because my dad was in Vietnam, so when he came back, he was not the same. So we dealt with that. Jesus. What if we are being abducted and don't know it?
What if that's a for sure thing that's happening?
I mean, something happened to me, but I cannot say it was an abduction because, I mean, I don't know yet.
Well, Bango, the people that don't believe it believe that it's tied to like this sleep paralysis thing. So technically, it could have been you kind of dream stated it out there, and in your dream mind, you were matching some sound to the light, and you might have been just next to that firelight, you know. But that's how all of these things tend to be. And for some reason, people have like Logan said, this shit happens to lots and lots of people. So even if it's just some natural thing through evolution that happened to human beings, it's something to look at, you know.
I also wondered about maybe astral projection. Possibly you came out of your body and you were looking at your dad when he was asleep. But I don't know. I mean, it's a good question to examine.
A question I'd like to find out.
I wasn't afraid at all. I don't remember being afraid. I was just wondering what was going on. I don't know. I don't know what it was.
I'd like to.
I just know I don't want to shrink poking around in my damn head.
I'd love to know
I'm a man and I can deal with it.
I wonder if it happens in Asia. I've never heard of all this stuff happening outside of Western cultures. That's why I want to find out more about it. I want to know if it's actually a global phenomenon or not.
I'm sure that what they would call sleep paralysis does, but what does that entail? You know, it might, like you said, the culture might completely flip flop what's more common or not. But that's what they say is, man, we get in that half sleep, half dream state. I mean, when I had it happen, I was tied to someone else, and I do remember she had said she had it happen to her and her husband years ago, and they both had the paralysis and felt this presence in the room or something. And that's what was weird about it, was that both of them were experiencing it, you know. And that kind of thing happens all the time with this shit too. It's never just as clear cut. I just love the idea of the science of it. Is, oh, it's, people just see, these aliens or demon things or visitations, and you're frozen there, and it's just some natural thing that happens.
I bought a house in '91 in a state called St. Clair, and it was a brand new estate, so we knew all the families that were coming in. We were one of the first houses there, and this English family came in, and we got friendly with them, and the mother was telling us that they had woken up one night, and the entire house was bathed in a shaft of light, and the power was off to the house, but only to their house. All the other houses around and street lights were on, but their power had gone off under this shaft of light. And that was basically the entire thing. They didn't know what happened after that. And it's a true story. that family disappeared 3 months later and left, sold their house and disappeared. I don't know over what happened to them, eh?
Yeah, I posted something just now about it's a long chart about this alien conference back in 1992, and they presented the similarities between alien abductions and ritual abuse. There's been multiple papers published on that. Like even in these satanic rituals, they can like erase your memory.
Yeah, Taylor, did you see that report from Pope Benedictine's colloquium where he said that aliens are not devils?
Yeah, well, I'm sure that the Pope would say that. I think that the Pope is gonna like be one of the main people like driving through some of this narrative.
So who knows what they are? They could be devils or angels.
So Karen and Kent.
In any case, that's what they used to call them because they had nothing else to call them.
You remember a thing called Faces of Death? It was when videos were first coming out, and it was almost like a snuff. Okay, so there's a portion of that. I was at my brother's house as a party, and they're playing this creepy thing on, and I was with this girlfriend that she's the one that was later helped write Chicken Soup for the Soul and shit like that. But they had this thing going, and it was people in accidents. It's all this. It's almost like snuff stuff. But they started doing things about devil worship, and I just got like fear, and felt the nerves that I just it was turning me to watch that shit, and they were doing this like ritual on the video, and Danielle said the same thing. She's like, I'm getting out of here. We got to get out of here. So we left. We left the party. It was a few houses down from where we were living. We went in, and I went inside, and I turned on the TV. And 2020 was a news show, and they were doing an article about satanic cults, and it was like the same ritual was happening on that TV. That happened.
Yeah, I don't remember that, but that sounds really creepy. Wow.
It was a weird the Faces of Death thing. That's our age. We would remember it because it was like you really want to see something crazy. One guy's like an alligator trainer, and the alligator gets him. It was shit like that, you know. Now that the internet's out, you know to avoid those things. But somebody had it at a party, you know, and they said, "Put it on." Everybody's talked about this thing.
I had a worse one, mate. I was doing an investigation on a superintendent at one of our sites, and it was my role to find out what he'd been up to on the computers as well as at work. And when I started delving into his stuff, he had snuff films on his hard drive. And the scary thing is, after seeing that real stuff, and then 30 years later, I'm watching Marvel, and I'm seeing worse things on Marvel than I ever saw when I was doing investigations. It scares me.
Wasn't that, I mean, you're talking about in the first case, it was real. They were really
Yeah,
snuffing
but
people,
they were
right?
real snuff
But in
films, yeah.
the second case, it was just a movie, right?
Yeah, but that's the thing, Karen. I'm very much into social messaging, and when you see something that you know is real, when you actually see something where someone's life is actually really being taken, it's shattering. It's scary because you know it's real. But I'm just as cautious about kids seeing all that stuff that they see. It's so graphic now. You can literally see a person have their head cut off, the blood spurts, and it's as graphic as if it was real. And it's desensitizing our youth to violence. I'm sorry I'm not preaching. I'm just saying you can't.
No, I hear you.
Yeah,
I have trouble and stuff like that. Yeah.
Hey man, just to let you know, the original Faces of Death was pretty much all fake.
Yeah, but they were selling it as the idea that it was real back then.
Sure, they were.
So is
Now
Roswell.
the ones that came after that, like Traces of Death. I think there were a couple more Faces of Death. They used some archive footage, like of suicides and stuff that people did on film, like a couple of news guys, I think, and let's see, there was one. What was it? Some guy that had his kid molested by some dude, and like he met him at the airport and shot him in the head.
I saw
That,
that.
yeah, that was real. But like
Yeah,
all the
this subject, man, I'm a little creeped out by it. That's why I kind of mentioned before.
Yeah, let's do, please.
Yeah, no worries. I was just saying that most of it's fake.
The thing that freaked me is we left this devil worship ritual, real or not, they were mimicking it, right? And we go home and the regular news had it on. And, it's like, oh my God.
Yeah, and the thing is, like, yeah, people are like, how, like, we don't have any words for them, so we just call them demons or whatever. But, like, why do they show up in, like, gruesome ritual settings? Why don't they just show up in happy settings if they're so nice and innocent? So, whatever it is, it obviously likes violence.
Just for an opinion, I there's an element of this that is about extremism, whether it's religious or evil or whatever type. Extremism seems to open up new boundaries to existence. Any form of extremism, I think we should be really cognizant of that fact. Whether if you go to an extreme in anything, it seems to increase the effect of the whole thing. You know what I mean?
Do you have any example besides people, like, being hurt in the process?
Oh yeah, there was a good example a few years ago where people went on a health retreat and this guy took them out into the desert and he was making them go without water and food and
That's somebody getting hurt.
yeah, and basically, I think one or two people died, basically because he was convincing them that they had to go through this horrible extreme deprivation to reach a new spiritual awakening. And I think it was at least one person, but I think it might have been two actually that died.
Hey,
So
let's
why do people
let's
have to
move on
die
to
for these
another.
things to show up?
I wonder if we can move on to another topic.
I mean, these are the rough facts.
What's that?
These are the rough facts whenever we talk about this topic. Like, it's just going to come
Yeah.
up.
Well, I think if we just try to stay away from some of the more violent details,
Then we'd stay away from the whole topic.
Also, if you're religious, Taylor,
Not
don't you
me.
have blessings? Don't you pray for blessings aren't you grateful for all the people that have been healed that weren't supposed to heal? Aren't you? It's the whole other side of it is the reason for it, man. I didn't just like to. That's how I, honestly, I'm just so grateful to my creator or my whatever it is. I'm grateful for what I've been given. I try to be in that, keep that heart, keep that mindset, and that's why when people get so nihilistic and everything's about to pop, everything's about to be the end of the. Well, man, if there wasn't something bigger than me controlling it, it would have all fallen off the wheels a long time ago. So I just try to be hopeful. That's what the religion's for me.
hey, just real quick, sorry, Logan or Natalie, Ganga wants to come up to speak, and I am not able to move him up. If one of you could try.
I'll slip
I,
down. I always want to hear Ganga.
Hey, he's up.
Yeah, drop me down too if you need to.
No need for anybody to move down. It was just needed someone else to bring him up. Hey, Dune, how you doing?
How you doing?
I'm doing.
Went to my niece's school play tonight. It was nice. Little Mermaid Junior. The sound system was horrible, and there were some pretty cringy parts, but that's what middle school is for.
That's cool. That sounds like fun.
Hey, dude, I'm gonna take you up on that offer with the cuddle.
Oh yeah, I'm having a sale on Cuddle Buddy specials in the coming weeks.
Yeah.
Can I be a cuddle buddy of yours, Dan?
Yeah, we could all be Cuddle Buddies.
Yes. Fuck yeah.
What's the limit?
Dude, is Natalie allowed to come?
Hands below the waist.
Oh,
Dude, so
thank you,
is
June. Too.
Natalie allowed to come?
Quick, thank you for sending me those files yesterday too, June. Appreciate it.
Oh, the Y files? You're welcome.
Yeah, mate. Yeah.
I helped perform an exorcism yesterday.
The fudge you did? What? Tell us.
Click.
My God, how you come in here quiet like that?
I'd rather not.
Nah, you got to tell
It's
this shit.
crazy.
You can't just say that. You can't just say it and then not tell it.
Well,
The
she can.
fudge. Was it like in church or at someone's house?
Oh no, it's just at someone's house. Shit's real, dude. We gotta help each other, dude. Gotta heal people.
Okay, okay. What tools did you use?
Nothing, just the Bible and another person.
Just the Bible? Your hands? Did you touch the person?
Yep.
How did the person look? Were they in bad shape? Had
That's
they
one of the
been?
craziest things. It's like, people look so much different. Like they, like their eyes are all dark and they're like all. Sometimes their face can even look contorted or different when they're like dealing with something. And then like afterwards, it's like the air is so clear and they look like a whole nother person. It's freaking crazy. And one of the strangest things was the person that was like doing it with me was talking about, I don't know, I'm not gonna really get in many details, but like my phone overheated and it wasn't even doing anything. Like my phone overheated and it was just sitting there. And I have a screenshot of it from yesterday. I was like, my phone is inside in cool air and it just overheated, and I have like an iPhone 13. It's fucking crazy. That was really crazy.
What was the person incarcerated, and how long had they been that way if they were?
No, they're not incarcerated. Just a normal person. Just dealing with anger and stuff. Yeah, they're dealing with it for like a few months at least. Just like really mood swings and angry, and something just constantly like they had like a cloud hovering over them, black cloud, just bringing them down.
Male or female?
Gotcha.
Oh, male.
What's our reality TV show gonna be called? We need some names. So we need some names. Throw them out there.
What reality show would that be?
Connor, what do you mean?
Oh, about us like having a Airbnb near the beach, and it's gonna be a reality TV show, and we need to think of a name of what it'd be.
Oh, beach butts, man. Beach butts.
Sounds gay.
Who cares?
Well, if Dune's saying it sounds gay, then it's definitely off the table.
If I can make money regardless. That's what you're about, right?
We can just call it like the Wild and Crazy Kids reunion. No one will know.
What about like the Twitter say savages?
Yes.
That sounds cool.
I know deep down in Taylor's heart she's a savage.
Oh, for sure.
My username.
How could I say the things I say?
Exactly.
I was a
My
wimp.
username is
You
T
couldn't.
Savage, so sounds amazing. And then we'll blow
It's
up.
like go to Florida.
Yeah, and then we'll blow up. Well, first we'll be on like some shitty like network, and then we'll just end up blowing up the next time we do it, and we'll fucking sell it to MTV, and then we'll just be fucking superstars. The only problem is we have one big problem. Shane will get a bunch of followers, since we all will, but he will get power hungry, and Evil Shane might be Evil Shane for five days out of the week. So we'll have to tame him.
But we have that problem already. I mean, that's nothing new.
It'd be a fucking whole lot worse with thousands and thousands of people fucking following us.
Jesus Christ. Imagine how bad it would be with like 10 times more clout.
We already have thousands and thousands of people following us.
No, you're not understanding what I'm saying. Like there'd be so many more people following us, like from the thing. I'm not saying because you have 1,000 followers. I'm saying like you say we got like 2,000 followers each. We're not even following one of those people. They're just our fans. So like the clout would be crazy, but he just can't control that shit. So we need a dungeon for him.
People are quite logical when they listen to different presenters. I like Shane. He comes in, he does a bit of a sort of a soft milk fart approach, but I like him. He comes up with some good stuff.
Bro, I love Shane. It has nothing to do with me not liking him. I love Shane. He's one of the coolest ones, but I'm just saying, uh, he he goes for the clout. He's not shy about saying it.
Connor's just being funny.
Shane is cool as hell. Can't now. I wonder about him.
Someone needs to let Zem up to speak. Never mind.
Why do y'all pick on Kent?
Because it's easy.
Because he doesn't agree with everything y'all say? I just don't get it.
Actually, I'm a big fan of
Correction.
yours, Taylor.
He doesn't agree with anything we say.
That's fine.
I'm like a professional provocateur. I like to wind people up, but at the end of the day, I hope it's because we're trying to reach the same goal.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I'm just teasing. Actually, I'm totally messed around. Don't take me seriously. I like Kent. I was just throwing a joke out there. My bad. I mean, yeah, we disagree, but that's the point of it, right? That's why we talk it out. It's kind of like the lunar society back in the founding fathers in the 1700s. You know, all our country's founding fathers got together and they argued about it. Sometimes they argued about it in taverns while they were drinking. Other times they had sober conversations. But no, don't get me wrong. I do like him. I was just throwing jokes out. Sorry about that.
No, don't be sorry, mate. Come on, we're not a bunch of girls, and I don't mean anything against girls. There's nothing more boring than going into a room with a bunch of yes men. If you can't have a good debate without punching the shit out of each other, hopefully, there's nothing more stimulating, you know?
Exactly.
Yeah, there's nothing wrong with civil discourse. That's our problems to get solved.
I think we need to invite Taylor to Jesus Christ, Tiffany up to speaker.
And let's get Jesus up here while they're at it. You said there's Jesus Christ in the room.
Oh,
I'm looking. Let's invite him.
Jesus Christ, that's a pretty face.
I
Remember
forgot.
that song?
Buddy's in here.
Brand new.
We definitely need Buddy up here.
Butters. That's what I used to call my dog Buddy. I'd be like, hey, Butters. Butters. And then I'd be like, Buddy. 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 Come here, Buddy.
Are you singing Rapper's Delight, dude?
No. It's one of those nights where like I'm falling to the beat of a. I don't know. I'm just tired. It's been a long week, girl.
I'm so sorry. Yeah, I've been feeling that for me and Casey. You guys have been on the struggle bus at work this week. How do you feel now? It's the weekend.
Oh, fine now, girl. Ready to get my groove on with y'all.
Yeah, we're finna cuddle. Yeah, I don't know if you're in here, Tiffany, but we're finna have a cuddle session.
Cuddle puddle like the good old rave days.
Oh yeah. Wait. Well, yeah.
A what? A cuddle puddle?
Yeah. You never did a cuddle puddle?
I never heard of that.
Oh man, it's when everybody's taking like Molly or ecstasy or something, and they're just like a circular back rub and then cuddle puddle. No, everybody has their clothes on when they're back rubbing. It's just like, everybody's rolling.
Can I be the meat in the middle? The giggity.
Oh, you can definitely be in the middle. I'd be
You're definitely the meat in the middle by default. I'm sorry.
I'm rolling up.
I'm about to try this diffusion chamber.
What do you mean?
Do y'all know the song? It's like I'm rolling, I'm rolling, I'm rolling, I'm rolling. It's so funny.
What about they call me rolling?
They hating.
Controlling, they trying to catch me riding
Dirty.
dirty.
Riding dirty.
They catch me riding dirty.
Riding dirty.
I ran from the cops one time. And actually twice.
Okay, Christian. Okay,
not.
Christian woman.
Are you kidding me, bro? Some of the
even Christians get arrested. It's not
yeah.
a big deal.
That's the biggest misconception, dude. Dude, Jesus was a freaking dude. He went up there and called in the middle of church and called them all sons of the devil, all the priests.
All the Pharisees.
He was like some scared person. Okay, well then none of your history books happen.
Facts.
I read.
I don't know why your history books. Like, I think we have the same history books, yeah?
No.
There is a scientific journal about the Eucharist, and it just yeah, I think it's the Eucharist. No, not the Eucharist. There is a book that explains the Eucharist in detail, but there's a scientific medical journal that depicts Jesus Christ's final moments from the death from Bible, and explains his injuries and what's happening to his body and the whole entire thing. It's intense.
Yeah, I saw that. It's like exactly how he died, like one of the worst deaths ever. Like, so if he was on a cross, which I kind of believe he was on a stake, but that's another topic. Yeah, your arms being up, like you'd be suffocating, and then you'd have to stand up on your feet to get a breath, but then the nail would rip through your feet somewhere. So
yeah, and apparently they positioned the nail right through his tendons and stuff, so he could use his feet to support himself or his hands. And this is after he'd been lashed.
It's a long, painful death.
It took 3 hours for him to die. They lashed his back so badly that the meat was coming off the bones, but he still had to somehow support
The Bible
himself.
I read said 3 days.
Oh well, it said 3 hours.
That sucks.
the medical book, but
man.
Yeah, it's crazy.
Yeah, it'd be 3
my
days.
Bible. Yeah, my Bible says 3 days. Your Bible says 3 hours. So the scientific journal that was done thousands of years ago, what's the accuracy on that?
Dude, either way, that's horrible.
Yeah, totally.
What do you guys think about the Shroud of Turin?
Dude, I was reading something about it the other day about well, not the other day, probably a few months ago, about the Shroud of Turin, because somebody else was talking about it, how a face was imprinted on the cloth.
I don't know about that.
Yeah, dude, read about it. One thing I read about it was
no.
that like the amount of energy that would have needed to be there for somebody's face to be like negatively imprinted on, like basically like a picture of a negative. You know what that is? It's like where, I don't know, this is having something to do with the shadow, the things that were in depth perception are like darker or something. Anyway,
I
to
heard
imprint
that
a
one.
negative, then you'd have to have so much energy exerted at once. And that didn't even happen when somebody's body's like there for a long time. You don't get like an outline of a face. And so it was just like some scientific take on just how crazy it was. Also, somebody did a what's it called, like a remote viewing or something like that, where they were given a target of the shot of Turin. Like their target number was the shot of Turin, and they literally described all the events that happened. Like, so they didn't know what the target was. They would just be given a number and have to describe what happened, and they described it as it happened.
So, from what I understand, those terry cloths that they used to cover the dead at
Taylor,
the time,
I just got a
it
question. What
was
kind of
pretty common.
hard drugs or whatever have you taken before?
Wait, Connor, you can't hear.
Nothing really hard. No hard drugs.
What did you say, dude? Huh?
Connor, can you hear Michael? Or Oleg?
No, I can't. What the fuck?
Connor can't hear Oleg.
Oh, hey, Connor can't hear Oleg?
Hey, Connor, why don't you drop down and I'll bring you back up?
She doesn't think you can hear Oleg.
Taylor, what do you make of the tests that were done that showed that the shroud was actually from 1200 AD and that the blood spatter pattern wasn't conducive with the injuries that were said?
Grifters.
I would say I want to read about it because anybody can say anything. But yeah, I would say that the carbon dating thing is totally inaccurate. So whenever they carbon dated it, like I believe and I've read in scientific peer reviewed papers how inaccurate carbon dating is. It's literally ridiculous. And about the blood, I never read about the blood pattern. I don't even think I saw blood pattern on the shroud of Turin. But like, yeah, I don't know. I don't know about the whole blood pattern thing because I haven't even seen that. But oh yeah, I remember. Okay. Somebody tested the blood on either the nails that they found or the shroud, and they said it only had one DNA strand, and the only other thing on the other strand, like that you get from each parent, was a Y chromosome. That y'all can read about that online too. That was super crazy.
So, Taylor, you're absolutely correct about radiocarbon dating. That shit is so inaccurate. Yeah, from an electrical engineer standpoint, I've calculated over and over and over, and without a tons of corrections, it just isn't use. It's about useless after about 1,000 years. But I wanted to ask you. I saw a post of yours. Are you a chemist?
I have a minor in chemistry, but no, I do biology.
Very, very interesting. So I read somewhere that those terry cloths that they placed over the face was actually kind of common at the time, and as the body decomposes, it oftentimes left a ghostly imprint of the body and the face on those terry cloths. They found quite a few of them in history, from what I've read.
Usually, it just leaves like a big moldy, mildewy splotch. I mean, if you actually look into Shroud of Turin and like some of the interesting things about how the face was imprinted on it, it's pretty cool. Now, I'm not saying that I believe it's completely real. I don't know, but like it's pretty cool if you actually read about it.
Just to point out something obvious, though,
It's cool.
if it's 2,500 years old or 2,000 years old, you couldn't get DNA off that. They barely struggled to get DNA from bones that are 1,000 years old, mate. With carbon dating, the accepted range of inaccuracy is within 100 years.
That's not true. But yeah, you can get like from blood, like I said, from the nails. I think that might have been where they got the DNA from. But you can definitely extract DNA. DNA is pretty stable.
Yeah, I was about to say they've extracted DNA from like dinosaur bones and like insects that have been trapped in amber for millions of years.
Different containment, completely different scenario from bones to a piece of cloth.
Have you read about it, though?
Well, okay. I mean, granted, yeah, I understand that.
I read a recent article about this and did not say that they had extracted DNA, but they said that the earlier carbon dating was inaccurate because they had sampled it from a repaired patch that had been repaired many times over the years. So it was supposed to be much older than the current carbon dating would suggest.
Yeah, that was super cool though about like the blood and the DNA that they found on either the shroud of Turin or like the nails, like where it only had one DNA strand, and they
I
like
think it was the
apparently tried to
nails.
cover it up.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I
they
think it
they
was the
tried to
nails.
cover it up though, and it was just a cool story.
Well, my question is,
Scientific.
if they patched it,
they won't let anybody study the Shroud of Turin anymore. The last time it got studied was back in I think 1985 or 89, and they're just now getting results from those studies. So they won't let people take pieces from it. And I understand why. It's supposedly a piece of history. I don't know whether it is or not, but
that raises questions for me. I mean, if it's been patched, that means it's been maintained. And is that really Jesus' essence that we see today, or have they kind of like altered it a little bit, over the years to make it look a little bit more that way or not? You know what I'm saying? I don't want to argue the validity of it because, I believe in Jesus, but I look at it, I'm like, well, there's some big questions, and I think we do need to analyze it further.
yeah, well, it's definitely been patched. That's been proven. It's been repaired throughout the years. So I mean that means it has been maintained. So
Well, if the Catholic Church has anything to do with it, they're not telling the whole truth as it is anyway. But they're the ones
you damn right about
with
that.
all the conspiracies. We want to talk about Conspiracy Week on UFO Twitter. We'll talk about the Catholic Church for days and what they've done. Oh my God.
They killed Jesus, like the Pharisees, the church leaders.
Dude, the
Yeah.
Vatican tried to
I
suppress
mean,
science.
Has anybody noticed the title that Logan changed there? Title to the room.
Yeah, that's why I joined.
So, the shroud, as far as I know, like I remember growing up, um, somebody did a study on it where they like scanned it with something, and it was like a little short documentary series. I've seen it on TV when I was a kid, so it would have been like towards the late 90s or in the early 2000s. And that's probably the last time I've ever really heard anything about it or seen anything about it, is when I saw that thing. So I feel like it's been studied a little bit more than since at least like the 80s, but I don't know how much
Dude,
in depth they've gone into
that
it.
that footage was from the 80s.
Oh, was it? Okay.
Yeah, it was. It was. I've seen the same thing. That was the last time they invited anybody to study it, and they weren't allowed to take samples then.
Does anybody know who brought up the shroud or Jesus? Because it's like weird how I always get blamed for bringing stuff up when people just bring stuff up and I comment on it. And they're like, "Oh,
Dude,
Tayler brought this
that
up,"
was
like,
me.
it was
"Oh, boo
Connor.
hoo."
It's worth it.
The first thing you brought up was about satanic carnivals in Brazil. So,
Fucking
yeah,
right, dude. That
you
shit.
bring
No, the
up
flood that
religion
came
all the
after
time.
that.
The
Well,
there's
yeah, I did that time, but yeah, that was crazy. That flood after the carnival, apparently.
the shroud was first,
But yeah,
yeah,
go cry about it some more.
Taylor. The shroud was first mentioned in 1354, and then in 1389 it was denounced by the local bishop as a fake. And the current stance of the Catholic Church, the Pope Francis announced the shroud is an effigy. It's an indicator of the crucifixion of Christ. It's not. He is not stating it's a real thing. The Catholic Church will not endorse the shroud.
The Vatican
And
does, and they're one and the
they're
same.
they're all about like their idols and their things they like to worship, aren't they? So I feel like they would be apt to be like, yeah, it's ours, it's real.
I literally
Yeah,
just
How is the Catholic Church credible at all at this point?
no, they're not.
No, not at all.
I can't post it, but I literally just read the official stance from the Catholic Church on the shroud. I can't post it though to show you.
I would not believe anything the Catholic Church says or take any of their word as like any sort of religious or like, well, I guess they are religious stance, but any like, Christian, if you want to say, stance, because they're just so
Yeah,
full
but
of BS.
the shroud is called the Shroud of Turin only because of the Catholic Church. Only the Catholic Church has ever put it forward. It's a Catholic Church.
Do you think that the Catholic Church created God? Like, do you think that they're like the end all be all of like
No, but
the
they do.
reality?
They do, and
Neither is
unfortunately, they have a lot of
Christianity.
power.
Nobody's claiming to like. I would never associate humanistic things with our Creator. That's just kind of simple. That's just ridiculous.
Taylor, I just watched on Netflix a special about the Dead Sea Scrolls, and they went into the details of how they're re, replacing them. They 50 years ago they were
Gnosticism. I have a copy of those. I've actually read those myself. Actually, pretty interesting stuff. Mary Magdalene was actually Jesus' choice to be the leader of the church.
Yes.
Yeah, she was his favorite.
Yes.
They were going into how they tried to restore them 50 years ago or in the 1950s, and they used scotch tape sometimes to hold it together. That scotch tape has done more damage than the 2,000 years ahead of that. And now they're using microscopes and techniques to take that glue off of it and try to retain the portions of the scriptures that lasted. It's
Yeah,
pretty
dude. There's
cool.
like you can look at the originals. They posted the whole Dead Sea Scroll. There are some fragmented scrolls, but the preservation of them is freaking unheard of. It's crazy. But yeah, I actually watched that same documentary.
Yeah, one
I
was
believe.
25 feet long, 25 feet long, and it goes into the sect that did that, and they were doing baptisms, like daily baptism and a different kind of ritual in these baths. And they were saying the Essens, they were called, or Essens, and they would have to put down their wives and be practice chastity and not as they wrote these scrolls and did the copies, and they found that they rebuilt the room that they with the ink wells and everything. It's pretty neat, man.
My father told me about one section that doesn't get talked about where they're talking about these guys, these guardians that sit in the church, and they have a pole, and on one end it has a razor sharp sword, and on the other end it has a feather. And if the ladies fall asleep in church, they get tickled with the feather. And if the men fall asleep, they're decapitated.
Jesus.
Sounds like a good plan to me. What the fuck? Let's do that again.
Is that the Freemasons you're saying?
Dad was saying it was from the Dead Sea Scrolls. He was right into it. He loved the Dead Sea Scrolls.
They definitely they said it was 15,000 fragments and 250 entire writings. So they were holding a lot of writings there. They might have been just reproducing and copying, not necessarily practicing as well. You know what I mean? That's what I like is when you find people that were like these monks would be buried with some of these remnants of these Gnostic gospels as well. The Gospel of Judas, they just found really recently, like 15 years ago, and released it like 4 or 5 years ago. But it was talked about and argued about for thousands of years now, But they
Judas
found it.
sold him out. Judas took money to have Jesus killed. He turned on him. He took money from the church to have Jesus killed, and he bought land with that money. And then apparently on that land he died, and all his guts fell out of him, and it was like a whole story about Judas. It's crazy, crazy
See
story.
what they would do. They're not true gospels, but what they would do is they would attach to what they would consider a character and go, okay, well, this is just as important. And that's what a lot of the Mary Magdalene stuff is. It's like, well, we got to be as important. Everyone, even in here, okay, if people talk about They try to make it more, hey, it sounds more substantial to you if I tell you I'm tied to the most ancient worship rituals. It can't be newfangled. It can't be new. And that's what happens with religion. That's what happened with Christianity. That's why it's so tied to Judaism. It's because that's what was more respected because it's ancient at that time. You know what I'm saying?
I think Jesus was a Jew, so that's probably why it's tied to Judaism.
Well, there was a lot of gospels left out of the Bible.
You got to ask yourself a question.
Yeah, read them all. They're cool. I mean, I don't think that the ones that were removed that were at once canonical are that much different than the overall story.
That's the problem,
I've read them.
The reason they were removed is because they conflicted with the other books. It's one of the dichotomies I've always found interesting about biblical study is that the fact is, whether you like it or not, there was so much conflict in the different books that they deliberately said, okay, we can have this one because it fits our paradigm, but we ain't going to have that fucker there because that one says we're wrong. If that's the case, you can't trust the whole ethos of the system because the whole part of it that says we're the ones who have the right answer is a mixture of the selected parts that we chose to make our answer right.
Do you have an example?
But isn't it weird how
the Library of Alexandria in 370 AD, they burnt the entire damn library, the largest library in the world that had all the text. They burnt it to the ground because it conflicted with what they were writing in the Bible.
Like
what?
pre-Christianity, pre-Judaism, like different pantheons of things.
It's still rumored to be under the Sphinx, though.
I really am curious about what you're talking about, like an example. But yeah,
I just gave you an
believe
example.
that.
Okay,
well, what was in the Library of Alexandria that was conflicting?
It was 370 AD. Nobody knows, man, but we know it had contained all the knowledge of the written knowledge of the world leading up to that point, and it's all gone.
So okay, all right, guys. So listen. So there have been, I don't know how many civilizations upon the earth that have disappeared. Most of that knowledge was supposed to be contained in the Library of Alexandria, and in Atlantis, which sank, of course, I guess, if you believe that.
The Babylonians,
and the Tower of Babylon. Also, that was a knowledge thing that got destroyed because they had too much knowledge. Tower of Babylon. I mean, you could go on and on if you look at the scripture about.
So the Bible is actually the actual name of the Bible is the List of Kings, and it's the 13th volume in a series of books that have been lost to time. We have no idea what the other 12 books were. We don't know, but the actual Bible is actually its original name in Judeo-Christianity is the List of Kings. So it's not even the entire Bible.
Just a good example, Taylor. Justin Bieber. You'd think Justin Bieber, pretty much everyone on the planet knows his name. But if I wrote his biography in 300 years, do you think it would actually be a real indication of Justin Bieber's life?
Well, if we found like, stuff that Justin Bieber owned, like archaeology per se, to show that these things did happen, then I think would lead some credibility to it.
Okay. I'll just last example, and then I'll.
No.
The vision at Lourdes. Okay. The reason the Catholic Church chose to claim it as Mary Magdalene visiting was to endorse the faith, because the actual descriptions of the figure that was seen was a blue-eyed blonde. So there's a classic case of the church.
Is the vision of Lourdes in the Bible?
No, but I'm trying to give you a modern-day example of where the church seized an opportunity to endorse the faith by claiming.
So apparently nobody's read Michael Crichton's books.
Does anybody know where Christmas actually comes from?
Saturnalia.
It comes from the Saxons, the infidel, but not the infidel. That's modern terminology. Blasphemers back in the day. And guess who the blasphemers were? the Vikings. It was winter solstice, and we celebrated winter solstice. And to order to incorporate the Nordic villages of the north in England and Scotland and everywhere else, because they were hell bent on celebrating winter solstice, the church said, "Okay, we recognize this as Jesus' birthday," and that's why the stars will not align with what we feel the day Jesus was born on.
Yeah, freaking Saturn worship. That's right.
Happy solstice, by the way, to all y'all. Blessed be.
Shalom.
She said shalom.
Alaikum salam, Andre.
Hey, once again, I'm unable to bring people up. There's 2 requests. If Logan or Natalie would be so kind.
Oh,
I'll drop down.
Hey, y'all were talking about the Dead Sea Scrolls, and I don't know a lot about it. I don't know anything compared to what y'all know, but I do have a book in my hand that I've studied for 20 years and more. It's called The Vision of the Nazarene. And I just want to, there's a longer section I wouldn't mind reading, but I'd rather get someone to say, yeah, go ahead and read that because we want to know what you're trying to get at. And I'll read the last 2 quick paragraphs of it. There's a section in the second half called Of My Life Story. And it purports to be from a disciple of Jesus, Joshua, who in about 100 years ago, and by the way, the copyright is 1933, and we can prove that this book was published in 1933. And if you look on Wikipedia, the Dead Sea Scrolls were discovered between 46 and 56 at the Qumran caves. So please listen, I'll read them quickly to the last 2 paragraphs. And if you want me to read, the section is only 3 pages long. But the last 2 paragraphs are first person, Joshua speaking to us all today. Well, 100 years ago, it's just about today. And he says, "Nevertheless, when my days among men drew toward their close, a few of my acts and sayings were truthfully recorded. But the records themselves, because of the persecution of my followers, had perforce later on to be hidden away in a secret place, and only at the appointed time shall they again be brought to light. But that time is not yet, and even when these scripts shall be found for the puzzling over by savants, no great satisfaction will they yield, save to those who have the key to their hidden meanings." Now, what did Cyril Scott, the British composer, Sir Cyril Scott, who claimed to have dreams where Joshua took him to his garden and told him and taught him these things in 1933 and prior, what did he mean? Coincidence? Or was it more than that? That 13 to 23 years later, they discovered this, and to this day, the scholars agree about what the Dead Sea Scrolls tell us. I'm with y'all. I don't even understand them, but I know that they support so much of what we talk about here, and they really kind of contribute to. I mean, I'm just trying to say there's a lot of testimony, eyewitness testimony, I say, from Joshua himself. You just have to be willing to look. Would Joshua leave you to puzzle over things 2,000 years old as if there were no clarity, no insight, no answers, no guidance, no truth? I don't think so. And I have my reasons for believing that. And I affirm everything in this book, but I have to say, you can get a used copy. I don't think you can find it in a PDF format, but there's some interesting teachings in this book, and they will corroborate a lot of what y'all are saying, questioning the interpretation of some of the teachings, but also what this short chapter basically tells us is that Jesus was hounded at every turn. He's lucky he lived 3 years. And finally, in the end, he was turned in. We know that. He was betrayed by his own because people like Jesus Barabbas and Judas wanted to have a war Messiah. I understand, they were unhappy with the Roman occupation. So there was a lot of confusion. The Sanhedrin had mixed feelings. Is this the Son of God? Well, if they believed that, they must have been scared shitless. Others didn't believe a word he said, and he just threatened their monopoly, their power. So history repeats itself.
I would agree with you, but the Dead Sea Scrolls are about the Old Testament, so it doesn't really apply. So I wasn't like any New Testament. I was like Old Testament.
I don't know. I thought the Dead Sea Scrolls recorded some of the acts of
No,
the
they were
life
written
of Christ.
before Jesus was born.
Okay. Well, it just shows you what I don't know.
MK Ultra, I see you down there. I'm unable to bring you up. I don't know if there's anyone who might be willing to step down.
I'll step down.
Well, here's my take on it. The church didn't create God. Did human beings create God? Maybe. Our collective conscious? Possibly. If God created us, then he also created the universe,
I
the
don't know who
galaxies,
stepped
everything
down,
in it,
but
this planet.
you know, you're a cool person. I had nothing to say besides just listening in. The Dead Sea Scrolls are definitely Old Testament stuff, like Book of Noah stuff. You know, that's just what they are. You know, but I'm gonna be listening on the conversation, and you know, if I want to chime in, I guess I'll try. But
I think what concerns me that's part of your discussion is the way that human intervention changes such a great deal. We know that the total number of books that should have been or could have been in the New Testament, it's got to be at least 38 or 40 I've read. Well, they're not there. There's 4 gospels that seem to be in close agreement, and I think that's good. And that helps us focus on the life story of Jesus, except for that part about 12 to 8, 12 to 30 years old, like Son of God, most important man in human history, but where was he? Okay, surely that's important. Nah, it's not important. Well, you make up your own mind. I say it's important. And I say that the answers are there if you do the research. And I say that I can tell you exactly where to look, and then you make up your own mind. But I also say that when you take doctrines that are specifically given out by the Christ or by Joshua, and they're elaborated, they're elucidated, they're not always given answers that necessarily meet with our satisfaction, but they certainly are treated. And I can give you several instances. And then today, you ask Christians if they believe in these things like rebirth, the law of cause and effect. And some people say, yeah, they accept karma, or they accept that what goes around comes around. But then they talk about things like forgiveness of sins and vicarious atonement. And I would say, Jesus Christ, the medievalists during the medieval period, you could buy your way into heaven, sale of indulgences. You just put the right money in the right collection plate and you're going to go to heaven, guaranteed. And if not, just add a little more, as long as that collection plate weighs enough. So with all this corruption, I'm not trying to throw the baby out with the bathwater. And there's my concern, is people don't want to look at the doctrines themselves and the teachings, even as they are left in those teachings, and ask those tough questions. Like when they asked John.
Have you looked at them?
I'm gonna.
Yes, ma'am.
Taylor, if you don't mind, I'm gonna throw Andrew a couple, maybe one question that will expand. So we were talking about the Dead Sea Scrolls and the things that did not make it into the Old Testament. You just blew my mind about New Testament, like New Testament shit that was not accepted and canonized. Like, what the fuck? Like, I want to know more about that.
Can I give you the best example I know that would teach people? It would just teach us to take better care of ourselves. And I'll give you a different interpretation of capital G generation. If you're thinking that the sins that we create, that we wreak in this life, I don't know what the word I'm looking for is, wrought, that what's the verb? When we sin, either by commission or omission, sometimes sins are not transgression, it's just not helping someone in need or not reaching out when you should. Those sins, Jesus says somewhere, that they will visit you unto the 3rd or the 4th generation. If you really think about that, you might care about your family, your kids, your grandkids, and we're supposed to care enough that we don't want them to suffer because of our foolishness, our mistakes, our ignorance.
You would want your parents to parent people in the way that you would want them to be good parents beyond.
Right.
Exactly. No, I understand
That's just
that.
some of how demons follow people generationally.
Can you repeat that, Taylor, please?
So what that's referring to about the generational curses is how demons follow people from generation to generation. I actually know somebody whose like grandmother did witchcraft, and this demon followed her grandmother to her mom to her, and it's crazy.
All right, so let's say there's several possible interpretations. One of the teachings of the ageless wisdom is that for these mystery teachings, they will have not 1, not 2 or 3, but 7 turnings of the key. Like, you'll be able to apply these lessons 7 layers deep if you really want to chase it to its source. I can sometimes get to 2, at best 3. I've seldom seen 4 layers or levels, but there are those, I would submit to you, who can explain it as deep as it goes. Why? Because they've done the legwork. They've put their money where their mouth is. They understand. So generation can refer to something else that's more directly relevant to us. If I know that my sins in this lifetime will visit me into my next incarnation, and even the incarnation after and after and after, then who's going to be suffering most directly? Yes, the people in my family may suffer. Yes, my children. Yes, and their children. However, if I'm going to have to come back and deal with these things I'm doing and not doing, and reap the bitter harvest, sooner or later, I don't care how noble you are, there's that part of you that it's going to get to your stomach, the pit of your stomach, and I'm going to go, hold on, let's at least make it better for me. Even if you're a selfish person, says the Dalai Lama, you're going to want to treat others as well as you can, so that you're at least putting that energy out there, so to speak. In other words, what goes around comes around. At least if you do your part, maybe others will finally, pick up on it. And I guess that's what I'm trying to get at with generation. And the real point that I'm really trying to beat on here is that I think that you'd find Joshua taught rebirth. He taught that what goes around comes around. There's no such thing as, on my deathbed, well, I've been the most horrible person you can imagine, but I cry out holy. And then all of a sudden, I'm scot-free, and I start skating in there at the right hand of I'm sitting next to Jesus, punching him in the, shoulders like, hey, man, wasn't that rough, all that sinning and shit. Oh, please, get over yourselves. That's just my feeling, is that you're kidding yourselves. And I'm not trying to say I understand and I'm not the judge. No, 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 no. I'm just saying that as you live on earth, that's how you're going to experience life in the next world. And if you're contrite and if you're sincere and you make the appeal, I'm not suggesting for a moment that that's not taken into consideration. But I say that when you look at those words, those are in your Bible, not one jot nor tittle. It simply means, in modern language that we use in these chat rooms, the Akashic record preserves it. I don't care if you farted and nobody else heard. It's in the Akashic record, and God knows. And if you think you can cheat everybody else on the planet, including your own heart or your own face in the mirror, there's one person, one thing, one entity, one supreme power, and that's God, that you cannot cheat. And that should never be a cause for fear or for prostration and all this other stuff. I'm just saying we need to keep it honest. We need to keep it real. And we need to see that if that's true, maybe what we do and how we treat each other is the golden rule. That is what really matters. That's all that really matters. And that way you don't have to fear about karma and where you're going to be in your next incarnation and all this kind of stuff. But it doesn't negate.
Thank you,
Sorry.
Andrew.
It just doesn't negate that Christ may have taught these things and that we should be open to at least investigate them, since I think they were edited out to keep us in the pews, putting our jingle jangles in there.
That was absolutely magnificent. If I can believe in one single thing that is kind of crazy, it might be reincarnation, and everything that you just said, just like summarize basically why in this lifetime that you have, because you're all alive. I'm just gonna stop there because I know everybody has their own thoughts.
Well, guys, what if the Ten Commandments were a blueprint from aliens for humans to survive on our planet?
Can
What if the what
you
was a
say more
blueprint?
about that, please?
Yeah, I'm talking about the Ten Commandments in the Bible. What if it's just a blueprint from aliens or from whoever seeded our planet with their DNA? What if the Ten Commandments are it's just a blueprint for us to propagate the species and survive?
I would love for that to be the case. I want to. Andrew can correct me, but apparently there.
I think Kent has had
Oh,
his
sorry,
hand
my
up.
bad.
So Kent.
Oh no, thanks, Kat. I just didn't offer an opinion. That's why I asked to come back up. And I don't mean to offend people, although I always do. I just see the religions as a very wonderful way of giving a species a system to treat each other properly. And I think that is adapted to suit the different social constructs, the different environmental aspects of where the different groups of people live. Because I just keep asking myself the simple question: if there can only be one path, how could there be a path created that basically writes off 90% of the participants? It makes no sense to me, and I don't mean that in an arrogant way. It just, I made the comment the other day in a post. I said, my travels haven't made me an atheist. They just made me look for more than God. And I don't mean that disrespectfully. It's just that every version of God that I've ever heard doesn't have all the answers. And again, I don't say that easily.
Yeah, and I
But
think we also should keep in mind that the Ten Commandments is from one religion, right? Or I guess three, right? But
no, it's not uncommon within other religions. I mean,
well, what I'm saying is, if you would let me finish, is that there
yeah,
are
I'm sorry.
every religion around the world. I mean, every type of has versions of that, right? Some sort of a guidebook, so to speak. I think that MK Ultra was next.
Nope, it was Andrew, and I'm gonna follow up on Andrew's comments because he's so
Okay,
awesome.
go ahead, Andrew. Thank you.
Well, that's nice of you to say that, but in the interest of discussion, I mean, I did have a response, but it'll wait. Could you go ahead, AK? I think it's AK, but if I get it wrong, please.
I was basically
Might call you
trying to
Ultra.
give myself some time to remember what I wanted to talk about. Give me a second,
In other words, Andrew, if you're not ready to talk, we'll just move on to, I think, Ola.
please. Yeah.
I'm going to say it quickly. Can I just say it quickly? I had a good friend. I call him my elder brother sometimes. His middle name was Delamar, and I just know him as Bob. And yet he is an elder brother. He always knew what I was going to do, like you could see around corners, like right angles and stuff. And I just wondered sometimes, how the hell do you know this stuff, Bob? And he just kind of smile and shake his head. But Bob's a good, simple country guy, and we always hung out and talked about this stuff. And towards the end of his life, he'd had a tracheotomy, so he used one of those talkers where blah, 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 it has to vibrate, and then you make the sound. And I could understand 85 to 90% of him. And sometimes I just realized what he was saying from the heart. But towards the end of his life there, last few months before he went into hospital, Bob said to me one time, he just turned and he said, Andrew, he said, I think God maybe an alien like that. And I just looked at him. My eyes got big because we joked around. We watched some of the videos like Bob Dean and stuff. And he knew enough that when we talk about grays, and at the time I might have knew about Valiant Thor, that kind of thing. That's not what Bob meant. He didn't mean God's just a gray alien. What he meant was, what if God, this is actually what I believe, is an alien, but just a very, very evolved being that is so magnificent and just beyond our comprehension, that although I can give you the esoteric ageless wisdom rundown, I can talk about that. I can talk about Sanat Kumara. I can talk about Venus and the morning star and refer you to your Bible and the New Testament and scripture and some old world stuff too. I'm going to tell you that what he meant was, what if this magnificent being, which I believe in, took us under its wing, like a lost or a fallen, there's parables about that. And it gets into this notion that the earth is its own logos, it's its own evolution. But I think we're in a time of real crisis. Gee, you think? And so, given that that's the case, God never lets his children or the God's children suffer needlessly or excessively without a purpose. And that's why I think we have tremendous divine aid and intervention at this time. And when Bob was saying it, it was not tongue in cheek. He was just throwing it out there. And of all the people to say that, my elder brother, please, I happen to agree with him. I just think that's nothing to fear. It's something for us to investigate and ask, well, what would that mean?
Thank you so much. Ola, go ahead.
Thank you. My point's going to be a little roundabout, but when I think about the creation of the universe, the galaxies, the Earth, the solar system, when we're talking about a creator God, he made everything else absolutely perfect. The evolution on this life on this planet was in a perfect harmony, perfect balance. Everything was perfect except humans, and yet we're created in his image, and we are so imperfect. You know what I'm saying? And if he did create us it's to learn a lesson for sure. I don't know if there is a higher intelligence or not. I personally believe that before the human race went wrong, before we started waging war against nature, before we started upsetting the perfect balance on this planet, we believed in a spirituality of a power and energy of life that went through each and every one of us, all the rocks and the trees. And this was universal. Every human being on earth believed the same way. And in my mind, God is life. I think at some point or another, the life that is prolific through the universe, I think it's connected. And I think if we're really truly searching for a creator or our God, we have to look at the essence of life. And that's my 2 cents.
I wanted. I just posted. I just sent it to your HG TP. The 10 Indian Commandments. They're my favorite. It's actually the one that I got when I was a kid, and the very first one is the one that does it all for me. Treat the earth and all that dwell upon it with respect. For me, you only need that one. The rest is self-explanatory.
Yeah,
Would you
you could
mind
share that with
posting that
me. I
up
had my
top
hand
if
up.
you don't mind?
I'm sorry, what?
Yeah, I can't do it, so I sent it to HDTP, or I can send it to Logan or anyone. But yeah, I'll send it to anyone who wants it. I can't post it; it doesn't let me.
Taylor, go ahead. Yeah, I want it. Yeah, it's interesting how the Indians were also circumcised, like Native Americans. So how did they know to do that? That's just crazy. But anyway, I was just gonna say about the whole God being an alien. Like, I don't know. I just don't know how people can actually justify that in their head because that's just like very simple minded. Because that doesn't explain how life was created, how the universe was created. God cannot by nature be an alien because God is the creator of the universe and the creator of life. So it's not going to be some evolved life form. That's just like ignorant to say.
So you're saying we might be the aliens created by God?
I think
Yeah,
MK
we're
Ultra
creation.
is next. Go ahead, MK Ultra. If whoever wants to speak, if you could use hands,
Yeah, I
please.
think that's best. Remembered what I wanted to say, and I want to hear from Andrew and definitely Taylor, um, because God, in my conception, is definitely not like deceptive at all, but He created everything. But what I remembered to bring up was the concept of an Enki and Enlil. These alien beings that could have been created from God. I really don't know. Um, One of them is super, like, wants human beings to be slaves. The other one, I really don't know. But Enki and Enlil are actual. No, I don't. I can't say actual, but people, if you research that those two terms, like, you might learn some crazy shit, like really deep rabbit hole stuff. And they could be the people that say, like, we want human beings to be slaves and we want them to suck and we want them to, hurt. And it's horrible to say that out loud, but you know, I go through my day-to-day life and I'm done talking. I'm sorry. But anyways, Enki and
I
Lil.
think most of us are pretty familiar with the Anunnaki. Most of us in this room, we're
Oh,
pretty familiar
are
with the
they
Anunnaki.
Anunnaki? I didn't know that. But they could be. I don't know. But I'm done talking. Okay, I'll say one other thing. There's plenty of life species that there has to be. There has to be.
Hey,
Giggity,
Kent.
I saw that turtle.
Yeah, go ahead, Kent, and then Taylor.
Yeah, I mean, for me, if we go back to the old stories, almost every origin story involves some intelligence coming here and giving us things to learn. If we take all the labels and systems out of it, that makes perfect sense. That we were an emerging species, we had the potential for great things, and something recognized that and came down and decided to help us. If we take all the other shit out of that for me makes perfect sense.
Real quick before you go, Taylor, I think we have someone who wants to come up to speak. Kyle, if there's anyone who is okay to drop down, we can
Yeah,
rotate
I'll drop Karen.
speakers. Oh, thank you, Ken.
I was volunteering to drop down too. I'll just listen.
Yeah, I was just gonna say about Inky and Enlil. Those were just some, like, you can call them aliens, you can call them watchers. They were technically extraterrestrial, but they just came down and ruled like a city of people, and basically said that they were gods from Mars and stuff like that, and this typical alien stuff that we see. And now that we know is probably not true, but who knows? Um, I believe that spiritual beings come from different parts of the heavens, or the sky, or like when they came down and left their first estate of heaven or the heavens or outer space, they probably came from where these star systems are associated. And I believe that different angels are associated with different stars. And yeah, so that's what I think about Inky and Enlil. They're obviously not God. They're just some watchers. And something interesting that I found the other day about that was in the Dead Sea Scrolls but was not in the Bible was how different languages got established. So what we know from Babylon, and God confused their languages because they were trying to do any evil thing that they came up with, and they only had evil in their heart. That's Babylon. So basically God, distributed them and changed their language. But why he changed their language and according to what is the big question. So in the Dead Sea Scrolls, in the Bible it says they changed their language according to the sons of Israel, or like the Israelites. And but in the Dead Sea Scrolls it says they changed their language according to like their, let's see, I have the picture of it. It's like basically according to the sons of God, like the watchers. Let's see, I have it right here. But basically, okay, here we go. Let me just go ahead and read it. When the Most High gave to the nations their inheritance, when he divided mankind, he fixed the borders of the people according to the number of the sons of the sons of God. But the Lord's portion of his people, Jacob, his allotted heritage. Sorry. So basically, he separated them based on the sons of God. Like, so the different watchers that came down in different areas of the earth and like tried to do whatever with mankind. Obviously, they're trying to enslave them and create the Nephilim, which also enslaved mankind. So it was no fun. But anyway, he distributed them according to that, and that's kind of what I was theorizing about. How did different races come up, like different heritages of people? I think that it has to do with the watchers that came down. I believe they look different. The different watchers look different, in my opinion. But anyway, so that's something interesting from the Dead Sea Scrolls. But yeah, there was another question. Oh yeah, about the life existing everywhere on that in outer space. We can't really make any type of calculations for that, even though the new calculations we have are relatively low. Like 2% that we'd ever be able to contact another form of intelligent life. But how can we actually make those calculations without understanding how life formed to begin with? So can we really make an accurate calculation if we're not sure how difficult it even is to form life? Because we can't even form life from non-living substances in a laboratory. That's how difficult it is. So you can take that and believe whatever equation you want, but it's not something that happens easily or very naturally whatsoever.
Yeah, I think that's a good valid point. However, I think it's kind of a matter of odds, right? There are literally billions of Earth-like planets out there, and they're discovered, according to
That
how
doesn't change the fact of what it takes to, have a DNA sequence code itself.
right. No, I understand that, but it just seems to me that it's kind of just a matter of odds in terms of it's not possible that this could be the only one where it happened. And the thing is too, in a if you think of a concept of God as being sort of bigger than us, bigger than Earth, that there may be many places where life was started according to whatever you believe God to be, according to their
The creator of the universe.
yeah. I think Andrew was next. Go ahead.
Yeah, I just wanted to respond and keep up the flow of the conversation. I do believe God is the creator of the universe, all things, all matter, all atoms, all substance, and all aggregations. So that ultimately we'll find that there's no such thing as no God. There's only God, And that's why even what we call atheism, though we respect people's choices and right to believe or not to believe, and how you either choose to worship or not worship or do what you want to do. Ideally, I'm not crazy about Santeria, but at least you're cutting the chicken's head off, right? When you say all those funny things, and not my head. Okay. But getting back to these questions about God, I think that although we acknowledge, many people do, the Most High God, I think that we just have to study what's in the writings. And if you're going to stay biblical and you want to compare between Old and New Testament, which I prefer to call New Testament and the Hebrew Scriptures, whichever ones have been edited out and favored and fostered and all of that, I think that you can find things like it's Acts 17:28, maybe it's either 24 or 28, where the reference is made to the being in whom we live and move and have our being. And I liken that to cells in the body of a human being. And we say sometimes there's an axiom that the whole is greater than the sum of its parts. We are not just an aggregation of cells. We are not just a mass of atoms, fortuitous concurrence of atoms, or even organ systems, intricate as they are, amazing as the balances are in the human body, in the human purely physical organism, and all these mysteries we can't explain yet, like, okay, well, what is life, by the way, and where does that come from, and so on and so forth. One thing we do seem to understand, and the scriptures tell us this: religion, east, west, spirituality, new age, science will prove this. And you can even say there are experiments that measure at the moment of death, and people say, well, that was debunked. I'm like, show me where it was debunked. And that is that there's a measurable weight loss, very insignificant, very slight, but if it's consistent and that weight loss is there at the moment of death, what is that telling us? So I wanted to make one other point. In the Bible, we talked about the Mosaic Code, the Ten Commandments. Thou shalt have no other gods before me. Repeat that. What? Thou shalt have no other gods? Hold on, hold on. But you said this is not no. So we talk about polytheism, atheism, monotheism, deism, and all that stuff. Well, clearly the injunction was to focus on what is our most local, if you want to call it the efficient cause for the life on earth, it would be the earth. And in the mystery teachings, it's called the earth logos. But it's never stated that the logos of Saturn, the logos of Uranus, the logos of Neptune, Mercury, Venus, and Vulcan, which we will also see referred to as Nibiru, Planet X, or that other one that NASA calls it today. I say all these are probably the same, and in the future we will know. It may be that that planet has a tremendously long orbit that takes it way out to the Oort cloud or past the outer planets, and then it brings it in between, intermercurial, between Mercury and the sun. And if that's not going to cause some problems, think again. It just goes so slowly that we don't need to sweat it in our lifetime, perhaps, unless it's veiled and we don't see it and we don't know where it is. But there's a lot of speculation about that, especially when you look at that big
Yeah.
cloud of you can look at all the comets between Mars and Jupiter, and science calls, I think it's Ceres, CERES, a protoplanet with a nickel iron core. No, maybe it's not a protoplanet. Maybe it's the last remnant of that planet that was there.
Right.
So the
Right.
last point I just want to make is when God says, thou shalt have no other gods before me, I'm not suggesting that we shouldn't honor the majesty, the marvel. Look at James Webb. Look at this. My jaw drops when I see that beauty. I don't think that's purely a projection. I think the beauty is really there. I think the beauty is inherent in God's creation, and we can find it in ourselves. And
I'm so sorry, Andrew. I have to step down. So I just wanted to let Logan know that I need to leave. So I'll unmute the mic and you can continue.
okay, good to hang out with you, Karen. And the last point I'm just making is that when God said, "Thou shalt have no other gods before me," I think we also find the reference in the biblical narrative to what is called, and Taylor referred to it with those exact words, the Most High God. So in our solar system, I think the Most High God would be what science calls the sun, keeping in mind that the solar system is made up of all of these parts together. It's not like we contemplate the planets. We talk about rogue planets, and there may be such that we discover, but our solar system needs the sun. It needs it not just for the mechanics, but for the vitalization. Not a life on Earth could exist if it weren't for the sun. And we say things like, if the sun went out, we would still get light for X number of minutes or whatever. Yet I would submit to you that if the sun winked out, I think the whole solar system would probably just go poof. Even if it weren't a violent explosion, I think it would just kind of disappear. And that's just because I believe the will of God is what holds us all together at levels that science can talk about. And then when people enter into the milieu, we talk about faith and we talk about spirituality and consciousness, and we still are at the hem of the garment, is how people would speak poetically. So I do believe in the Most High God, but I also think galaxies and galaxy clusters are like cells in the being of that entity. And I'm not saying we shouldn't contemplate it, but here's the value of the Shakespeare quote: "There are more things under heaven and earth than are dreamt of in your philosophy, Horatio." And what he means is, let's look at right here the golden mean, and let's look at the majesty of God as it's revealed within each other and on earth. And I'm sorry I ramble so long, but I guess what I'm trying to get at is we shouldn't be. I agree with the people who say we shouldn't be out there worshiping stars and trying to find. We're not going to answer all those mysteries. There's mystery here. There's mystery enough. Plus, we need to save our planet. We need to look out for number one.
Somebody go.
Tayler and Bingo.
Just want to say, guys, Lester Del Rey, if you guys read science fiction, he is a excellent writer. Wrote a story called "For We Are Jealous People," and it addresses some of the things you guys were talking about God and aliens. And also, I want to say, a lot of the old religions around the world share the same stories about the cataclysm, about the flood, about destruction of humanity, whatever. So.
What's his name again? And then Tayler, please. What's this author's name? I'm sorry, I didn't catch it. I don't want to write it down.
The author's name was Lester Del Rey.
Okay, thank you. I think Tayler is definitely next, but yeah, thank you.
Hey, sorry. I was gonna comment on just the Most High God being the Son. Like I said, the Most High God would be outside of any materialistic universal things in the universe, like a sun or whatever. The Most High God would be the creator of the universe. So just think bigger. Don't be so simple minded to think that the creator of the universe has to be an object in the universe.
That's, if you don't mind me being super ignorant, I just want to talk to you straight up, Tayler. The highest God possible could actually make evil.
Why do you think that?
I
Why do
really
you think
like
that the Most High God would make evil?
I'm just trying to like put together the pieces that I see. I don't know if and the mic is open.
Well, be clear.
Yeah. I'm trying my best. Okay, so the highest God possible obviously would love for people and other beings potentially to make the best choices possible, and he might throw, I don't know how to say it, just like, I don't want to say the word demons, I'll just say it, demons, it's like throw out demons to just like challenge people to make sure that they are gonna make the right choice. This is so simplistic. Yeah, please talk.
Yeah, right. Well, that's why I'd recommend looking at the history of demons. But you might be referring to, because demons came from the Nephilim, but you might be referring to fallen angels. Like fallen angels, so whenever the angels were created, they were created with free will. And with free will, you can either do God's will or not do it. And so, as I heard Albert Einstein argued to his professor who was an atheist, there's no such thing as darkness. There's just an absence of light. So there's no such thing as evil. It's just an absence of God. So in the absence of God, that's how evil gets created.
Well, I guess in the absence of God, you come up with characters like the Marvels did, like Thanos, right? He kills everybody, and then he kills himself. And then death kills him. Um, who knows? Is there some like some of the some of the Marvel characters are so interesting. Kind of reminds me of the Egyptians, and I think some of that lore has definitely been stolen. There's definitely something to be said about the Bible, though. I try to read a lot of different books, and every time you read one of those books, doesn't matter which one religious text that there is, you read it, you can get construed really fast because, like I was saying earlier, we don't understand that each word has so many meanings, and we might not be understanding the full meaning of the words that we're being told, and I think that's part of the problem. And you can't say that he's not a trickster god because of the books that are written. There's hidden secrets in all of them, like the God Code and things like that. I believe that there is secrets, society behind God. Like it said, it's dog spelled backwards. There's something to be said about that. Like when I go to bed tonight, I keep my soul to bear. I don't give it to God. He'll have to come and take it. That's how I feel. I love the guy, but he's going to have to come and take it. And then I'll get to meet him, or the devil, or whoever. If you want to come and take my soul, at least I need to get is a face-to-face. And every person, if that's, like, I have this vision, it's kind of stupid, or like a dream, where that there is like a thing where everyone becomes one again. Like a leveling of the field, I guess, maybe. Who knows what that is, if that's just too many Marvel movies.
Yeah, not to interrupt, but I hope when you go to bed, just fill your heart with God's love. Don't accept like anything else. But anyways, I think I saw Bango and Andrew. It could be Andrew and then Bango if Bango
That's
doesn't want.
I forgot what I was going to say, man.
It's all good. You'll remember. Don't worry. Andrew, what's up?
I'm going to follow with what y'all are discussing, the theme of evil. I think it's called theodicy. Is why, what is the problem of evil? If God loves us, why do we have to struggle with evil? And there are specific references to like kicking against the pricks, and that's things that we do is when we bite off more that we can chew. I love the little quaint expression. It's colloquial, but I love the spirit of it. If God leads you to it, God will lead you through it. And from my 51 years and a long series of lifetimes, I can tell you for sure that's what I understand. I'm not saying I have the line on it, but I think as long as we're pretty confident that this is the direction we should be traveling, no matter how difficult it is, there will be the assistance there. It's when we become headstrong. It's when we say, yeah, but, or yeah, I hear what you're saying, but let me try it my way. Or, I did it my way, but in the meantime, what if God had a way that would have been easier? It's not true that the path of least resistance is the best path. Nature may choose that path, but salmon swim upstream. Sometimes the way we learn the most is through adversity, and it's not just a Zen thing. There are teachers of mine, I can name them or reference them, who have taught me this. They've taught us that. The students of the ageless wisdom know that when you take on a challenge that might have been easier to avoid, or when you choose the harder, it's called the narrow, the steep and thorny path, like the mountain lion, the mountain goat, you're potentially, now you've got a higher, you know, height to fall from sometimes, and you'll get mangled along the way. But watch those mountain lions, watch those goats. They tend to know what they're doing, and I don't know, maybe they were taught by some pretty good goats, some pretty good old goats. So what I'm getting at here is that sometimes, as my father used to say, no pain, no gain. And if you're not willing to risk it, then no wonder we don't make a lot of growth. And so the adversity is there not to torture us, not to punish us, although I do believe what goes around comes around. It might be there because when we're willing to take on more, yes, it's harder, of course, but the rewards are greater, and they're not just for us, they're for the greater good. And that's why some of the students will intentionally seek to work out their karma, to work off whatever remaining karma there is, And that's what I think our teachers do, the great ones. And that way they are free from ordinary human karma. They have not left the human experience. They know what it's like. They've been through it all. And that's how they know, because they've been through everything we've been through, and they've gone the extra mile and the extra mile and the extra mile. So they can then meet us wherever we are. And I mean, wherever any of us is. And so what I have learned is that there are dark forces, and I do believe they oppose our progress for their own interests. And technically, from a perspective, yes, they would be what we call evil. They're not so much what we call devils and demons. A lot of these are simply discarnate humans, many of whom have lost the right. They won't come back into incarnation, or they work from the astral or perhaps the lower mental plane.
Do you think
They are
these dark forces could portray themselves as good ones, good forces?
Oh, Lucifer masquerades as an angel of light, as you know. But my last point, and just to what we spoke of before, though they are, some of them, nefarious, they are never let loose upon the unwitting disciple without protection. And what I've studied and believed to be true, I've experienced it to this moment, is that though the disciple will sometimes feel like there's, I mean, we're all disciples here, all of us, anybody in these spaces, in my opinion, and millions of people, tens, hundreds in the world today, much of the world. This is a tremendous time in our history, and it is ongoing, decade after decade. I'm just saying that what I think happens is we are sometimes tested with these forces, not that they are let loose willy-nilly, but the disciple must learn to experience this fury and this malevolence that, if not tamed, if not checked. And how do we do that? Not by conquering it first outside of ourselves, but by taming and conquering what is within our own heart. Because if you cannot master that, master your own thoughts, master your own weaknesses, and strengthen your own faith and your resolve, and then sometimes you just have to do it, chop wood, carry water. I would say that you can pray all day long and you can have a great teacher, but they don't want to do it for you. They don't want to carry you through that sand the whole rest of the journey. They want you to do it. They want you to become all that they are, and that's what Christ taught. He taught us that we would do
That's
that.
straight up chop wood, carry water every day. I got you. I understand. I had something else to say. Gosh. Bango, did you remember what you were gonna say?
It's curious, like with God, right? Because I didn't grow up religious, but I know that He does say not to worship idols. But then you guys all wear crosses and have big crosses, so that's one thing that's got me all fucked up.
Oh,
I
I
don't
have a
think that
joke
that's
about
all,
that, but I want to
I
talk about
agree.
something else.
I agree completely.
But
I don't think we should have any of those little,
can I tell you the joke, Taylor? You might actually enjoy this.
Mm.
So Bill Hicks, he was a comedian in basically the 80s. He should still be alive. Oh my gosh, I wish he was still alive. But he was like, wearing a cross is the same as wearing like a rifle pendant on your chest to remember JFK. I love him. I love him so much. And it's like, what the fuck? Like, why would you do that shit? But anyways, that's a little maybe disrespectful, but it still
Well,
it's true. It's like,
why would you not?
why would you
I
not?
I guess that's true. It depends on what you believe, right? I don't know.
Yeah,
I
sure, man.
suppose.
I mean,
I
yeah.
mean, if I
Why
want to
would you
think
not?
deeper about it, beyond the joke, I guess it makes sense. It's like the sacrifice, but it's still hilarious. It's like JFK. I'm wearing a freaking rifle on my freaking chest.
I
I
mean,
love him. I love him so much.
our government pretty much admitted they killed him.
Well, that's a different topic entirely.
It
But
is.
if
I'm
you
sorry.
if you don't,
I'm sorry.
I know it's totally cool. Uh, CIA, Cubans, who else? So many people just wanted him dead. But that's a different topic. That's like we can go elsewhere, but not right now. I think right
Yeah,
now I would love to talk about God. Just
I'm totally
fucking
sorry.
God. No. Don't be sorry.
But I was thinking, isn't it curious as to how many ancient religions around the world had the same cataclysm stories and also built pyramids?
very.
Yeah, that's something else. Who can talk about that?
They also had stories of sky gods or sky people coming down to teach them, even down to the Aztecs in South America.
On actual vehicles that would pilot it around. No. You're not wrong. Who can speak on this?
I think this technology all comes out of India. Honestly, like you go
Oh,
there.
you know what?
Well,
Oh,
dude,
I'm
And
gonna
it's
if
look for the
you
it's
go
the
word.
back
shit,
far
dude.
enough, it does.
I'm
They
gonna
had
find the word.
digital.
I'm gonna
Like
find the
they
word.
just have the
No.
coolest
I'm
stuff
good.
there. They even got China beat. I love China, but dude, India, man, holy smokes!
Can I tell you a quick? It's not even a story. So in India, when they see some miraculous thing happen, they don't even nothing phases them about it. They're like, okay, yeah, that's a miraculous thing that happens, and they just go beyond their day. They're just like, all right, cool.
Real quick.
Well,
So I'll be to my final destination in like I don't know, like 5 or so minutes. But I wanted to say the funnier joke is, um, what if Jesus were, what if Jesus were, sacrificed by a guillotine? Would Christians be wearing little guillotines on their neck instead of crosses?
I knew I was gonna laugh. Like, yeah, seriously, would they wear that shit? little guillotines.
shit, I thought that's what that shit I cut off the ends of my cigar was.
Well, it's actually like the Knights Templar cross, isn't it? Like, isn't that where that
Yeah,
cross comes
it's a
from?
nice Templar cross. Yeah, it is.
The Knights Templar ruined just about everything. Well, going back to all these occult things.
Oh,
And
so
we're talking about
hold on a
we're talking
second.
about
I want
satanic
to take it
ritual,
a little bit darker.
satanic ritual abuse. That's totally along the lines of.
I want to take it a
different
little
culture.
bit darker, if you don't mind. So let's have Jesus Christ come back to life, and the Pharisees of our time, put him down with a needle. Are we gonna start wearing needles on like our chests, to represent? I'm so fucking so bad right now.
Nah,
I
man,
need to excuse myself. Bye.
I can see somebody cloning Jesus Christ and him coming back, not knowing who he was, and just destroying the fucking earth.
Wait, what do you mean by that, bungo? Or bango?
Isn't that movie the Satan Conspiracy or whatever?
Or if you read like
Dude,
Deuteronomy,
yeah, I
then
just
I want to
watched
see
that.
this movie.
we'd all
It,
be throwing stones at everyone right now.
nah, that movie's horrible, man. That movie's horrible. Don't watch
Satan's what? I gotta get a
Like
pen.
either the Devil Conspiracy or the Satan Conspiracy. It was in the movie theaters recently.
Yeah,
I watched
yeah, it's not that good, man. But the concept is good. Yeah.
I don't give a shit. I
Um,
like bad movies.
I saw a comic book called Jesus Island, where they got Jesus's DNA, right, and they cloned him, and it turned out to be a big motherfucking mistake.
Why?
So, yeah, because he fucked up a bunch of people.
Oh, because he told everybody off. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So look up Jesus Island.
Jesus Island. Gosh, I need to find a fucking. Why can't I find?
Now I want to ask you guys. All right. So Darwin was right. He had a good theory, and it's proven out so far, right?
By his own standards, his theory is false.
No.
Yeah, no, he's a piece of
No,
shit.
seriously,
Fuck him.
It's a pretty good theory. It's a pretty good theory.
And two, we started testing DNA, and then
Yeah,
all
sure.
went to shit.
You're right. You're right.
There's no such a thing as. There might be such a thing as like. No, there's not. He's a fucking idiot.
I just want to ask you, how do we know that was the plan the whole time?
He was in the realm of the eugenicists at that time. Somebody else is going to be smarter than me that can answer, but I'm looking for a pen, and I'm going to write down this funny movie. Satan's what?
It's like
Oh shit.
the Satan conspiracy or something like that.
Yeah,
Okay.
that's it. The Satan conspiracy.
But yeah,
That is it.
Darwin's a whole nother conversation. I've done a lot of research on Darwin. Oh my gosh, he's freaking. The whole thing about Darwin's crazy. So first of all, his theory came about whenever, like we didn't even know about like the intercellular, machines. We thought cells were balls of jelly back then.
Yes.
It just
Protoplasm.
spontaneously
Yeah,
came about. That's totally false.
exactly. Yeah, it was protoplasm is what he thought.
And he was deep in the occult, and his
No,
theories.
he was straight up eugenicist. He was like a
That's
planted
also
person.
true.
He was fucked up. No, there's nothing good about this dude.
That's very true. If you look at the history and some of the reasonings behind his theory of evolution, it's really effed up. Like, if somebody else wants to say it, I don't want to say it.
I think it was just a simpler time, you know.
No, it wasn't a simpler time. They wanted to kill people back in the fucking day. Like it wasn't even that long ago, 100 years ago. They
But
wanted to just
300
eliminate
years
people.
ago, we came across boats, dude.
Hey,
I
Andrew,
don't care if
back
it's
down
300
so I
years
can
ago.
bring you up.
Man, they were
100
fucking
years ago,
Galileo.
enough people. 100 years ago, enough people were straight up just ready to just eliminate people. That's
Dude,
fact.
we still have flat earthers today.
I'm not talking about
Nothing's
flat
ever
earthers.
changed. Nothing's ever changed, man.
I'm
Everyone's
just
been
talking about
killing each
crazy
other
If
people.
forever.
anything, I
I'm
would
just
say
talking about
flat
crazy
earthers want to
people.
keep you alive, but I don't even want to go there because I don't have an opinion. I'm like, that's too much of a joke of a thing. But anyways, no, dude, 100, 300 years ago is not that long ago. So they all showed up 300 years ago. They organized themselves in weird groups, blah blah blah. 200 years ago, 100 years ago, they were definitely implementing the bullshit that we're seeing today, and now we're all sort of trying to talk about it, and we just don't want to believe it. But fucking a.
Yeah, as it always just like trying to lie to us since day one. You know what I mean? Since like first
Well,
25 million years ago we landed, and it's just a whole lie
I
that's
will
been
I will tell you
plastered
something.
over
I will tell you
everything.
something real fast, Kyle. So there's something called the Fabian Society, and they have no rush. They're very communistic. They are eugenicists. They don't care how long it takes to get their agenda across. You can look that shit up. They're wolves in sheep's clothing. That's like their freaking motto. Like, look it up. Fabian Society. Just do it.
Yeah, I'm looking that shit up now.
It's not. It's not fake. And so when we talk about these figures like Darwin, even Einstein, I don't even know. I don't know. I don't want to go like that.
It's
I,
not.
I
This is
truly
like the
don't want to go
Epstein
like and
man
start
looked
like to
island there.
demonize people like
Rape.
Gandhi and whatever the fuck. But when these figures that are like brought into prominence, like I struggle. I learn too much, and I'm like, they've been propped up in too weird of ways that we want to make them think like they're super extraordinary. I don't believe that shit is real. I don't think so. But that's me.
Logan, oh my bad. Logan, are you there? Sleepy time.
Oh, I think that these societies have been here forever, man. Like they go back fucking thousands of years. Honestly, there's so many of them.
It goes
Fucking, I
back
don't.
to the snake. I
Watch this,
forget
man.
what it's called.
These
Oh, the
societies are
Brotherhood
watching.
of the Snake. Oh shit. Oh gosh, I have to look that up again. Oh, that's where it starts. gonna do some research. I'm happy now. So I don't need to be. We have a new co-host, Connor. Please do what I was trying to do. I know there's no hands, but
What were you trying to do?
I was looking at hands and I was just saying like that this person is next.
He was managing awesomely.
I was freaking trying my best.
Natalie, are you there?
Oh,
I'm
Connor,
here, huh?
oh hell yeah! Well, first off, Logan, what's your thoughts on all of this? If you don't mind my the summarization.
I can't confirm or deny any of those things.
Yeah, it's too much, right?
Way too
It's
much.
insane.
What the
Anything.
fuck, man? This ain't the news.
We're just in our mom's basement right now, giving you a live stream.
So funny.
Oh my god, you guys have evolved into becoming a speaker.
It was God's plan. Right, Tayler?
That's right, honey.
Okay, so my mouse isn't working, and I want to look up the Brotherhood of the Snake, but I actually only want to hear Tayler talk. And if she has something to say, I would just love. I just like hearing what Tayler has to say.
Yo, Tayler.
You're
You
a
there?
bitch.
Yo, Tayler, stop being mean. I
So
thought you were not letting
throw
class.
her a question, and we'll all be good.
Well, I need to make sure she's there. Yo, Tayler, what up, girl? She usually just like a thumbs up, but she's.
Suck on these nuts.
No, not that.
So look, Taylor and Natalie's not there, and then everyone else left the other group to go the other one. So it's war, Logan.
What's
It's war.
the other group? Maybe we should all go there and bounce. Sorry, I'm kidding. No, okay. So we were talking about God, and this is the question that I actually had for Taylor and anybody else. So God, in His highest form, greatness, He created all of the biodiversity. I'm sorry if my phone went away from my voice, but straight up, there's not cool shit going down. He created that too, and this is my point. I was like, did he make that on purpose so that we could avoid it and challenge ourselves and make ourselves worthy of? I don't know. I don't know.
I did hear a preacher going on the other day about maybe the most important thing he's ever said
What?
on a local radio station. He was just going on about the pig pen and how important the pig pen is, and
pig pen.
Yeah,
Okay.
You won't be able to appreciate anything else.
Oh my gosh! Can you talk more about that? That sounds really deep.
Well, it's kind of how I was going to mention in the room earlier. I couldn't get in; it was ending, but how I don't even know. I change my mind so often. I was gonna say darkness was just nothing but a shadow, but then I refer to Genesis.
Oh no,
in the beginning there was darkness and or there's darkness upon the void, and then there was light. Well,
yeah,
God spoke, so the light. First there was a vibration, and the vibration created the light. But first there was a dark void. So, I contradict myself when I say that the darkness
totally
is a
fine.
shadow. I'm just walking. It's fun to walk
Oh
myself through
gosh,
stuff in public.
Taylor went away. Taylor had a really good explanation about what you're talking about. Oh my goodness! Can you hear this shit, dog? My dog never does this. What the fuck? No, what?
There's an
Okay, you know what?
invader.
I might be out of here too. Fuck this shit. I'm so sorry, bro. Hey, it's okay.
Dogs are never wrong. They never
I
are.
know. And he's so cool. Like, oh my goodness. Just look at my page. You'll see him. He's a beautiful dog. But what the fuck? Why are you? Y'all heard that shit. that's gnarly. And it happened immediately. No, don't growl. Immediately after Taylor left, and she used to follow me on my bigger account, but I don't even care about Twitter anymore. Anyways, what I wanted to say about God and Taylor is she had a very great explanation about the evilness that exists.
She might
And
not be happy. She's not here anymore. I don't think people like when they're talked about for some weird reason in these Twitter.
Yeah.
who
I'm
knows? Who
that's
knows?
why she left.
But
I'll
all
message
I'm
her.
saying is like I wanted her to, restate her point. And Bango, did you figure out what you were thinking about?
Nah, man, I never remembered that shit at all.
It's all good.
But about evilness, humankind was given free choice. I think that's it.
No,
Humankind was given free choice.
yeah, you're not wrong. Yeah, no, there's a lot of people that, uh, shit, especially in this day and age. I'm just thinking out loud, and I don't need to. I thought I saw a hand, but I want to think out loud about that. If you don't mind my doing this, a lot of people. Oh, this is where it is. A lot of people think they're entitled to whatever without having to do anything, and if they don't get the shit that they think that they deserve, they're gonna be just not cool people, just shitty people. I could be wrong. I don't know. I'm just talking out loud.
Nah, you preaching this choir, man.
Okay. I'm actually a really sweet person. I don't know if that comes across or not, but like I wish the best for most folks, unless somebody's like a total fucking dick, and there are some people that are like that. And even still, I'm like, I feel bad for them. I'm like, damn, dude, you go through your day like that? Shit, fuck. Okay, yeah, my dog was barking at fucking nothing.
I'm pretty much the same, man. If you're nice to me, I'll be nice to you until you give me reason not to be.
Oh no, straight up, I'll be nice to not nice people. No, I'm not like you. I'm like super fucking nice, like too nice.
You sound really
I don't know
nice.
how. No.
You sound.
Here's the thing. I think you're actually nice to people that aren't nice to you either, but you just don't. I consciously do that. I do that purposely. I make myself, when I show up, when I walk through a door, when I see a person, when I meet somebody, like I do that on purpose. You might not do it on purpose, but I'm sure you're fine. Completely.
I will say this: you sound like that you would hold the door for me.
Oh, hell the fuck yes. I would hold the door for you. I would say, welcome in, to fucking Walmart or wherever the fuck.
Certainly, I would hold the door for you as well.
That's awesome. Yeah,
It's a dream job.
The dream job. No, I only said that because I was joking, because I went to a Walmart, like this was like 4 years ago. Not like I wouldn't go to Walmart tomorrow, But I walked into a Walmart and there was a greeter. And he was like, "Welcome to Walmart." I was like, "Oh my goodness grief!" I'm like, "Damn, all right, I'm here." Shit, it was good. It was a good time. Okay, so I'm kind of done being a fake co-host. We were talking about like real cool shit. I feel really bad about Taylor leaving. I don't know if it was me or somebody else.
Well,
Yeah,
dude, that was funny. You
she
shouldn't
left as
feel
soon as I
bad.
hopped in, so
That
I'll
was
just take the
funny.
blame for scaring her away.
But she is awesome. Here's the thing: the only reason I jumped in is because of the title. I thought you guys were picking on her, and I was like, no, I don't like that. I don't like the idea of Taylor or anybody basically that I know being like picked apart. I just and you didn't. Nothing like that happened. I was like, oh, this is really cool. You know,
Okay,
Taylor's
so
still being herself. That's totally fine.
funny story, man. I hopped in here. I hopped in here because it said alien abduction, and I'm the
Interesting.
only one that
Okay.
I'm the only one that's talked about it.
Okay, so all right, alien abduction. I'm gonna go to bed after this, but please tell me about your alien abduction story.
Well, I mean, I don't know. Shit, no, please.
What?
Oh, don't tempt us.
Okay, sorry.
No,
Okay, well,
no. I'll do it. I'll do it. It's fine.
with what the fuck am I trying to say? Where there's like some time lapse, like time erasing, like
Okay. All right. Let me tell
hell
it to you
yeah.
straight, like I remember it. All right. All right. I went camping on a hunting thing with my dad. We're on Blood Mountain here in Georgia. You can look it up on the map. It's a mountain, Blood Mountain. So, I'm not sure if it's state land or federal land there. I think it's state land.
Wait, what state?
Georgia.
Okay, sorry. Yeah.
Yeah. Blood Mountain. And we camped for the night. And I remember waking up, and I remember noticing my dad laid out straight in his sleeping basket. Sleeping basket?
Sleeping bag, yeah. Whatever.
Sleeping bag. Yes. Yes, that's it. Sorry, guys. And
Basket is what he's like. No, never mind. Keep going. Sorry.
yeah, no, we weren't on the side of the mountain. I mean, I've slept in those before when we were climbing. But this was the case there. I remember feeling a humming. I didn't hear a humming. It was a feeling of a humming, like in my body. And I saw a light, and I went outside of the tent.
What was the color?
It was white. It was a white light. And I really don't remember. I remember waking up beside the fire outside and my dad telling me, "You must have been cold. You came out here to sleep beside the fire."
So your abduction happened with like within hours. It sounds like.
If I was abducted, it did. Yeah. I mean, I don't know that I was it, but it was weird, you know.
No, no, absolutely. Yeah. If you're just waking up randomly, like what the hell am I doing? And your dad's like, hey, dude. you know, uh, here's
Well,
the
I
thing.
mean, when he said you must have got cold and slept out here beside the fire, I said, yeah, that's probably fucking it, right? You know, fuck, I
I
was like,
got you.
I was 8 or 9, maybe 10.
Here's something that I want to say that might be too jokey, but almost think that you're too cool for the aliens. The aliens are just like, we're like, nah, we can't do anything with this guy. We just got to get him out of here. Like, we fucking abducted him, but nope, no.
I don't have any idea what happened at all.
They're like, we can't keep him
I mean,
under. All right, just put him back. Like,
yeah, we got to get rid of him real fast.
What do
Quick.
you mean? We gave him like enough to fucking take down an elephant.
Yeah, no, that might be true.
You're so fucking
That might be
badass that
true.
aliens don't even want you around. That's awesome, dude. No, that's cool shit. Put that on your fucking CV.
Nah,
or
I'm good,
resume.
man. I'm good. You guys are the
That's
only
so
people I've
funny.
told it to. I'll probably never tell it again.
Oh well, I feel very privileged that you did tell me about that. I'm going to tell you about my own experience, if you don't mind, because it's not long, and it's really dumb. So I was probably 16, and I was driving back from basically Tijuana, but San Diego, and it was like 4 in the morning, and there was this low hanging UFO just with blue lights, just like cruising past me in the opposite direction. I was like, and I told my passenger, and we had another dude in the back seat that was asleep. I was like, should we park and throw rocks at this thing? And the guy was like, no, let's just go home. I was like, okay, well, I kind of want to throw rocks at it. But I could tell that fucking thing knew that we existed, but it also knew that it had its own agenda. And I was like, I guess it's just not our time to like connect, So, anyways, yeah, I shit is crazy. Shit is nuts.
Well, like, how often is it just like when they're flying past and they're like, oh shit, I didn't turn on the camouflage. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it's like, like I could tell there was an intelligence in that fucking like smooth beam and that light. Like they're like, oh damn, we didn't like scale on off to the side like far, like they found us. Ugh. But whatever. I don't think I think they had more cool shit than we did. Like I was driving my friend's car. It's not like I had laser beams that I could do anything, to it. I'm sure they did. Who knows? I don't know. Fuck. The world is crazy. I love it. I love living. I love being alive. Here's the thing. Not enough people say that shit. What the fuck? Like, it's the best. I love the fuck out of it. Thank you for, the acknowledgments with the hundreds and the thumbs ups. But because I'm a very anxious and depressed kind of person, but oh my gosh, like I would not trade anything in my life to not be here.
Yeah, so you don't ever really want to trade places with anybody because you don't know how bad they actually have it.
Or that, yeah, I mean that too. I don't know.
Or I
I'm
heard
sorry.
this,
I'm
like if you
sorry.
could get
I'm sorry. I went that direction, but I'm
no, yeah, well I've heard this.
just happy.
You struck something in my mind. Like people say, if you could go back, would you do it all over again?
Of course,
If you,
yeah.
it's like, but it's so perplexed. Like think about it though, because you might very likely will be nowhere where you are right now. So it's like the people it's just weird, like, or like maybe all like the like
I
close
might do
calls and stuff.
a couple of shit differently, but
Listen,
more or
because
less,
listen,
yeah.
you wouldn't remember anything. So like all your
Oh
experiences
yeah,
would be
that's
gone.
yeah.
It's like a more complex question when you actually think about it. It's like, wait, like a genie thing.
Yeah,
Like it
you'd
was all this,
have
and then maybe what if you got like aborted, or I don't know. It's like a thing, I don't even know. So it's like sometimes maybe I go too far, but it's like, would you do it all over again? I can't. I'm not like a millionaire either or anything. Like, but I can't say that I would.
I would do I would probably, if I had no memory of my life, and I, like right now I have memory. I can look back and go, I would do everything differently. But if I had no memory, I would do the exact same shit. It's like.
Oh, it's fire, man. It's open. Oh, don't need to do the hands. I think we're just having a little chat, aren't we?
Yeah, no, it's all good. You're a co-host, and I'm not. You run this, please.
Oh, go ahead, man. You got your hand up there.
I think Bango likes to hear my voice. Bango, it's Friday. It's pizza day. What do you got going on?
Dude, I forgot what I was gonna say again.
Shit. All right, make something up, dude.
Shit, it was about oh wait. I put a Blood Mountain link in the chat. In case you guys, yeah, where I had my experience, in case you guys want to look up the history of it. It's got a long history of battles, Indian occupation, blah, blah.
Yeah, to have that conversation with Destiny and to look at that maze would be interesting. And I don't know, if you became friends with one of those endless kind of immortals, that would be a different kind of world.
I know several immortals already.
Yeah, it's interesting to think that there might be a Tristis Magistus or whatever, or a Thoth running around out there from ancient times, just writing up Independence Day and or whatever. I don't know, doing crazy shit out there, right?
I think Judas was cursed to walk the earth, correct?
That was John the beloved or the evangelist. He said, "What is it to you?" Something about having to tarry until Christ returns. I think.
My bad. Thank you very much.
Yeah, I totally had a brain melt.
I only see Taylor's posts. Did you post something up in the nest? Can you DM me if you don't mind? I'm talking to you, Bango.
Yeah, with the
Sorry, say that again.
So, Bango or maybe somebody else said they posted something into the nest, and I only see Taylor's post.
With a locked account, you might not be able to see him
Oh
into.
yes, I'm sorry, guys.
To your following him, maybe.
Okay, so straight up, I like pepperoni pizza. Let's be friends.
Surely and verily, it shall be so.
That's funny. I didn't know that locked accounts, like if they post something, that it's restricted to people that they allow. That's interesting.
Yeah, my account might be locked, but that's because I post fire ass crap and try to message scientists. I have a short
I love that
alien
shit.
story.
No, that's good.
I don't know. I don't even know if it's an alien story. I'm almost convinced it's just like
No,
yeah,
tell the
like old.
story real
I'm like
fast.
almost
You gotta
convinced it's old
tell it.
Nazi ships from India, but anyway. So using classic radar, tripping on ecstasy. I communicated with a
That's
light ship. I communicated
way
with a
to
light
start a
ship and
story.
asked it. I communicated with a light ship with classic radar app, and asked it what the like how it was able to move, and it answered molecular propulsion. Just write that down. Take a little note and do a Google search. Molecular propulsion.
No, somehow
and that was a weird interaction I had. I don't know. And then like a Black Hawk helicopter like come out of nowhere and like chased me. I just like ran a couple fields back to my house, but my grandma's house. Let's be honest here. Okay, let's just be honest with each other.
This is crazy. So the molecular constructed UFO like was cool with you, but this stupid ass black helicopter was fucking around with you. I don't like these black helicopters.
It was well, I couldn't even see the helicopter. That was another issue. And then they had a big spotlight on it, and they hit the spotlight on it, and that scared the living fucking hell out of me.
Oh my
God! It lit up the whole area I was in.
Oh gosh!
And I was like, I'm not dealing with the same thing. It was like a whole. It was like a fucking Because the other thing, and I'll make it sound for you. But look at take your fucking pens and write this down. Molecular
you're in a
propulsion.
Really bad Steven Spielberg movie, like
I'm always in a bad
shit.
Steven Spielberg movie.
Like old school, like bad, like a copycat Steven Spielberg movie.
And so the ship sounded like this. It was like something like that. It was like some kind of like resonance, like a real high pitched, like whistly bubble.
I kind of like my laugh,
and then I had my yeah, I got that interaction. I got that answer. I got molecular propulsion as an answer, and then the fucking helicopter swooped in and spotlighted us, and we took off.
So hold on a second. Do you think there was between that UFO or whatever it's called these days and that black helicopter? Do you think they were like engaging and somehow you were in the midst of it?
100%. That's just where I am, bro. One time I was in a graveyard the night a body got dug up. I mean, this is the thing. I was tripping on ecstasy in a graveyard. Like, this is like American Trailer Park Boys. I swear to God.
Start this.
No, it's my cousin's birthday, and so I'm like, we're just like retarded. We're like, okay, so we're tripping on ecstasy. We have this like foam paper airplane and a bunch of glow sticks. So we're like, check us out. There's a big field up at the graveyard with like a hill on it. I'm gonna like tape all these glue sticks to this plane, and we're gonna like throw it to each other and like trip out. It's gonna be super sick.
Yeah.
Sounds
like a really good idea. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's great. Okay. Turns out we ended up not going. We just like whatever, didn't go. Next morning, there's front page of the paper. It was weird because it was like his birthday is when it happened on, but it was like a 5-year-old kid from exactly 100 years ago got dug up. That had my birthday. That died on his birthday, or that got buried.
The F.
Yeah, I was like tripping. And I read the paper and I was looking at it. And I'm like, Barack Obama, because we share a birthday, and it's like I don't even know, like this whole fucking bullshit.
Oh my God. Okay.
But I was like, no. In the paper was like. The grave dug itself up, or it got dug up from the inside out, and they were just like, "That's cool," and that's how like normally graves dig themselves up regularly after 100 years. You know, a child's grave just like That's like what child's graves do after 100 years. They dig themselves up. So I'm like, now I'm running around, and I'm thinking there's a fucking baby vampire in the graveyard. It turns out I think there might be, because I went there later with like a group of people just to mess around, go check out the mausoleum and stuff, and like we got like attacked by this little white entity that was like jumping around in the trees. It was like,
oh my goodness,
like dodge. Yeah,
saw some shit.
And I'm not even dicking around. I'm like, these are just like me being real and legit, and just like experiences I had. Like, I had more questionable experiences that like, but I was
gonna say something.
This is like group of people stuff. Like I have witnesses for this shit.
Oh my gosh, I was gonna say a different joke, but holy fucking shit! You actually saw like a little leprechaun, like little child, like running. Like,
no, what I saw was a white blur in a tree, snapping a branch off, or throw a branch toward. It was like a branch went to us, landed towards us from the tree. But I shined the light up. Yeah, like the branch hit us at the floor, like at our feet, and I shined the light up, and there's like this like white blur goes, and everyone's gone. So I mean, God knows what it could have been. I mean,
It was the
100%
fucking. It
speculation.
was the
But
fucking soul
I'm
of
like,
that child.
there's probably a child vampire in the graveyard now because it like dug itself up out of the grave.
Yeah,
The paper.
no.
I mean,
He was
the
like,
cops were like,
"Stop
the
fucking
grave dug
me."
itself up. Like this is like, you know, that's just how they explained it.
That is
And all the
nutty.
Black Hawks show up, and all the guys in suits and shit.
God, I
right?
should have saved that shit. Like I'm like, I don't think about shit. Maybe I'll be able to go back and find it in like some fucking like millimeter record, like whatever.
Yeah,
But
no, it's got to be on
microfilm.
some sort of like microfilm. Yeah, true.
Yeah.
It's got to be on like some
Yeah,
newspaper.
because I know what paper it is, and I know exactly what day it was on. So.
Oh yeah,
That should
you
actually
can
be
find
like
it.
no problem.
My actual joke, and it's not gonna be funny. Sorry, hold on, bud. It's not gonna be funny anymore. Is that you outlived that motherfucker? You know, he could be chasing you around in a fucking graveyard, but you're obviously older than him, so fuck him. You know?
I mean, yeah, like essentially, I guess, but then it's like,
Yeah, I don't know. It's a stupid joke, but
if I go, like, if I think it, but
that's
I
what I
thought about it,
wanted
I'm
to
like, if
say
there is a
before I
vampire,
realized, like, oh shit,
I like
some
seriously thought
freaking
about it. I'm like, if
entity
there is
actually
kind
got
of like a
chased
vampire, like
here.
I don't know how vampires work. It's like the main vampire, like, makes you a vampire, but then like if that vampire dies, then you die too. So it's like I don't know if I want like a baby
Yeah, I don't know
vampire to
how
be like my like
vampire
Dracula main
contracts
vampire.
work. Yeah.
Yeah,
I
man.
think
There's type 1s, type 2s, type 3s.
what?
But I was like, I'd be a type
No,
one, right?
bingo.
If I come
Okay,
from
now's your time.
like a
If you know
main
about
Dracula, like
vampires,
crawled
talk
himself
about
from a
it.
grave.
That's where the type 1s come from. And you
What
got
do you
me
mean
looking
type
around
ones?
my
Right. So if
goddamn
I
shoulder
What the fuck are
right
type
now, you
ones?
prick.
so if I hang out in a graveyard and like get like become vampirized by this like first generation vampire, I'd become a
No,
second generation
Bango is
vampire, right?
holding on to some
Yeah, you would.
information.
Yeah.
Type 1, 2, and 3.
Yeah, dude. It's Stephen King, man. It's canon.
Okay, so type 1, what's up?
Type 1 are the eldest.
Type
They
2.
make other vampires.
They're the only ones that can make other vampires.
Yeah, type 1s.
Okay, type 1s. Type 2.
They feed off energy.
Like bad energy. Or any energy.
Yes. No, bad energy. It's kind of like
Yeah, so that
let's
probably
see.
suck.
Who
Literally,
wrote
because
the
if you become a vampire, that would suck, or you would suck.
I would
Oh
want to
no,
be
like
a
as
type 1
as
vampire
a vampire, right?
there's plenty of bad energy around, so no, I would.
So type 3 though, they have to have like the worst kind of, you know.
Yeah, type 3 are the low men.
Yeah, what
They're
do
called
they
the
do?
low men. They eat. They're
just fucking scoundrels, and they just like gnarl on people. Ugh. Okay.
Yeah.
So I want to be
Sounds
type
like a
1
zombie.
if I'm a vampire, because I would
Okay,
also
but
be
that's the thing.
immortal,
You have
right?
to like do your cocoon in your grave for 100 years and then crawl your way out of it.
So I would have to be a fucking. How do I become a type 1 vampire? I'm actually kind of interested now.
All right, dude. If you want to read a good book, read Dracula versus Hitler.
That sounds so awesome.
No, I'm serious. It is a great fucking book.
There's something to all this blood drinking, though, because the Bible says not to do it. So there's got to be some sort of satanic, devil kind of vampire shit, right?
No, different blood types. The Bible is a blueprint for humankind to survive. The Ten Commandments are a blueprint for humankind to survive. It doesn't matter where it comes from. It doesn't matter whether it comes from God or an alien or whatever. It doesn't matter. It's a blueprint for us.
Well, we need to bring back that lying one, right? When you get caught lying, they fucking stone you. We wouldn't be lying so much about shit, right?
Dude,
There'd be a
Is
big
that
line.
when
There'd be massive lines all over everywhere. Everything would be jammed up with lines of people throwing rocks at each other.
is that one in the Ten Commandments though?
Anyways, Taylor, welcome back. You're a joy. I don't say this enough to people in spaces. Like, I don't think there's enough complimentary talk, but I always enjoy what you have to provide. And thank you for being you. That's all I want to say. And we were talking about before. Actually, we're gonna not talk about what we were talking about before. But we were talking about
We were
what were
talking
we
about
talking about? We're talking about God and
vampires.
evil. Well,
Yeah,
I know,
vampires
but
drinking
I
blood,
don't.
and
I
then
don't think that's
Black
worthy of like
helicopters
bringing up
showing
again.
up.
okay,
It's
yeah.
so silly.
There is like an adrenochrome situation, but that doesn't. I mean,
Oh yeah, so
I
Taylor
think
just went
everybody's got
away.
the skinny on
Fuck.
that.
All right, I scared her off. It's all good. Um,
That was definitely me. I keep doing
you
that.
know
I'm
what's the
sorry, guys.
craziest thing? How like I don't know about y'all, but I've had multiple accounts. Twitter shut me down for like unnamed reasons multiple times. So where I'm at right now, I'm like at like a baby account. I really don't care, because I knew in advance, like at some point they're gonna suspend me again. And it's not like I say anything like crazy. I mean, I sound, actually, I take it back. I am kind of crazy, but where was I going? Oh, this is where I was going. So when people like follow me back, it's like, why? Like, why are you following me? And then they don't follow like my other accounts. It's like, I don't understand like how it works. Like, what do I say on a particular day that makes somebody go like, oh, this guy's cool? I don't know. Anyways, I'm talking too much, and you should not have made me a co-host, because I'm shitty at that. I'm good at being a fake co-host. A regular co-host, I don't know what I'm doing. All right, so I'm gonna bring people up that are listeners, and guess what? Because I'm gonna learn how to do this shit for reals.
Well, wasn't getting any requests to come up. I don't know. Maybe that you need to take control.
I just invited every single person up in here. Yep. And guess what? Here's the thing. If you heard me talking long enough, I'm gonna love you. You're gonna be fine. You know, you're gonna be comfy. Don't worry about it. Okay, so Francis is actually requesting. How do I? Shit. Somebody has to do something for Francis.
I think he's good. I got him.
Okay.
Or he bounced one or the other.
How's it going, everybody? Hope
Yeah, my
everybody's doing
options
good.
were not good for him, and I was like, oh my gosh, I don't want to do this.
I'm doing schoolwork.
So Francis, what's up? Tell us some crazy shit.
You can use
No, you don't have to.
you can use
You can be normal. You
ChatGPT
can be,
to
you can be
create a
yourself.
game of Snake if you want to.
Can you use it to do your homework?
Absolutely, I'm sure you could. I used it to find like tons of online courses and shit like that for free. Hard to find too, like CNC machining. It's hard to find CNC machine courses for free. Normally, you have to go to some kind of tech college or something like that to get it. Uh, I just typed in.
Reddit. Just gotta go to Reddit.
I don't mess with Reddit a whole lot. I don't like it. I only go there whenever I'm looking for like illegal streams for stuff.
Nah, it's just a resource, man. That's all it is.
Yeah, Reddit is really fun. You just type in your question and then end your question with Reddit, and you'll find like a decent enough answer.
Yeah, there's some stuff on every site that's not on other ones, I've noticed. But that's just the name of the game, right? Like you don't upload all the same stuff on one site, I think. And that's what people do, right? You upload some stuff here, some stuff there, some stuff over there. There's so many different platforms. So I think people are just probably confused too, right? Like I don't link all my profiles. I don't want them to know what I'm doing on my cancel them all at once.
That's so good. Yeah, that's the thing. Like, let's stay fuck, I can't even say that word. Can't. It's not
Uncancelable.
even a real word, actually. Cancelable. Cancelable. Let's stay cancelable. Let's go hard.
Uncancelable.
Yeah, that's better, probably.
I don't know what that dude was talking about, man. I mean, it's just a DIY Reddit.
Yeah,
I
I
don't
don't
know. Be a.
understand either.
I mean, it's welding.
Francis, you're concerned about Reddit doing something to you?
It's welding. You know, it's people help each other there.
No, I don't think there's anything
There
wrong
are
with that.
welders there that will help you to be a better welder.
That's
That's
great.
fine, right?
Well, yeah,
That's
just
good.
practice with anything, right? And it's you get the textbooks, you read them, you practice,
Hmm.
and then there's lots of videos out there. You can even pay for them. You can even pay someone once you get so far. Like I'd rather have personal instruction one-on-one with someone actually in the trade, someone that's actually running the machine. The instructors these days, fuck me, man. You're not paying for what it's worth. It's a sad thing, but I question the teachers lots when I go to school, and it doesn't get me anywhere but a failing grade. If I want to pass the courses, I just do what I'm told.
That when
And then
it
you get
comes
your.
to
And then
welding,
you get your doctorate.
yeah, when it comes to welding and actual physical manual labor, like you, like having a piece of paper means jack shit. You actually have to know what the fuck you're doing. You actually have to do that shit.